Mayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at nagbabalik ako para ihatid sa inyo ang ating top 5 plays sa naganap na bakbakan last week. On our 5th spot is the bravest fighter, Ryota, with his lapu-lapu sustained play. 6 minutes in the game, nabalakang bigyan ni King Kong at ni Kram si Ryota sa bottom lane. After activating Dragon Tail, pumasok si Kram gamit ang Furious Dive sabay Petrify plus Soul Grip at sinabayan ito ni King Kong ng Jeet Kune Do at Way of the Dragon. Pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para ibagsak si Ryota. Agad siyang nag-exit gamit ang Jungle Warrior sabay talon gamit ang bravest fighter para makakuha ng sapat na distansya palayo sa dalawa. Pero may follow-up na gagawin si Escalera para linisin ang skirmish. Pagka pop-off niya ng Feathered Air Strike, ay agad na magsa-sidestep si Ryota sabay flicker in with the Land Shaker, canceling Escalera's ultimate. At mukhang si Escalera pa nga ang mapapahamak.
Flicker play mula kay Ryota at mukhang si Escalera pa nga ata mapapahamak dito dahil masuslow na rin siya.
On our 4th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week, Doming DR with his Beatrix. 13 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles, 1 lord, and an almost 7k gold lead, NXPE is clearly dominating the game. Pero gustong makabawi ng barangay, kaya magko-contest sila sa lord na ito. Dahil sa nangyaring skirmish sa mid lane, napilitang gamitin ng members ng Smart Omega ang kanilang ultimates. Isa na rito ang Time's Journey ni Miko. At 13:03, ipupok ni Domeng si Renjo gamit ang Renner's Apathy. Agad siyang magsiswitch into Nibiru to free hit Renjo's Lapu-Lapu, sabay bitaw ng Nibiru's Passion kina Miko at Kelra na nagbabalak pumasok sa Lord Pit. Mapapaback away ang barangay pero hahabulin nila si Domeng dashing forward with tactical reposition while flickering in, hungry for kills. Alam ng lahat ang nangyari nung gabing yon. Hindi nakauwing buhay si Kelra at si Stone. On our 3rd spot is Captain Fuse clutch save on Flap TZ. With both teams backing away sa unang turtle fight, mapapatambay si Light sa bottom lane kasama si Nats. Makikita niya si Flap TZ at hihilahin niya ito gamit ang Iron Hook mula sa bushes, sabay kagat gamit ang Bloody Hunt with follow-up coming in from Nats. From the Lord Pit, ipapop off ni Kapitan Q ang Cult Altar, flickering in just in the right time to save Flap from the ambush. Makakapag-split-split pa si Flap. Darating si Ogwen to crowd control the 2 members of RSG at mababaliktad pa nga ang kanilang ambush. Our 2nd spot is Net's Segway play laban sa Blacklist nung day 1. 16 minutes in the game, 3rd Lord fight. Nasa side ng ONIC ang Lord. Nasa Tribush malapit sa Lord Pit ang 4 members ng Blacklist International at mukhang tataya sila para makuha ang kanilang unang Lord sa match na ito. Nang makita ni Net si Edward going in for the Lord, nag-call agad siya na isegway at pumasok naman ang koponan ng ONIC sa Lord fight para pigilang makauwi ang members ng Blacklist. Dumiretso siya para i-clear ang mid at nagtangkang umuwi si Super Red at Yue to defend their base. Pero mukhang hindi na sila aabot dahil naka-base lock na si Nets, upsetting the defending champions Ube's strategy with a segway push. Our top spot is Eman's Miracle Lord Steel gamit ang Beatrix nung day 2 laban sa Bren Esports. 13 minutes in the game with 3 turtles, 1 lord, and a 7k gold lead, malaki na ang kalamangan ng Bren Esports sa match na ito. Lumabas na ang Luminous Lord sa Lord Pit at mukhang mahihirapan sila sa pagkontest sa Lord Fight dahil nakapwesto na rin ang kupunan ng Bren. With exact precision, makukuha ni Emma ng Lord gamit ang Renner's Apathy from the Fire Beetle Pit sa top lane. Indeed, a true sniper contender. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 3. Aabangan namin ang reactions nyo sa comment section. Kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa kaabang-abang na week 4 ng ating regular season.
Inumpisahan namin yung game na hindi sila nakareact na masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa gold lane si Bene kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Kaya ko si Nets ng ONIC Philippines at ibibreakdown ko po ang nangyari ng segway nung game 1 sa Blacklist.
Okay, so ngayon, pwestuhan ang nagaganap. Si Sensui ay sinushove lang dito. Magandang posisyon mula din si Blacklist National habang si Kekidut nakakonsil. Huwag kang maingay. Magtatago ba sa damo? Ngayon si Edward ang pinupokan. Retry battle mula dito kay Sensui. At siya ang nagtagumpay Pero si Dets dito with the backdoor play. And game 1 ay mapupunta sa mga headshot.
Bago ko magawa yung play na yun, nakita ko talaga na nawalan tao sa mid. Tsaka lang sila nasa load, kaya nasegwayan ko na lang. Nakita ko po na nagre-retreat si Red Pass yung UV. Tapos sabi ko sa Ampik, huwag na pa-uwihin kasi baka makadip pa. Sabi ko sinitip mag-lord ka. Tapos sabi ko, sige lord mo lang yan kasi yung sa mid wala talagang tao. Si Edward bigla nag-lord kaya ko yung mid. Na-clear ko, tapos tapos ko. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun eh. Pag kasi naka-comms ka, na pwede masegwayan yung mid, maano mo yung campaign mo na. Huwag mo sila pa-uwihin kasi baka makadip pa. Inumpisahan namin yung game na sobrang aggressive namin sa early. Di sila nakadakan masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Nalaman namin na di sila lumalaban agad ng early. Sa mga teammate ko, lagi lang natin galingan sa mga laban natin. Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa Golden si Bren kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Sa mga fans po namin dyan, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta niyo po sa amin. Ngayon patuloy niyo po kami suportahan.
My heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-player ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-player. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yahweh na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10 pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion at ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi kasi ito siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yahweh at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yahweh dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yon. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas. Panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakila-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na! Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Mayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at nagbabalik ako para ihatid sa inyo ang ating top 5 plays sa naganap na bakbakan last week. On our 5th spot is the bravest fighter, Ryota, with his Lapu-Lapu sustained play. 6 minutes in the game, nabalakang bigyan ni King Kong at ni Kram si Ryota sa bottom lane. After activating Dragon Tail, pumasok si Kram gamit ang Furious Dive sabay Petrify plus Soul Grip at sinabayan ito ni King Kong ng Jeet Kune Do at Way of the Dragon. Pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para ibagsak si Ryota. Agad siyang nag-exit gamit ang Jungle Warrior sabay talon gamit ang bravest fighter para makakuha ng sapat na distansya palayo sa dalawa. Pero may follow-up na gagawin si Escalera para linisin ang skirmish. Pagka-pop-off niya ng Feathered Air Strike, ay agad na magsa-sidestep si Ryota sabay flicker in with the Land Shaker, canceling Escalera's ultimate. At mukhang si Escalera pa nga ang mapapahamak.
Flicker play mula kay Ryota at mukhang si Escalera pa nga ata mapapahamak dito dahil slow na rin siya.
On our 4th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week, Doming DR with his Beatrix. 13 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles, 1 lord, and an almost 7k gold lead, NXPE is clearly dominating the game. Pero gustong makabawi ng barangay, kaya magko-contest sila sa lord na ito. Dahil sa nangyaring skirmish sa mid lane, napilitang gamitin ng members ng Smart Omega ang kanilang ultimates. Isa na rito ang Time's Journey ni Miko. At 13:03, ipopok ni Domeng si Renjo gamit ang Renner's Apathy. Agad siyang magsiswitch into Nibiru to free hit Renjo's Lapu-Lapu, sabay bitaw ng Nibiru's Passion kina Miko at Kelra na nagbabalak pumasok sa Lord Pit. Mapapaback away ang barangay pero hahabulin nila si Domeng dashing forward with tactical reposition while flickering in, hungry for kills. Alam ng lahat ang nangyari nung gabing yon. Hindi nakauwing buhay si Kelra at si Stone. On our 3rd spot is Captain Fuse clutch save on Flap TZ. With both teams backing away sa unang turtle fight, mapapatambay si Light sa bottom lane kasama si Nats. Makikita niya si Flap TZ at hihilahin niya ito gamit ang Iron Hook mula sa bushes, sabay kagat gamit ang Bloody Hunt with follow-up coming in from Nats. From the Lord Pit, ipapop off ni Kapitan Pew ang Cult Altar, flickering in just in the right time to save Flap from the ambush. Makakapag-split-split pa si Flap. Naharating si Ogwen to crowd control the 2 members of RSG at mababaliktad pa nga ang kanilang ambush. On our 2nd spot is Net's Segway play laban sa Blacklist noong day 1. 16 minutes in the game, 3rd Lord fight. Nasa side ng ONIC ang Lord. Nasa Tribush malapit sa Lord Pit ang 4 members ng Blacklist International at mukhang tataya sila para makuha ang kanilang unang Lord sa match na ito. Nang makita ni Net si Edward going in for the Lord, nag-call agad siya na isegway at pumasok naman ang koponan ng ONIC sa Lord fight para pigilang makauwi ang members ng Blacklist. Dumiretso siya para i-clear ang mid at nagtangkang umuwi si Super Red at Yue to defend their base. Pero mukhang hindi na sila aabot dahil naka-base lock na si Nets, upsetting the defending champions Ube strategy with a segway push. And our top spot is Eman's Miracle Lord Steel gamit ang Beatrix noong day 2 laban sa Bren Esports. 13 minutes in the game with 3 turtles, 1 lord, and a 7k gold lead, malaki na ang kalamangan ng Bren Esports sa match na ito. Lumabas na ang Luminous Lord sa Lord Pit at mukhang mahihirapan sila sa pag-contest sa Lord Fight dahil nakapwesto na rin ang kupunan ng Bren. With exact precision, makukuha ni Emma ng Lord gamit ang Renner's Apathy from the Fire Beetle Pit sa top lane. Indeed, a true sniper contender. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 3. Aabangan namin ang reactions nyo sa comment section. Kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa kaabang-abang na week 4 ng ating regular season.
Inumpisahan namin yung game na di sila nakarakan masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa Golden si Bren kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Kaya ko si Next ng ONIC Philippines at ibibreakan ko po ang nangyaring segue nung game 1 sa Blacklist.
Okay, so ngayon, pwestuhan ang nagaganap. Si Sensui ay sinushow lang dito. Magandang posisyon mula din si Blacklist National habang si Kekidut nakakonsil. Huwag kang maingay. Magtatago ba sa damo? Ngayon si Edward ang pinupok. Retry battle mula dito kay Sensui. At siya ang nagtagumpay. Pero si Nets dito with the backdoor play. And game 1 ay mapupunta sa mga headshot.
Bago ko magawa yung play na yun, nakita ko talaga na walang tao sa mid. Saka lahat sila nasa load, kaya nasaigwihan ko na lang. Nakita ko po na nagre-retreat si Red Task yung UV. Tapos sabi ko sa Ampek, huwag na pa-uwihin kasi baka makadip pa. Sabi ko sinitap mag-lord siya. Tapos sabi ko, sige lord mo lang yan kasi yung sa mid wala talagang tao. Si Edward bigla nag-lord kaya ko yung mid. Na-clear ko, tapos tapos ko. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Pag kasi naka-comms ka, na pwede masagwihan yung mid, maano mo yung kampi mo na. Huwag mo sila pa-uwihin kasi baka makadip pa. Inumpisahan namin yung game na sobrang aggressive namin sa early. Hindi sila nakarakan masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Nalaman namin na di sila lumalaban agad ng early. Sa mga teammate ko, lagi lang natin galingan sa mga laban natin. Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa Golden si Bren kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Sa mga fans po namin dyan, maraming salamat sa pag-suporta niyo po sa amin. Ngayon patuloy niyo po kami suportahan.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-player ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-player. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Cartini. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang tayo paglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta, pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today,
With Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at nagbabalik ako para ihatid sa inyo ang ating top 5 plays sa naganap na bakbakan last week. On our 5th spot is the bravest fighter, Ryota, with his lapu-lapu sustained play. 6 minutes in the game, nabalakang bigyan ni King Kong at ni Kram si Ryota sa bottom lane. After activating Dragon Tail, pumasok si Kram gamit ang Furious Dive sabay Petrify plus Soul Grip at sinabayan ito ni King Kong ng Jeet Kune Do at Way of the Dragon. Pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para ibagsak si Ryota. Agad siyang nag-exit gamit ang Jungle Warrior sabay talon gamit ang bravest fighter para makakuha ng sapat na distansya palayo sa dalawa. Pero may follow-up na gagawin si Escalera para linisin ang skirmish. Pagka-pop off niya ng Feathered Air Strike, ay agad na magsa-sidestep si Ryota sabay flicker in with the Land Shaker, canceling Escalera's ultimate. At mukhang si Escalera pa nga ang mapapahamak.
Flicker play mula kay Ryota at mukhang si Escalera pa nga ata mapapahamak dito dahil slow na rin siya.
On our 4th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week, Doming DR with his Beatrix. 13 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles, 1 lord, and an almost 7k gold lead, NXPE is clearly dominating the game. Pero gustong makabawi ng barangay, kaya magko-contest sila sa lord na ito. Dahil sa nangyaring skirmish sa mid lane, napilitang gamitin ng members ng Smart Omega ang kanilang ultimates. Isa na rito ang Time's Journey ni Miko. At 13:03, ipupok ni Domeng si Renjo gamit ang Renner's Apathy. Agad siyang magsiswitch into Nibiru to free hit Renjo's Lapu-Lapu, sabay bitaw ng Nibiru's Passion kina Miko at Kelra na nagbabalak pumasok sa Lord Pit. Mapapaback away ang barangay pero hahabulin nila si Domeng dashing forward with tactical reposition while flickering in, hungry for kills. Alam ng lahat ang nangyari nung gabing yon. Hindi nakauwing buhay si Kelra at si Stone. On our 3rd spot is Captain Fuse clutch save on Flap TZ. With both teams backing away sa unang turtle fight, mapapatambay si Light sa bottom lane kasama si Nats. Makikita niya si Flap TZ at hihilahin niya ito gamit ang Iron Hook mula sa bushes, sabay kagat gamit ang Bloody Hunt with follow-up coming in from Nats. From the Lord Pit, ipapop off ni Kapitan Pew ang Cult Altar, flickering in just in the right time to save Flap from the ambush. Makakapag-split-split pa si Flap. Darating si Ogwen to crowd control the 2 members of RSG at mababaliktad pa nga ang kanilang ambush. And our second spot is Nets Segway play laban sa Blacklist nung day 1. 16 minutes in the game, third Lord fight. Nasa side ng ONIC ang Lord. Nasa tribush malapit sa Lord Pit ang 4 members ng Blacklist International at mukhang tataya sila para makuha ang kanilang unang Lord sa match na ito. Nang makita ni Nets si Edward going in for the Lord, nag-call agad siya na isegway at pumasok naman ang koponan ng ONIC sa Lord fight para pigilang makauwi ang members ng Blacklist. Dumiretso siya para i-clear ang mid at nagtangkang umuwi si Super Red at Yue to defend their base, pero mukhang hindi na sila aabot dahil naka-base lock na si Nets, upsetting the defending champions Ube strategy with a segway push. And our top spot is Eman's Miracle Lord Steal gamit ang Beatrix nung day 2 laban sa Bren Esports. 13 minutes in the game with 3 turtles, 1 lord and a 7k gold lead, malaki na ang kalamangan ng Bren Esports sa match na ito. Lumabas na ang Luminous Lord sa Lord Pit at mukhang mahihirapan sila sa pagkontest sa Lord Fight dahil nakapwesto na rin ang kupunan ng Bren. With exact precision, makukuha ni Eman ng Lord gamit ang Renner's Apathy from the Fire Beetle Pit sa top lane. Indeed, a true sniper contender. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 3. Aabangan namin ang reactions nyo sa comment section. Kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa kaabang-abang na week 4 ng ating regular season.
Inumpisahan namin yung game na hindi sila nakarakan masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa Golden si Bren kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Kaya ko si Nets ng ONIC Philippines at ibibreakan ko po ang nangyari yung segway nung game 1 sa Blacklist.
Okay, so ngayon, pwestuhan ang nagaganap. Si Sensui ay sinushove lang dito. Magandang posisyon mula dito si Blacklist National habang si Kekidut nakakonsil. Huwag kang maingay. Magtatago ba sa damo? Ngayon si Edward ang pinupok. Retry battle mula dito kay Sensui. At siya ang nagtagumpay. Pero si Nets dito with the backdoor play. And game 1 ay mapupunta sa mga headshot.
Bago ko magawa yung play na yun, nakita ko talaga na walang tao sa mid. Tsaka lahat sila nasa load, kaya nasegwihan ko na lang. Nakita ko po na nag-retreat si Red Task yung Yue. Tapos sabi ko sa Ampek, huwag na pauwihin kasi baka makadip pa. Sabi ko sinitap mag-lord ka, tapos sabi ko, sige lord mo lang yan kasi yung sa mid wala talagang tao. Si Edward bigla nag-lord kaya ko yung mid. Na-clear ko, tapos tapos ko. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Pag kasi naka-comms ka, na pwede mo segwayan yung mid, maano mo yung kampi mo na. Huwag mo sila pauwihin kasi baka makadip pa. Inumpisahan namin yung game na sobrang aggressive namin sa early. Hindi sila nakarakan masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Nalaman namin na di sila lumalaban agad ng early. Sa mga teammate ko, lagi lang natin galingan sa mga laban natin. Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa Golden si Bren kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Sa mga fans po namin dyan, maraming salamat sa pag-supportan niyo po sa amin. Ngayon patuloy niyo po kami supportahan.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang explainer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Our matches yesterday were a true testament to what itaas ang lakas truly mean. Battle of the World Champions, Dark Horses, Exciting Titans, you name it, we have it. As we enter the second day of the fourth week of our regular season, ano pa kayang pasabog ang ating matutunghayan ngayong araw na to? Magandang araw, Pilipinas! Ako po si Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. Roster changes often produce the juiciest stories. And the biggest shift that we witnessed during the preseason was when the Neon Tigers and the Raiders. For the first time, H2O will be fighting against the very banner he represented since the start of his professional career. Will he be able to say, "Hello, NXPE, ako nga pala yung sinayang mo." Ladies and gentlemen, this is NXPE versus RSG Slate Philippines. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok.
Out with the old or in with the new. H2O is about to face his old team with a new set of faces who's ready to give a mark in their debut season. Let's find out today if NXPE has learned from their losses to come back and get that win. Welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Wolf to give you the first action of this day. RSG Slate Philippines and Nexplay EVOS. H2O saying hello to his old teammates.
Not only is he saying that, OSX, but let's translate.
Let's do
what
it.
Mara said.
You want to do it?
What's the saying? Ako sinayang mo.
I'm the one you wasted.
How do you feel about that, Wolf?
That's a 10 out of 10 for me. All right. But I guess, that is definitely the question that H2 will pose against, H2 will pose against Nexplay EVOS right now. But then again, we know that both these teams have been successful in their own regard. So I'm excited to see them in action today.
Same. Now we're about to call all the Smart and TNC users who are watching us right now. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/reg to get your free 3 gigabytes of data while you watch MPL Philippines match for day 2 of week number 4. As time goes by and we look back on how H2O is saying hi again, on how you translate in Tagalog, now I want to go back on how H2O started his origins in the league, right? But as we brew up today's action, we have 3 matches today. We have NXPE versus RSG Slate. We have Omega versus TNC, Bren, and ONIC Philippines.
I love it, right? I always love Saturdays because of the triple header factor, right? There's a lot of action here. And also because we are just about to get to that halfway point of the regular season, this becomes even more important for a lot of these teams. And yes, that story, so far, every matchup that we have, especially yesterday, super interesting stuff that we had now. So I can't expect anything less for today's 3 matches.
Yeah, and we know that this is H2's proven. At the same time, that's also true with Nextway. Because if we say that H2 will be, proving himself that I'm the one that you quote-unquote wasted, the talent that you did not use properly. But Nextplay EVOS, it's also in their burdens right now to prove that they made the right decision themselves.
Well,
right?
speaking of proving, I know H2 is obviously happier. We've seen him through the interviews with Exort, his former teammate before with Nexplay EVOS. Now with the Kings of C together, they show a different bond. They show a different groove in the games.
I don't know, man. H2O for me, like, he's always seemed like he's got one of those great smiles. You know, when you're just, whether it's an interview or you see him in person, he just has a naturally good smile. And everybody that has one of those, if you're one of those, good on you. You're lucky, right? Because other people struggle with it. But no, jokes aside here, the thing is he happier? It seems like it, right? And also because he's in a team that allows H2O to do what he's good at doing. And I feel like anybody that's been a fan of H2O, whatever team he's been, but his journey so far, his career, people love to see him play the way he's playing so far in this season, right? Now, you're fitting in a situation where you're on, quote-unquote,
and of course, hold that thought. Happy birthday, Butters, with all of the info that you need. Happy birthday, Mark Adrian Gieson. Longtime rivals man Gene Faldas. That struck the most in this graphics. Happy birthday, Butters.
Yeah. Oh, we got the happy birthday chants going on.
If you can hear it on our microphones, yes.
By the way, happy 19-year-old.
Wow, he just turned 19?
Look at the hair.
Look at him go.
Look at the hair.
19 years old.
I was talking about H2O having a great smile. Butters has it all, man.
Yeah, he has the game face, too.
He's got the game face. He's got the hair.
Look at the chin up, bro. Feel the authority there?
Look at that.
Feel it.
And he's 19.
And he's 19.
19, favorite subject, recess and recess. Double whammy on how could you say the idea. Oh, there's the correct. Another player feature. It's H2O stats in Season 10 versus Season 11. Look at that, little KDA. The growth from last season to now.
Wow, this is a massive jump. Actually,
Huge
doubling
jump.
his KDA.
Yeah.
Then average skills is not that different. But when it comes to assists, that's more than double. Then kill participation is also like off the charts. I think that we can definitely say that there's already a big improvement in H2's performance.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if these were my stats just in the game itself, I would be happy too.
Proud.
Right? If I'm playing it with a full 5-man of friends and then you're like, yeah, these are my stats. So, of course, he's going to be feeling really happy about this.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of being happy, I can hear H2 say, yeah, look at me now, right? Look at me now, acknowledge me and the stats. I want to go back. Wolf has been a witness on how these players went to their growth, right, from their origins. What was the starting season of H2O?
Yeah, so I think it was Season 6.
Season 6.
And the thing is, so before Season 8, there were always qualifiers, right? Seasons 1 to 7. And before they entered, they were able to successfully enter as the Nexplay EVOS into the league. They had to try for 3 times. They failed to qualify 3 times. In each qualifier, they increased their, like, how further they went. Eventually, they got into the league. So it was a very long journey for sure for H2 when they went in. In Season 6, they made their waves. A lot of teams are like still, you know, they're always saying like, yeah, you're always top 8. Eventually, they went top 4 in MPL Season 8.
That was our season.
Yeah.
That was your season. So that was
Ocho.
a very long journey for these teams.
Just imagine the mindset, right? Wolf said 3 times they failed 3 times.
Exactly.
And just to buy the 4th charm, you just went in MPL and just to keep on breaking records. Because right now, we're looking at H2O side, right? Because if I can remember, back in Season 9, there were a lot of rivals brewing, right?
Yep.
So to know more about this rival, let's throw it over to our courtside report. Sona, what do you have for us today?
Maraming salamat, casters. Alam mo, totoo lang, kanina pa ako nandito sa player lounge at medyo ohaw na ako eh. Tol, pwede bang bigyan mo akong tubig ng konti? Konti naman na ito. Halika dito. Halika dito. Ito na yun eh. Papasalamat nga ako sa'yo. Cheers tayo, tol. Salamat ha. Alam tayo, tol. Tara. Kanina pa kasi ohaw na ako eh. Nakwento kasi sa nila nung nakaraan, tsamba daw eh. Dami nagsasabi, tsamba lang daw yung pagkapanalo niyo. Si Rene J yata, si Rene J, no? Si Rene J yun. Sabi niya, tsamba lang daw yung pag-aapatay niyo sa kanya in the early portions of the game. Ano sa tingin mo yung tsamba ba talaga yun, no? Hindi naman talaga?
Siguro, kaya niya nasabi na tsamba kasi game 1 lang siya naglaro eh. Kung naglaro siya ng game 2 doon, ulitin yung ginawa ko ng game 1.
Kaya naman pala, medyo naiintindihan ko naman. Kaso tol, medyo nauuhaw pa ako eh. Okay. Sige. O sige, cheers ulit. Wait, teka lang, wala naman to eh. Manghingi muna ako ng konti pa. Kasi di ba, dati kayong players ng Nexplay. Tapos ngayon, makakalaban nyo sila mismo. Ikaw na galing sa Nexplay and si Exhort na galing, pahingin nga ulit tol, ubus na talaga eh. Hindi ko na kaya eh. Salamat tol ha. Inom tayo tol. Ito na yun eh. Hindi ko mabuksan, tol. Sige, ikaw na lang muna uminom. Anyway, ngayon, kung tutuusin at makikita natin, kayong dalawa, former players kayo ng Nexplay EVOS. And gusto ko lang tanong sa inyo kung ano yung naging favorite na memory mo na kasama yung Nexplay before in your team.
Siguro yung favorite memory ko na kasama ko sila, yung nakapasok kami nung MPL nung Season 6 qualifiers. Yun.
Kasi yun din naman talaga yung simula ng MPL career nyo eh. Ikaw, Exhort, considering na matagal ka na rin nandito sa MPL, anong favorite na memory mo kasama yung Nexplay?
Wala. Joke lang. Siguro yung mga banding namin ngayon. Masaya yung namin, strong band kami, tapos nadadala rin namin sa laro. Yun lang.
Alright, kala ko talaga wala SB mo. Pero totoo yun kasi yung bonding di lang naman yan nade-develop inside the competition but also outside. Now, for my final question that I have for both of you guys, considering or tinatawag na Kings of the Amateur Scene, yung mga kalaban nyo ngayon na continuously dominated the underground scene noong kanilang mga amateur days. So ngayon, galing ka rin dun from before eh. You were one of the players na talagang tinitingala ng napakarami and nakikita nila na papasok talaga sa MPL. And here you are, you're going to be facing, the next age of players na makikita natin dito. What do you think is this matchup going for?
Since una pa lang nasa amateur sila, nakita ko talaga na may potential sila. Kaya expect ko na makapasok sila ng MPL. Kaya yun, tingnan na lang natin kung anong mangyayari mamaya.
Oo nga, tsaka marami rin Again, as I've mentioned a while ago, marami ka ng nakitang players na naglaro dito, in and out. So, what do you think of the talent na unti-unting pumapasok ngayon sa MPL?
Para sa akin, malakas sila kasi sila yung, bago sila mag-MPL, sila yung top 1 sa amateur. So, na-expect ko na magandang laban yung mabibigay nila and magandang laban yung mangyayari mamaya pag sa
Magandang laban ang inaasahan, magandang laban rin siguro yung kahihinat nandito, Tol. Salamat, Tol, Tol, salamat. Inumin na natin to, Tol. Baka maubos pa. Asters, kaya muna siguro.
Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Joining in, huh?
I just can't. Well, I just need to finish my bottle of water because I really got thirsty because how H2O was so thirsty to get into this match. With all of the experience he went through, the respect is still there. They know who they're up against.
Just a little side comment here. I wonder how he came up with his IG on H2O. Was he just gaming one day and he's like, "There's a bottle of water,"
and he used the word H2O instead of using the word water.
Oh, fun fact: it wasn't even related to water.
Oh,
okay. It's not even. It's literally just H2 because I think that they thought that letters plus numbers equals cool back then. This was legit. And the only reason why there was W and O back then was because they needed at least 3 characters.
For it to accept the name.
Exactly. And it should be pronounced like 2. It's like H2.
H2.
I get it.
It's not even H2O.
Well, how'd you get water? No, I'm joking. We're not going to go there.
Can I get him some water?
I don't have any more. It's gone, bro.
Well, as we discussed more on how H2O humble beginnings started, this is just how we wanted to share on how Wolf witnessed the growth of H2 and also the bantering with Renny J, and it just keeps on going, right? I believe 2 teams are ready to head on stage to show their creative poses for this match.
As they continue to make a mark
Will they finally roar back to scratch out their losses? Let's welcome Nexplay EVOS! They dance with the waves and move with the sea. Will their winning rhythm give their momentum back? Raiders, raise your banners. It's RSG Slate Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Josh. It's NXPE versus RSG Slate Philippines. Who will prevail? I just want to go back on how that entrance went with Nexplay EVOS. What does that mean? I just want to know.
The paper?
Yeah.
I was wondering, does that mean like you guys are paper? Like, you know, I feel like that's something that's like
something along that line.
Something along the lines because in the Philippines they're like, oh, paper, haha.
Yeah.
And it means like you're really squishy, I think.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, I don't know if that's what that meant.
Could be. I was triggered by my history class back in elementary. I don't know if that's the thing. I am not sure. But for the lineup of NXP, I think this is one thing that they're sure about up against RSG Slate Philippines, right? No changes. Still the colored hairs.
Yeah, and also, you know, their confidence that you felt through tearing that small piece of paper.
Yep.
Showing RSG and the world that they're just, pieces of paper for them to tear down.
You.
But they do find wins, and they need more so that they can get into that playoff run.
Okay, so since, with that being said, it's I thought there was something new showing today. I see him back on the on where the players are really holding themselves to wait for the match. But right now, it's still the championship. Well, Southeast Asian Championship lineup.
Well, it's a variation, right, of the roster here that RSG can play with, and specifically too. I mean, they've been doing. I would say they've been doing rather well, right? They had to find their footing throughout the season. They still have plenty of time to do that, but I would say that specifically what they want to do is more or less the same, right? They got the name, the Kingslayers, and you saw earlier, the Kings of the amateur scene was where this roster of NXPE is now. So add it to the list, right? Because we know that they do want to present the best possible solution for both teams, but even looking at the head-to-head here, how's this looking?
Wow, so if you're looking at the heroes that the players have been picking, it's almost similar. But when it comes to the actual priority for Nexplay EVOS and RSG, it's quite different, right? You see Yuzhong, Lolita, and Carry for the Nexplay EVOS side, and Fredrin on the RSG's end when they do want to activate H2 on those utility junglers.
Well, looking at the team head-to-head on the stats, it's mostly NXPE who starts the momentum by the push and objectives. Look at the tower security ratio, right? It's higher than RSG, but mostly there's some of a way that RSG wants to continue their own flavor and gameplay with their kills as mid-game continues, right? There's a lot of stats, right, that we see, but how is Nexplay EVOS ahead by these stats?
Well, I guess you saw coming out from RSG. They are more particular when it comes to their kills, and I think that when we look back at how Nexplay EVOS is playing compared to RSG. Nextplay is playing more actively, faster, while RSG is, they are slower when it comes to those games because they want to farm for Eman, while for Nextplay EVOS, they want to activate their lineup as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Group of us 5, take the objectives.
Methodical, right? RSG Slate Philippines. I just want to point out one thing. Back in Season 9, Coach Panda considered Nextplay EVOS as their kryptonite. That was the old Nextplay EVOS. We only have Yelly Haze right now in the NXPE. Is this a possible way of becoming a kryptonite since they came from a loss? And will this be a good way to them to show that they can bounce back up against the current Kings of C? But now let's find out with our keys to victory on how will this match go in this first day.
This for sure is going to be an objective-based game between NXPE and RSG. Ngayon, para manalo sila, ito ang ating Infinix keys to victory. Now, for Nexplay EVOS, they have to shake things up. Similar pa rin naman to sa mga previous matches ng RSG na ang mga tumatalo sa kanila ay yung mga team na medyo chaotic. Kasi ang sumisira din talaga sa sistema or yung fundamental gameplay is yung mga bagay na unpredictable. Nasabi na ni Coach Panda before na nahihirapan siya sa mga teams na napakahirap i-predict, and ito yung kailangang isipan ng Nexplay EVOS when drafting and actually playing in the game. They have to be really, really unpredictable. Now, for RSG, be aggressive. Disrupt NXPE's timings. Ngayon sila naman yung may bagong flavor dito. Actually, nakita na natin before yung chaotic version ng RSG na nagkakaroon ng aggressive timing sa early game. Yun yung kailangan nilang i-display at ipakita rito sa Nexplay EVOS. With the forefront siguro ni H2, kayang-kaya nilang maglagay ng aggression in the early game para hindi masimulan ng Nexplay EVOS yung kanilang timing at hindi sila makapag-start ng momentum. Now, for both teams, prioritize Doming DR and Eman's comfort. Napaka-importante pa rin talaga ng mga gold laner natin. And for sure, itong dalawang team na to ay tinitignan nila yung matchup ng gold lane kasi alam nila ito yung buhat factor, lalo na pagdating sa late game. Kailangan mo makuha yung better matchup in the gold lane and of course, yung better control pagdating sa late game. So scaling is also going to be important here for RSG and Nexplay EVOS. Napaka-importanteng match. Pero alamin natin kung sino mananalo dito sa laban na to sa pagbabalik ng ating mga casters.
Thank you so much, Midnight, for the keys to victory. Now let's break it down for those 3 keys. One thing that shook the most is the last one. Doming, DR, and Eman. Could this be a gold lane contention?
It could be, but we've also seen previously where Doming has had those dominating games.
Yeah.
But we've also seen it where he's struggled, right? I
Yeah.
mean, he's obviously struggled. So some teams, they took note of that when he did have that, and then they put pressure there, and they worked around it. So another that could be a big factor here, and we talked about this earlier too, is, Ding specifically for NXPE.
Oh, yeah, their combination, Doming and Ding.
Ding.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dom and Ding.
Yeah,
it's like Hobbs and Shaw, right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Hobbs and Shaw.
What we noticed during their wins for Nextplay EVOS is that Doming and Ding both were popping off. Particularly for Ding, he's on to the right targets and making sure that the entire team is comfortable. Doming is getting the farm that he needs and also dealing the damage in team fights because of the peel and the aggression that can come out of Ding.
Well, speaking of Ding, again, looking at the player head-to-head, H2 is going green up against Boyet.
Well, this just kind of paints that picture that we were pretty much painting before we even get to this matchup, right? Specifically, look at, now the one upside that Boyet has on H2O is Lord Kill per game, so they're going to be contesting for that objectives. But going back to the head that we saw, the 2 circles, right, with the percentages, both teams are actually very similar in terms of objective takes, whether it's the turtles, the lords, and everything else. So this could be a challenge in a way for H2O to focus more on securing those rather than, the kills. Or it could work in their favor because we've seen the same thing. If H2O is able to pop off on the jungle, especially Assassin jungle, if he gets his hands on one of those heroes, it can be devastating.
Yeah, we've been talking about how H2 should be playing the Assassins. He was kind of successful with the utility junglers, but that one Hayabusa pick that he did against Balance International was a big outlier. And it was, you notice it. You'll think about it. You'll remember that performance because he was so good at it.
Just imagine unleashing the comfort picks of H2, but will this be their continuous momentum in this draft? Now we have RSG on the first pick. We have the red side with Nexplay EVOS. So now it's the Diggy who's being prioritized, banned in most of the games recently.
I think Diggy's just it's gotten to the point where most teams don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
Which is funny because
I agree.
Diggy has always kind of been there, like in that area where we don't want to deal with it because it's annoying to the poke, the times journey to deal with that. So now I think it's just come to the conclusion of, you know what, let's just ban it out.
Yep.
And not have to deal with it. And actually, surprisingly, even 1-1, what came out for the debut, was it yesterday?
It was
yeah,
yesterday.
yeah, which, you know, was a surprise. So maybe going back to these the keys to victory here, shaking things up, maybe it starts in the draft, right? But so far,
shaking or tearing things up, right?
You know, we'll find out exactly what it means.
Let's see.
Okay, so could be a Fredrin priority once again from RSG. And then you can see the Valentinas, the Faramises going to be banned out. I think you don't want to give the Faramis to Nexplay EVOS. They're a team that also prioritizes that pick.
So, with that being in mind of how would RSG would want to prioritize their first pick, let's see. As we go and check if it's going to be the Fredrin, looking back on the stats of Doming and Emon, it's the Beatrix and the carry
Melissa.
stats, right? So, carry, still a good one as long as you have a good laning aid with your roam and also with your jungler. So with the teams such as RSG, a methodical team in terms of their approach and momentum, could this be a way for them?
I think so. You know, banning out the Melissa for RSG meant that they did understand what Nexplay EVOS wants to do. I mean, we can see like carry maybe the most picked hero for Nexplay EVOS, but what will be the most successful hero when you just look at them? And Melissa is also top of that list. So it kind of tells us that RSG did their homework. At the same time, they don't want to give any comfort to Nexplay EVOS. That meant that Faramis will be opened up. So this could be Fredrin for RSG as their priority pick.
Yeah.
Then you're looking at Nexplay to get their Lapu-Lapu and their Faramis.
Oh, there you go. That's the trade. Could be the trade rather that Nexplay EVOS want to have against RSG. Will it be the EXP or will it, there's a lot of things open right now on the table, right? Faramis, you have the Valentina, you also have the Fredrin, also H2's Hayabusa. But as Wolf mentioned, it could not be the jungle hero that could be prioritized by the Raiders, right?
Yeah.
Unless they unless they decide to just pick up Fredrin and flex it possibly, but again, there's so much on the table here. And another factor that I see both these teams highly contesting is the Lolita pick. We've seen actually Lolita pick up and be such value for any of the teams that do pick that up. And we've seen Light play it a dozen, if not more times, to the point where that is usually a strong component to them winning games, or at least winning the team fights to let them get in that position to win games. So it is the Fredrin, but again, this could actually still be flex. We've seen it happen before. It doesn't necessarily mean 100% he's going in the jungle.
Exactly.
Yeah. You don't want to let it go.
I'll say 70-30.
70-30, okay.
RSGs don't want to let go of this Chad, or Fredrin as we call it in the English desk. So this opens up the Faramis and the Valentina for our Nexplay EVOS or even their marksman, because...
Yeah, I think Faramis Lapu-Lapu still is the bigger opener.
Right.
Maybe the next best thing is the Farsa if you do prioritize it. Instead, they go Valentina and Yu Zhong.
The Ding special.
The Ding special.
The duo. The growing duo of Nexplay EVOS. Okay.
This gives RSG Farsa, access to Farsa or Faramis, and also Kadira that they also love to play on Exort. Maybe the choice here. And of course the Lapu-Lapu, still open, still okay versus the Yu Zhong.
Oh, okay. So with this being in mind, Nexplay EVOS could really just have this draft prepared, whatever it may be the outcome. So right on point, well, it's the Kadita, or will it be the Lapu-Lapu, as you're calling it, that RSG would take?
I guess it's just the comfort, right? And Nats was... Although, I've seen a little bit of a change in trend for RSG. It's like they're last picking the Nats hero nowadays.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that Nats can play so many heroes.
Yeah.
Like Arlott, for example.
Oh, yeah, and we've seen Arlott yesterday. Teams have been using it as one of the great utilities in setup and counter, but what more could you be having a successful way of punishing a team with having an Akai on your hands, especially Nexplay EVOS has it now on their third pick.
Well, like I was saying, you know, when you looked at the breakdown of the stats here, NXPE does love these objective fights. They love securing themselves the objective advantage, basically. And so far, what they have, I mean, just even with the Yuzhong and the Akai alone, they do allow themselves that position, but still they've got to work around the counter plays or even the initiation plays coming out from RSG Slate Philippines.
Yeah.
If they, again, they're in a good position, but look at just having a Cho, just having a Kadita alone will allow you to either burst someone down immediately as if you want to, or even find the setups with the Way of the Dragons, right? So if NXPE can handle those, they should have the advantage so far in those objective fights. Even so, depending on what your Valentina is deciding to take, because you could take the rough waves, you also could take your own Way of the Dragon, just what's on the table right now. So again, going back to the stats specifically and how these two teams play, RSG Slate Philippines will have to actually put in the work to, I feel like, fight NXPE because they love their objectives. And we've seen how successful even Boyet can be in the jungle, stealing lords. He's done it before.
Yeah. And Sakai is one of those heroes that can, will have an easier time than most, just because of the fact that he can hold his ground. He can pop the heavy spin. They're going to be A-okay. And, of course, you have plenty of health to stay in front of the Lord, for example. And this is interesting for me. Nexplay EVOS banning out the Beatrix instead of like other meta gold laners like Carry, for example, which would have been great versus Akai as well as the Yuzhong. Why did they ban it despite them having like Valentina and Yuzhong, two heroes that are great against the Beatrix anyways? The reason is we saw yesterday from Omega's matches that if there is a guaranteed stun, for example, a Way of the Dragon, Beatrix just becomes infinitely better because you can one-shot people when they are locked down. If there's a reliable stun, you definitely have enough time to pop up the Sniper Ultimate, for example, or the Grenade Ultimate. Yeah. So there's a lot of interesting factors here that Nexplay EVOS. Plus, of course, Beatrix is also Emin's favorite. So what I'm just trying to say here is that Nexplay EVOS are respecting the fact that Beatrix could be a good pick despite them having the tools to go up against it.
Do you have the respect, and you also have the possible consequences, because by just thinking of it, the Cho and the Beatrix together, it's like serving up a good dinner to what you need to end the day, right? And with RSG's approach, this is how their momentum starts. And with the final bans of the Raiders, they took out obviously the Ruby and the Carry as a sign of respect also for Nexplay EVOS. So they go with the Claude instead.
What does this leave open then for Emon to take into the gold lane? I mean, there's very few choices for marksman specifically.
How about Brody?
Brody's banned out.
I don't know if they will come back to Earth, though.
I was going to say, yeah, we're down to like...
Oh, right.
Maybe the Moskov?
Oh, Moskov could be good. Since they have an Akai, they have a Yuzhong. You need that knockback, and you need to have that extra security on your... an additional layer to your laning stage.
Unless they go Harith.
Harith is good. And then you combo it up with something like Arlet so that you'll have a solid, I call it, setup. Also, like, a lot of damage.
For nuts, yeah. So, let's see. Yeah, it's a Harith. You call it, boys. It's a Harith for Emon. Up against a Claude. Is this a good option for RSG?
Yeah, all things considered, yes. Just because of the fact that you don't have an actual like hard stun like a Kaja, for example, or a Cho against the Harith. You only have this Akai, but we know that if you have the Purifies, the Harith, you can easily get out of the harm's way of the heavy spin. So it's really a good pickup here, which kind of means that Nexplay EVOS for their roamer, they need a way to lock down this Harith. I wonder what will the choice be. Well, they do have the Valentina to take the Cho, so it could be a choice.
Franco. Nope. Franco. It's a Lolita for Nexplay EVOS. A great way to catch even 3 in team fights. Is this enough? I am seeing like 3 members of Nexplay EVOS heroes more on the tougher on the defense, and which gives the pressure right now for their marksman to use Claude, well, wisely. Yeah, I'm the one voting for Nexplay EVOS for our smart talent predictions.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like you have a record, right? With
Yeah.
your prediction, with your predictions.
Yeah, I hope. I hope. Coming from a loss, I am seeing possible motivation by tearing that paper as they went through the entrance.
tear
Who
the
knows?
paper.
Yeah, because we're in the halfway of the season where teams officially meet one another. Well, and how we predicted, you can also watch out for the Smart Power prediction because at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL S11. So be sure to do that and have the chance to win some goodies brought to you by Smart. How is this matchup going?
Well, I think, we know where you're lying with your predictions here, but based on these two drafts so far, OSX, I think it can be a pretty even game. Now, the big deciding factor for me, though, again, is objectives, right? Because that's why we saw the trends of these two teams, the way they play. And now I do have to say NXPE has the better control there, especially if we've seen it before time and time again. The Lolita Numnon Blasts can wreck teams pretty hard.
Yep. There's a lot of good things that Nexplay EVOS can do when it comes to like a 5v5 engagement. That means that they should be taking the fights like that. They have heavy spin, they have the little ultimate, they have the dragon form, all of their blazing duet. They have very strong zone control. At the same time, you have strong engagement when it comes to 5v5 team fights. And RSG should not be contesting that at all because if you're just looking at their comp, they want to pick off Nexplay EVOS first. They have Kadita as well as the Way of the Dragon. You have Benedetta to kind of control the lane so that you will have a little bit of way to divide Nexplay EVOS. So what we are seeing right now from both teams is that they have separate ways to win the fights, and they should be playing on those conditions first.
Speaking of those winning conditions, this gives us back to keys to victory number 1. Shake things up. So as these two teams could rely on momentum, since we're looking at NXP's composition to effectively work in terms of catch and also counter punish. So this also gives RSG the time to freely utilize, as Wolf mentioned, how they want to make the ganks work, right? But as of now, they're not doing anything, and they just want this possibly the first turtle.
Well, this is what I was talking about, right? The battle for objectives. And NXP is going to go ahead and start it up. Some other members of RSG going to make their way here, too. They definitely want to contest it. Black Dragon form going to come out here. Turtle, 1/4 health. First blood top side, though. And they still go at it. Turtle secured by Boyet here. And can they grab another kill? Looking for Ding. He is quite low. Able to get away for now. Light on the hunt. Flickers in. Gets the Way of the Dragon. Finds the kill. Another falls. H2O now trying to back off here. Can he get away? Goyong eyes are hungry. Finds the kill. It's a bloodbath. Double kill for Navs. Can they get Boyd on top of it? As they do. Triple kill for Navs.
Oh, costly mistake there coming up from Nexplay EVOS. First day, it was very unfortunate for Dominic to lose against the Harith because you don't want to give so much farm to Eman, the Harith. Then eventually, into the turtle fight, it was already looking good for Nexplay EVOS. But then they fought once again, and after the fact that Nats already popped the ultimate, they got a pickup already, they still fought under those conditions, and they allowed Light to find the opening with a flicker ultimate play. So Nexplay EVOS just not choosing the right engagements against RSG.
So they need to wait for the right time to strike if you are the Neon Tigers, because right now Nats starting with a 3-0. Gives him so much time and space to freely rotate and just leave his lane and aid everybody in RSG.
I can't remember if it was also us three at the desk here. The last time we saw an XP laner get a 3-0 early start, it was devastating.
Right? Yeah.
And I believe the hero on that time was the Yu Zhang pick that had that 3-0 lead. So now, what more on a Benedetta with 3-0 at this point in the game, because you get that confidence, I would say, that already Nats is quite known for. So, that is going to be something now that NXPE has to deal with.
I think that was the match of Echo, where Sanford.
Yeah, Sanford, there we go. Yeah,
Sanford got the first momentum of the experience, because something tells me that specific role or lane gives you have the confidence to freely rotate, box out enemies, and give so much way, right, Wolf?
That definitely, and you also have Festival of Blood that's dependent on stacks or assists or kills, and having 3 stacks already, 4 minutes in, that's already a lot of lifesteal that you can get.
Yeah, right now, the battle is going to ensue here. Second turtle of the game. Ding using the Black Dragon form. Gets the flicker out from Light. A little bit of a disengage here. Emon still sitting top side, keeping Domeng there. The fight for the turtle. Still going to unleash your Light, looking for any setup. Also, keep an eye on Goyon.
Just waiting.
There's the kick, the way the Dragon does come out. Exort finding the kill on Ding. Boyet able to secure another objective. Amidst it all, quite a lot of action around the turtle, but slowly but surely, NXPE is finding those objectives they need.
Oh, interesting that Boyet still manages to get the turtle. And no one dying on the side of Nexplay EVOS in that regard meant that they now will recover. Then again, RSG is still leading by 1,000 gold. The fact that Boyet is getting all of these last hits on the turtles, that's good, actually so good for Nexplay EVOS still.
Well, now, on how they want to continue to shake things up, the items on Exort is mostly what gives them chance for the setups, right? This becomes deadly, and this puts NXP to be more focused in their lane. So, could we see a swap from XP lane to from the gold lane? Because from what I see here is, they're trying to, we're seeing Boyet and Goyong mostly rotate, right? And this was the duo that we were trying to watch out for. The one thing that could be the winning condition on the mid game.
Could be, because what Nexplay EVOS is relying upon is all of them together grouping up, and it kind of means that the place that you should be doing as Nexplay EVOS is more focused on farming first, then come your first set of items, you now group up. So that is where Ding and Domeng really flourishes.
Well, flourish for the side of Nexplay EVOS. The gold is with RSG. It's 1.3k, and freely rotating puts Nexplay EVOS to a spot if they will respond or not. Because how will they take control? We might need to check how Domeng is going right now. Right? Domeng up against Emon, and mostly he almost got that kill while they were getting the objective, right? So maybe or slowly they want to feed down something for the gold lane to aid the damage that they need up against RSG.
Well, right now, they just have to actually avoid getting picked off for the most part. Boyet's able to secure this third turtle of the game. That'll be great, but Nas, finding Domeng top side, that was rough. And now they're going to be fighting for this turtle. There's the heavy spin. They get the lockdown. Boyet does it again. Able to secure the third turtle of the game. Can they survive the fight, though? Emon looking for more. It's Exort with another kill. Pushing them back here. Light doesn't care about the turret. And now they're going to go for the resources as well. So NXP able to secure all turtles. But RSG, time after time, finding wins across the map.
No counter kill. Not even chase one. NXP is just really getting the objectives. Woof.
The Nexplay EVOS gets 3 out of 3. Unfortunately, in the chaos that happened, it's still RSG getting so many kills, gets the turtle in the middle, and that's even scoring a kill against Domeng. We're talking about the fact that Nexplay EVOS should be grouping up, should be activating themselves. Having no damage dealer around the Lord, apart from the Sakai and the Valentina, that meant that Nexplay EVOS just can't find any kills. So what I'm trying to say here is, Nexplay EVOS have a clear-cut, one-dimensional way to win team fights, but they're not using it.
Oh, so this is maybe underutilized as of now as they looking at the possible threats. But Light sees another possible capturing another kill here for Nexplay EVOS. So far, they're just rotating together and just getting all the side objectives as well.
I mean, look what's happening here, right? They've got to park Brusco there so that they don't get sandwiched in. They've got Boyet here. They know that there's 4 members of RSG around, but, you know, still, it's so difficult for them to actually get a moment or the space that they need. Meanwhile, Domeng is just trying to farm up as much as possible because he is that winning factor for them in the damage department, right? But look how difficult of a time he's having actually farming against Navs, and that's what I was going back earlier. Navs has full confidence, even before he grabbed that other kill, and so he's able to just park himself wherever he wants.
And that also burned the Purify onto Domeng.
Well, something tells me RSG is playing or seeing the bigger picture up against Nexplay EVOS. They're hungry for objectives. They're hungry to give Doming some way to get his items back. And the pressure of how Nats started right now is becoming a pain for the Neon Tiger. So they're in part of getting that. They have been underutilizing their components or their workforce. But how is this?
Well, they're going to find a way as a Dragon Envoy. He uses the heavy spin. He does survive, though. Ding coming in, trying to find a setup here. There's the stuns. Can they grab up the follow-up? Light quite low, but look at that. What a play. Ding going to fall here. Domang enters from the backside, able to get Exor down. Nat's going to get kicked himself. It's 1 versus 4. Is Nat's confidence enough?
Whoa.
He's still going. Grabs the kill on Domang before falling himself. But the cleanup crew is here. Going down, 3 down, make it another. Brusco can't survive that. Double kill for MN, 4 fall for NXPE.
Woo! Nuts! What a beast! But then H2, and all of his initiations, them turning onto heroes. This time, there's no chance at all for Boy at DR to actually steal the Lord or the neutral objective. And it all started with the initiation coming up from Exort. Eventually was taken out. Then you see Nats go in, just pressuring Doming. Without the Purify, Doming had to back down so much. And the thing is, he tried to go for the outplay with the BMI, but his life still isn't enough yet. He only has got the Trinity items, the attack speed items, but he doesn't have any additional for it. He doesn't have the Wind of Nature so that he can last some of the physical damage coming up from RSG. And that made that Nats was able to outplay him. The thing is, Nats also had a blade armor back then in a dominant side, so there's a lot of ways for him to defend himself against the Claude.
Shaking things up rather than, well, peeling. It's all pressure for RSG. With a lead now up against Nexplay EVOS, they need more damage. As Wolf mentioned, they need more damage for Doming. With a 1-3-1, it's been a difficult time for this Claude to even get for a minion clears or even the waves to get back on their feet. And slowly, RSG just keep tearing the defenses down of Nexplay EVOS, waiting on who's going to go out the base.
Yeah, this is a rough situation to be in, right? I mean, it is only the first Lord of the game here, but also keep an eye on Light. He might press the situation on this Cho where they're just happy to get what they can. Because that's the thing, right? And even Wolf mentioned this. NXP, they've got to buy more time. We're only 12 minutes in the game. They've lost, what, 6 turrets by now? They're 5K gold deficit to work from. And so, because you're lacking so much damage, yeah, you've got great CC, but, you know, Goyang cannot be all that damage you need. And half the time, Goyang's taking the way of the dragon for the most part, right? So it's not exactly there just yet. And as we take a look at the player gold too, you can kind of see where things are sitting here across the board.
Yep, Nat's just having a field day today. 5-1-4. His first death was because he manned up against 4 members of NXPE, and that even resulted to RSG just absolutely winning the fight. So it's not even like a useless death. It's actually a positive death for the side of RSG. And he's dealing so much. Also, the itemization is something you have to take note of. We already mentioned Dominant Size and the Blade Armor, but he also has the Bloodless Axe to go with the Hunter Strike. So he can actually keep on manning up against multiple members of Nexplay EVOS. The only real threat is the magic damage that can come out from Goyong, but Goyong isn't even into that threshold yet. Only 1 full item apart from the Clock of Destiny. That's the Lightning Truncheon. I mean, Clock of Destiny doesn't really, you know, it's not counted as an actual damage dealing item.
It's scaling attributes.
It's scaling more than scaling attributes, but I guess what I'm trying to say here is there's really no way to kill Nats unless Nats makes a crucial mistake or if he sacrifices himself for 4.
Oh, okay. So those could be the possible way of NXP could strike back. The window of mistakes of RSG can make, but on how punishing the stats and damage of the Raiders can be up against Nexplay EVOS, as looking at those items on the Neon Tigers, there were a few who had the most defense items. That's what they need right now, to hold time. And as I look and pace myself right now, RSG continues to box out enemies here, and they just keep baiting out NXP to just make the mistake over and over again.
Well, that's the thing. They're just going to park Nav's bottom lane, right? They're confident enough. That's showing that they're confident enough to not need Navs here. They're willing to go on this Lord dance here with NXPE. And you can see, too, as he puts pressure on the bottom side, it might force NXPE to respond to that. So they lose that numbers advantage, and right now the pick advantage is RSG with their composition.
And also, look at that. Nats is just down bottom, pushing, clearing. Oh, Light Guy just won.
Yeah, Light's going to get the kickoff, but the BMI is there, so going to be just fine. They do get the Way of the Dragon off, but, you know, that's why. There goes the Lord. It's going to reset for now, but speaking of damage, like you were saying, Wolf, you saw it. Divine Glaive just picked up by
Is it
Goa.
enough?
That might be enough here. They're going to give it a go. Ding with the Black Dragon form. They're going to push RSG back a little bit. Naz might be making his way down. H2O going to be in trouble here. Gets backed off. The stun is there. Emon with the Zom and the Force. They might be looking for a kill themselves. Flicker from Brusco. A lot of resources from both teams. There's Naz with the Electro final blow. Can they grab the Lord? It's Emon that grabs it. But can they stay alive? Emon going to be in trouble. Immortality gets popped. They're looking to clap back here. Emon on the run. The shield is enough for now. Able to grab a kill before he goes down. Now it's H2O and Naz versus 3.
Whoa.
They're still going. Going to push Domeng and Goyong back here. And they secured the Lord. RSG now marching towards the base.
That will be the perfect scenario for NXPE EVOS. They already poked H2 so low. Fredrin, the jungler from RSG, is not available in that fight, yet they still didn't win the Retribution battle. It wasn't even a Retribution battle, it's just a Synchro Vision coming out from Emin.
Just
I
hell.
got it.
Oh.
That is such a crucial misplay from NXPE EVOS. Imagine like winning the turtle fights. Time and time again, 3 out of 3, you're stealing it. But during the fight that mattered, during the second Lord where you already took out H2, not getting it is a crucial mistake from NXPE EVOS.
Not just that, also H2 could sustain those damage and become, well, a meat, a defense absorber.
He's a meat shield.
A meat shield, as you say back in our matches. He just can completely destruct everybody in NXPE EVOS, and this is not really looking good on how they want to bounce back, because on a 4K gold lead, just by looking at the items, we have Nats and Emon leading the gold, but we also are seeing some shed of silver lining for Domeng. Is this enough, Wolf?
They need more. I believe that they will have to... Oh, already, you have the Athena Shield onto the Claw. This could be enough. But you need another damage item. Well, instead of a full damage build from Goyong, he went for the Winter Transient. I guess that's needed as well. And ding, 0 and 4 on this Yu Zhong. The thing is, if you don't have enough snowball potential as the Yu Zhong, even when you pop your ultimate during the late game team fights, your enemies can just trickle you down from 100 to 0 just because of the fact that you're squishy in many regards. So I think that if you're asking me if this will be enough, it will be if Ding eventually finds items.
Okay, they get the kickoff. They're going to be just fine, though. They also get the heavy spin. This could be bad. Electro Final Blow going to come out. Naz again leading the charge here. There's the rough waves. No one going to go down just yet. Ding's still able to survive against it all. Everybody quite low here. They've got to back it off. And again, Naz making play after play with that massive lead that he had in the early game.
Man, Naz is just a beast today. I wonder what he got for breakfast, whatever his coffee is, but because
you want me to talk about the breakfast?
They they initiated with a different set from RSG. Then eventually, it was after the heavy spin was committed. You have the Electro Final Blow and Petrify combo, hitting onto 2 and dealing enough damage. That's such a massive play. And now they're bursting down the Lord.
Yeah, they're going to put the pressure here. Conceal was used as well. Light taking quite a bit of damage. Noon on Blast going to line up. They do find H2O, but also on the backside, they're going to keep out for Navs. His eyes are set on Domeng, but he might be out of position here. It looks like he's just going to try to get some attention. He gets locked down finally. Nats is going to possibly fall here, trying to buy some time. As he gets shut down, Domeng is now online here. The question was, is it enough? And it looks like NXPE is. They've whittled the gold lead to pretty much 0 after being down for the majority of the game, 5K. Ding taking a lap because he's feeling good about NXPE right now.
Well, comeback NXPE. We're talking about Nats and Eman being top of the charts of having the damage in the side of Nexplay EVOS. Now, as they possibly wait, I say also look for the avenues on how they wanted to come back, since you guys mentioned that they can be squishy as of now. It's all about isolation for Nexplay EVOS and talking about being a tank jungler. ranking first in team damage in this game.
What just happened?
A lot.
Here's the thing, right? There was a lot of isolation that NXPE was able to do, and the most important isolation that they did was onto Eman. When Doming finally found the opening onto the backlines, there was nothing to protect Eman. There was no one to protect Eman, I mean, because Light was already very low. So the thing is, Nexplay EVOS hit the right target first, and that was the protector, Light. Him being poked down to, 10% HP meant that he had to get out of the fight, which also meant that Eman wasn't protected at all. Nats would have been the second protector, but he was pushing the bottom lane. And when he dipped back to the fight, Boyet was already alive, and he was caught in the heavy spit. And Nexplay EVOS just found the perfect scenario.
Perfect scenario. Well, it's Doming's damage right now, combining everything that they have in Nexplay EVOS. Look at that. Tearing down the last tier turret up top.
The tables have turned. They find Eman again. Immortality going to be popped. There's the Nomen on blast. It's a mega kill for Domeng. Still now looking for Light. He's going to try to run for their lives here. Lord finally going to get taken down. NXPE, though, cracking the base of RSG and now manage a 4K lead themselves.
In a blink. Nexplay EVOS is turning tables. Loss from early game to mid game. As we all seen, time is what they needed. And items, how is this now looking for Nexplay EVOS?
Okay. I think this is doable for both teams, to be honest. The fact that Eman didn't have the immortality anymore, that's a big problem. Light isolated.
It looks like NXP is just going to be going for the end here. Domeng, you can't stop him. One hit away. Can they do it? NXPE, they take game one. RSG Slate lets it out of their hands.
Calm and collected. This is how they want their determination to grow. Game number one. Look at that. We're talking about how underutilized the skill set was, and that was the time to use everything.
Wow.
Wow.
We
That's
were
three. That's
shocked,
three. Wow.
shooked, as the kids say nowadays.
That's right.
We say that.
Hey, Butters is 19, so he probably says that.
Yeah, he probably says that.
19.
Woo.
When is your birthday, Wolf?
May 13th.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, I hate...
of every year, by the way.
I love it.
This is how shooked we are, guys.
I want to throw something to the man of numbers here.
Okay.
Again, going to the head-to-head that we saw earlier, this is why I feel like it was so important to point out the fact that objectively, NXPE knows how to play and win those objectives.
That's right.
You know, and yeah, there's a lot of aggression and kills and whatnot from RSG Slate Philippines, but man, the objective is the name of the game, it seems like, especially for NXPE.
And I guess that they also decided to change it up during the last Lord.
Yeah.
Instead of like pushing out RSG, they want to gamble around the Lord area, just depend on their skills with the Retribution. They hammered down RSG with a lot of hero damage first. Then when they found the opening onto the Eman, it was the gold mine that they were able to just crack open. What's that?
Yeah, just
a nutcracker.
They tore the paper, man.
They tore the paper.
Okay, not peanuts, but maybe it's paper. Now we have a lot of things to break down. Yeah, but we will leave it up to Wolf on what happened in game number one. Take it away.
This is again one of those difficult times where you have to. I already took a lot of notes about what RSG was doing correctly, but then eventually Nexplay EVOS took it away from them, as they did. They did lose a lot during those team fights in the late game. But what they did correctly, the first few stages of the game, was just RSG just making sure that they are playing the pickoff game, the isolation game against Nexplay EVOS, and that was started by Nats. Only dying twice in this game, but those were the last that was very crucial. But you cannot erase the fact that RSG was riding off of the momentum that Nats was playing around with. He managed to get a lot of kills in the early stages and managed to also itemize properly against the hero composition of Nexplay EVOS. Now comes the bigger question. What was the bigger problem for RSG? Well, despite them winning the early stages of the game, they did not get any turtles. And in fact, Nexplay EVOS got the last Lord of the game after them outplaying RSG Philippines. You'll understand why RSG fought in that last Lord fight, just because the fact that Boyd is away from Nexplay EVOS. The idea for Nexplay EVOS is that they fought 4v1 against RSG. We are going to see it through the highlights for sure later on. And they will just have to shake it off as a big mistake because it is just what it is. They were playing it correctly. They were losing the turtle fights, unfortunately. So that is one thing that H2 might be thinking about. Maybe he was under a lot of pressure from facing his former team. But that also was felt during the entire game where H2 wasn't having the time of his life. He wasn't really having a great game in this game number 1. It's also because of Nexplay EVOS forcing that matter. We saw that Nexplay EVOS eventually found a victory, but they weren't in control of the first few minutes. In fact, until the late game. And this guy, the MVP, is not even having a good game at all. He lost the fight against Eman during the laning stage, eventually got picked off by Nats in, the third turtle of the game or the second turtle of the game. He was out 0-2 and not having the best time of his life. He's not even winning against Nats in the mid-game team fights. But eventually, he found the opening in the last Lord fight where he was able to get a kill onto Eman. So how that started, we will see that for the highlights for sure. But one thing that I want to take note of is that Nexplay EVOS in the last few team fights, they have found the right targets to go on first. We were talking about how they are in an engaged composition. Meaning you say that they have to group up together and that they have to team fight as 5. So during the last Lord fight, we saw that they have found the opening onto Eman when they fought light first. So what they did was to take out the protector of their gold laner, of their damage dealer, then eventually found the kill onto Eman. Well, let's look at the highlights brought to us by Smart and see how RSG was able to control every single thing in the early stages of the game, except the turtles. For some reason, they win the fights, but they lose the turtle when it comes to those last hits. But that didn't matter as they still amassed a massive lead against Nexplay EVOS, and they were winning the correct team fights. They're shutting down Ding, and already a big -1 onto the composition of Nexplay EVOS. Lord fights happened. Nats, again with his brilliance, finding Doming under duress of Nexplay EVOS just because the fact that he has Blade Armor and Dominance Ice during that team fight. Then eventually it was RSG getting the proper trades afterwards. So what went wrong for Nexplay EVOS? Here, for RSG, I mean, Nexplay EVOS, they didn't even get the Lord in this fight. They will eventually lose it after zoning out H2 already, putting him very low, forcing him to go back down, and then Nats makes a big play again onto Boy DR, who's not available in this fight. Look at that Dominion Blast and isolating Exhort and Eman. There was no one protecting Eman in that fight, and then eventually they found him again. No protector as Light just respawned back, and they found the opening. Look at Doming just prioritizing. The kick was great, but Boyet and Brusco already in front of the base building, and that's how they managed to win. Again, the side of RSG, they're already getting everything that they needed. They already disrupted Nexplay EVOS' timing, but unfortunately, Nexplay EVOS, for lack of a better term here, they shook things up. Shooked.
I see what you did there.
Okay.
Yes.
I see it. We see it. Shook. That's SHOOKT.
Yes. Shooked.
Yeah.
As we are today.
Can I point something out from the highlights, though? That I was kind of scratching my head when I saw it.
What was it?
Why did Emon decide to use the Zaman Force on that Lord when they were trying to? I guess they were just trying to do it as fast as possible, but without that, and then he got out of place, and then he got shut down by Doming. You know, that was my question. Is like, what's going on there?
How?
I guess they because of the fact that Boyet was already down, right? He was the Akai, which was the retribution holder. Normally, if you just pick off your enemy jungler, teams will just resolve to the term is burst the Lord, and by bursting the Lord, it meant that you go all in. You use your Farce ultimate, for example. You use your Blazing, you use your Lunox ultimate. In this case, you use the Zaman Force. But yeah, unfortunately, Nexplay EVOS read through that, and there was nothing that they could do afterwards.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't even think he had the Purify. I'm not sure if he used
had
it
the
there.
Purify, but that cannot save you from a Claude, right?
Yeah. It wasn't enough even, right?
I guess the real problem was that Light was poked down.
Yeah,
Like,
he was super
he
low.
was super low. So even when he didn't die, it would have been better if he just canceled the Blazing Duet. Like, you can die, but you use your knock up, your Jeet Kune Do to cancel the Blazing Duet. For then, maybe there was nothing that can take out Emma, because not having the Blazing Duet meant that you cannot kill the Hyatt.
Yeah, as we are shocked in that game, you can experience being shocked here in Makati. Experience MPL Philippines Season 11 live at the Shooting Gallery Studios in Makati. So visit and get your tickets at tickettome.com to reserve your seat. Because right now, as we trying to break down what happened in game number 1, it's how RSG managed to hold the rope, right? From what I've seen, Nexplay EVOS has these switches, and okay, just take the Lord, take this, take that, wait for the right time, and then we strike. Where's they depleting out resources, mostly on Light? Because if he can't make that combo work, I see some go time in Nexplay EVOS.
Could be.
Because Isolation was the
it's a great point.
name of RSG, right?
Yeah, it was, because they wanted to pick people off, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they had to do. We knew that going into the game. But even with that as your pretty much game plan, the fact again that Navs had that 3-0 lead, it allows you to even do that with more confidence, right?
Yeah.
But again, man, NXPE just did it beautifully. Like the way that they responded to it, even if they were down. Imagine again, majority of the game they were down 5,000 gold, something like that, and then with the, I don't want to say on the complete shoulders of the jungle prowess there for objective gameplay. Again, we saw that in the breakdown.
Yeah.
They were able to crawl back into the game, and also some from some mistakes that RSG Slate Philippines made. So this is something that also speaks of how well trained these amateur teams are in this country. To the point where they're coming into the MPL, and again, they had to kind of find their footing here and there. But still, the fact that they're showing this kind of strength when it comes to objectives, when it comes to even if it is an aggressive pick-off type style of composition, they can do it. So, NXP specifically, coming from that far behind, you got to respect that.
Yeah. If NXP sees his mindset, if they can do it, well, we can do it as well. HO respected the fact that they were climbing there to the top with this mentality to get them right where they are right now, and getting a chance up against the current Kings of C.
Yeah.
Well, this is something that can keep going on as they want to continue this game, because Nexplay EVOS right now, so they have their switches in terms of they have a fail-safe button.
Yeah.
And if everything else comes to a close. But for RSG, do they have that? Do they have that in their play style?
I think so. For sure that they are under a great coaching staff. They have a lot of experience. H2 is also bred in that kind of environment. And you have Exhort, you have Nats as well. I guess that they will just have to shrug it off. And remember that game, that it wasn't really them playing badly. In fact, they were playing everything correctly. It's just that maybe in their overconfidence, in the fact that they are leading by so much, they know that they had it in the bag anyways. Maybe that's why they felt overcomfortable in that game. And if you look back to that game, number 1, and just speak to your teammates and say, we just made a mistake. Let's just not do it again. Let's just do as we have been doing. Let's just win the games back to back. It could be easy for them to come back for sure.
Come back, reset in the midst of chaos. Will RSG make it to game number 3? Let's see how this draft goes. They're on the blue side again, and Nexplay is on the red side. Still, since H2O did the Fredrin, I'm expecting something different. I'm expecting something aggressive, something assassin.
If they wanted to, though, they could, like Wolf said, they could actually just go with the same draft. Game-wise, they didn't have that many problems, but again, you want to be able to contest those objectives a little bit better, because even when they gave up the 3 turtles, technically, like they were still playing around that early lead that they had. So if something does change here, maybe it's an assassin hero in the hands of H2O. Maybe that is the thing that shakes things up a little bit.
Could be.
Then he can play that aggressive style that he wants to, and you see how that unfolds from there. But, still, I do think that NXPE specifically has an answer for whatever is going to be thrown at them. It's just who gets that early kind of snowball effect going for them.
Yeah. So that means Fredrin should again be the priority for RSG, and then the Valentina. So the last game it was a Melissa third ban for RSG Slate Philippines. Well, for Nexplay it it was the glue that they last banned. So I think that the Fredrin still is going to be open. But as Mr. Naisu himself said, maybe it could be a flex pick now. Just give it to Nats. Although, do you imagine Nats with the Fredrin? I mean, we are so entertained.
Since Nats uses it, right? So there's a lot of flexibility that RSG can use up against Nexplay EVOS as they read through the minds on how this game 2 will work. So they take out the Kaja. They don't want that isolation. They don't want disruptive force and a high. That's a respect.
I feel like that's RSG being like, man, we are tired of dealing with this heavy spin.
Please.
Because a lot of the times, yeah, it was used really well, whether it was to zone out or just to lock down, especially even at the end there when we saw it lock down now specifically. So, but there's the similar ban that we saw previously. The glue is going to be taken out here. So let's see. Does the Fred get picked up first pick for RSG?
Ooh, that's the answer. That's a question, rather, of the Raiders. Well, hovering on the screen.
Yeah, could be the answer.
Could be the answer. Utility
starts
jungler?
with the Fred, ends with the Rin. That's how they want to do it.
He is number 1 picked, right? Like, I mean, hero overall in the season.
I think, yeah, I think so. Like, at least top contested.
Yeah.
No, top contested is 1-1, actually.
42 times picked.
Well,
okay, 98%.
As his
quite
voice,
a few.
Yeah. As his voiceover goes, you see value in me? You should. Well,
you see what? What's his voice line?
You see value in me.
Value.
Yeah.
Wow.
I see value in you, Francis.
Well, I see value in you, Francis.
I see value in our friendship, like 2 of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And yes. Now they get their hands on the choke. The
So
pickoff.
I think they take the Melissa and perhaps the Kadida. Or Farsa Melissa, I think.
Yeah, I think you take the Farsa. Well, I mean, if you're going to take the Farsa, you know you're going to be playing against, right, Valentina's taking it from you. But so far, in a way, it's kind of like, okay, well, NXP is like, well, we'll play the pickoff game now, right? But that's the thing. What is going to be that pace setter, I feel like, for NXPE? The Yuzhong is still even open.
The Farsa is a good option. You know, there's a Cho, there's a Valentina.
Farsa Yuzhong?
Yeah, the AoE space and burst, as we all talk about it. Yeah, they have the Melissa and the Farsa. Oh, you called it. Wolf,
Got him.
You're a seer.
Got him.
And that's how they want to play it. Burst AoE, you have a Melissa. Well, this is RG setting up for the first 3 picks. They're going with the Claude again.
Okay.
For Nexplay EVOS.
Yep.
Okay.
Don't change what's not broken. Doming wasn't that dominating in the previous game.
Yeah.
But he did pick up the slack and he gathered himself. He rose from the ashes of the early game and the mid game and he got the MVP. So
wow.
There's a lot of respect in there too.
Yeah, there's a lot of, fortitude for Doming because imagine, beginning of the game, last game, you died solo to Emon.
Exactly.
Then you died solo to Nats.
That's nuts.
And then you end up coming back from a huge deficit.
Yep.
You know, so that to me is just fortitude for Doming, right?
Yep.
And so he goes and locks in the Claude here. The only thing, too, that kind of bothers me, specifically with the Melissa pick,
what?
Is you are most likely going to be dealing with a copied IMU Feathered Airstrike, right? So you kind of have to work around that. But not only that, placement is even more crucial. Yeah, you got the Melissa ultimate and everything, but still, the fact that Domen can literally do exactly what's was that Salt Poppy? Hey, by the way, he's in the Philippines, so I had to take a second look.
Yeah. I was shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What an icebreaker. Good job, man. Yeah,
but yeah, closing it, I'm just worried about the Melissa.
Yeah. So it's just the same thing. And Nexplay EVOS is like playing, we have a Valentina. What are you going to do? With the amount of magic bursts that they can copy, I see they need more something to hold them back in the front line.
Yep. Which means that they will resolve to maybe a Lolita as their roamer. Kind of makes me think that Nexplay EVOS needs to plan that out. So one way to deal with the Valentina is you overload them with good ultimates.
Ooh, yeah.
So you don't know what to pick. So I think could be Atlas or Lolita as the last set of picks for RSG. Or maybe even a Ruby that rocks a tenacity so that you can last up against your opponents. Like really stay in front.
Ruby with tenacity.
Yeah, those are two good options for RSG. We've seen Light perform on that Lolita. He's a one scary dude. Just imagine coming up from places that you don't see coming. That's how he played. But with the lineup of Nexplay EVOS, there's a lot of possible evade that they can do. So that answers up the lockdown that they need if they want to do the isolation game again. And this falls down on how want their macro play to work. They ban out the Lapu-Lapu, they ban out the Yuzong. XP lane, they have eyes on the XP laner of Nexplay EVOS right now.
Yep. I think you last picked the Martis. Oh, you considered the Martis here for Nexplay EVOS, as it will be decent versus the Fredrin, and there's a lot of like opening for you. You need an XP lane now though for Nexplay EVOS. I think you snagged the Benedetta. You don't want to give it to RSG. It still is a good pick.
So you don't want to give it to him.
Yeah.
He's ready for it.
Yeah, I don't want to give it to him.
There you go.
Okay, Benedetta, he took something out of RSG in the hands of him, of Knots.
I guess the only hero left for you for Nats could be the Arlet. But there's the consideration of the Terizla as well.
Oh, right.
Could be a choice.
You know what we've seen, the combination, though, that works really well, is actually the Arlot and the Lolita combination.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arlolita.
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 Yeah, Arlo. I think they're related.
I think it's perfect.
You think they're related?
Could be, yeah. You have spears and she has an hammer.
I was going to say they look completely different.
Yeah.
Oh, and I don't know, maybe third cousin, maybe? I don't know. We're just thinking, could this be the option? Oh, yes,
Ruby.
you is. It's the Arlet.
We did,
you boys did it
So
again.
this is Martis, all right. If I cash this in,
you win.
I win.
You win.
I
What do you
predicted
win?
7 out of 10.
Put that
right?
in the wolf counter.
Let's go, Martis. Give me the 70%.
Come on.
Give me the 70% next play.
Give Wolf the 70% prediction.
First on the list,
possibility.
Martis. Second is the Barretts. That's the only two options here for next play.
Give it to Wolf. You have 17 seconds. Pressure is on you. Nexplay EVOS.
Everybody's sitting at the edge of their seat at home, eating their popcorn, their snacks.
Are they doing? Oh!
Oh my goodness!
Wolf! You the man.
You don't see me when I'm standing.
But he is
Got
standing
it.
right now.
Everybody at home, got him!
Got him!
Wolf got him!
Wolf! Man, the brain
Let's
of this
go.
analyst.
If only
We're
you guys
so
could
blessed.
feel the
I'm
aura
even
of the best
shocked
analyst.
again,
Yeah, even if you could only feel the aura of the best analyst next
Yeah.
to me, Francis.
Yeah, right. If only I could sit beside you closer.
Do you feel the caffeine aura that's
Yeah.
exuding from me?
It's kicking in. And Wolf on
Caffeine and acid.
70% prediction.
That's the cost of predicting and being good at Mobile Legends.
Well-
Caffeine dependence and hyperacidity.
I was going to say caffeine and acid. What?
No, not that acid.
No.
I say acid in your tummy.
That's masterclass for
Nice.
Wolf.
Nice is just broken, man.
I'm broken.
Yeah, man, needs to be fixed.
Oh, man.
Game number 2. Nexplay EVOS in RSG. If you want to be trained with one of the master classes, to give one of the master classes in the league, that's Wolf. 70% and climbing. Who has the higher edge in this matchup?
The edge here is, I mean, honestly, I want to ask Wolf. He's predicted it, so I
Yeah.
want to know, prediction-wise, Wolf, before we break the
Yeah,
game.
take
even
5
further.
minutes of your time.
I think late game belongs to Nexplay EVOS. I think RSG has great early game and great team fight. The deal breaker is Boyet needs to be activated this game.
Oh, Eman.
Right now, Brusco's activating in the first blood here. So that is already a good start for NXPE with the lineup that they have.
Yeah, we're talking about Boyet, right? So is it coverage, right? Coverage, aggressiveness? How do you want to deal with this with up against H2O? With this final prediction that Wolf made, does this give a big difference for Nexplay EVOS?
Yes, only if he plays it accordingly. So how do you play it accordingly? You have to be very fast. Make sure that you get the turtles. He was doing great with the Akai. Let's see him do better when it comes to getting all those turtles as the Martis. So the difference that it can make is that it can also take out and pressure Exhort as well as the Ferrin. So tanky and squishy heroes, they should be pressured by Martis nonetheless.
Okay, so objective could be the name of the game again for Nexplay EVOS, because from what I'm seeing, you have a knockup from Brusco, you have a knockup again for Boyet, so this gives a way for them to zone out RSG, to be near and deal damage to the first turtle. Just right now, H-Tro is the only one here who can be ready for a retribution battle, but NXPE has his eyes on the first objective. Will they be successful in getting this?
Oh, fight for it. Lots there, overlaid on top of each other. Boyet, though, another kill going out here. 2 in the hands of NXPE. Turtle's still up. That was a nice attempt too, but still, Ding with a great electro-final blow in the Petrify combination just set up NXPE there for a successful, dominating take.
Wolf, what happened?
What was that? Look at that. Alley-oop coming up from Brusco, delivering a hero to Boyet. And then eventually, after the Astura's Wrath was committed, he actually slapped, 3 members of RSG. Then, final slash coming up from Nats, also connecting on the 3. However, Goyong with the stolen feathered airstrike also allowed for Nexplay to deal more damage, and Boyet was able to secure 2 kills afterwards.
Oh, look at that.
The hands of Brusco, man.
This Cho.
Yeah, and 2 kills in his hands already? You're not expecting this usually of, your Rome, but this is already a great start here for NXPE.
So we were trying to look on the problem of having an AoE burst. That's the Farsa. Having the Valentina on the side of Nexplay EVOS gives pressure even for the gold line right now, forcing Exhort to even check on what's happening, on how is Eman doing. So since coverage is concerned, or how this Martis or Boyet could be more efficient, I think there's a lot of space that they're doing right now.
It's a lot of gold even that they were able to convert out of it. We're having 4 kills and then a turtle fight, 2.1k. And you can see Ding.
Dong.
What? What? Yeah, Ding. I mean, the Benedetta with 3 assists this time. Back in game number 1, it was 3 kills for Nats. But 3 assists is still pretty good for Benedetta, having a lot of stacks in the Festival of Blood.
Oh, well, Ding able to get out of that one just fine. And, that's the thing, too, right? If my biggest question all the time whenever Arlot is picked in is, what is that value? Yes, Fredrin has the line, about his value, but what about Arlot, right? We've seen, I feel like it's almost been, I'm not sure if it's a 50-50 so far with the way that he's been picked, but a lot of times I feel like he needs the right environment or setup to really shine, especially with this kit.
Yeah, is he becoming more effective? Because most of the teams chose for the last pick, but second turtle is up.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting for it. H2O able to grab that one. That was a nice setup there. There's the feathered airstrike. They're caught in a bad situation. Light's going to fall here, though. They're still going for it. The chase ensues. Exhort could be in trouble. Gets the stun off. Ding, though. There's Navs. He's going to go in. And can he grab the kill? He can't. Unfortunate here for RSG, able to clean up those kills. They do get a flicker out, though, and they're just going to back off for now.
Oh, had it been that RSG got a kill afterwards, they would have really cut down the deficit. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. But they did take the turtle, though. Finally, H2 gets a turtle in this series. But how about that? You saw the stolen final slash coming out from Goyong. It's not stolen, copied. Why do I always say stolen? It's copied. A copied ultimate coming out from Goyong. It's a final slash, sending up for Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah.
It was?
That's kind of like,
almost the same. But Nexplay EVOS gets 1 kill. And then, now pressuring bottom lane. So they're getting so much value in the early stages here.
Well, you guys mentioned the power spike of Nexplay EVOS could be in the late game. So they're moving that possibility on the first 6 minutes of the game. So with this, how is RSG going to play it? Defensively or isolate more?
Right now, if you're noticing it, I mean, RSG is trying to find picks where they can, right? And a lot of the times, unfortunately for them, it's against Ding. And when Ding is playing this Benedetta, obviously a lot of times he's able to escape. He's able to get away. But we see a lot of those attempts there because I feel like at this point for RSG, they need to build up from this lead that they're working against. Now it's their turn to hopefully have a comeback for themselves, right? But right now, it's very difficult so far with this momentum, this pace that has been set by NXPE.
Yeah. Their goal was to really shut down this Martis, make sure that it's not working as intended. But unfortunately, it was. Like, you saw that if there will be chains of kills that will be started by the Decimate, you just have so much team fight control afterwards. And Boyet was really clutch during the first turtle fight where he was put very low, but eventually he popped one kill and then one after the other, getting so much assists. He is 2-0-1 as of this moment, and he already has the Molten Essence, so he's going to be able to tank up. And if you're looking from the damage sources for RSG, you will look at both the Fars as well as the Melissa. So far, Melissa has been farming. Eman needs more farm anyways. And Exhort has been forced to use his ultimate in disadvantageous timings for RSG.
Well, timings, they need to save those ultimates in the right moment if RSG wants to fight back, because I want to check up on how their defensive items work, because we're seeing damage even from Brusco, from Boyd, even from Ding. The coverage of damage right now is of NXPE really can pressure RSG to even to fall back or even to fight back. So do they not need to keep on answering these team fights or just play it safe?
Well, I think right now, both these teams don't want to play it safe, right? NXP East wants to keep pushing the pressure where it is, and RSG has to work around that.
Is this workaround working for RSG? Because now Boyd got his hands.
Oh.
But
okay, he's able to secure it, but now Ding on the run should be able to get away from this. Doesn't have the luck of final blow, but there it is. NXP, they grab the objective, and RSG able to grab it.
Wow. Retribution battle is on.
Retribution battles.
And I believe that they will be able to push the bottom lanes. This is amazing for RSG. You saw that only one hero, that was the Martis. Only the Martis was able to hold on to the turtle. Now, you see Ding trying to get into the fight, but interesting choice of pathing coming up from RSG. Instead of making the beeline towards Boyet, they completely wrapped around and they were away from the, all those damage from NXPE.
Yeah, so they're able to grab a kill here. And this is what we were talking about, right? RSG, they have to find moments where they can crawl back into this game. So far, so good.
Well, dividing and isolating is what they're doing right now. Raider sees the potential. I believe now the damage is really showing into the mid game because we have Exhort, we have Eman. So far, this is the one problem that this could be the hurdle of Nexplay EVOS. If they're not moving as a unit, this becomes a problem because there's a lot of grab and go and burst right now. Look at the player gold. Doming is on top of the charts, but 3 people are climbing as well.
Yep. By the way, we did talk about the tenacity Ruby, and he's actually rocking it this time.
Yep.
It's going to be very important against Nexplay.
Yeah, I don't think Brusco's going to escape this one. A lot of CC actually. Wait. Okay, he does. Surprisingly, Doming was there to help him, but now Doming's going to get caught. The foresight there. Able to grab Doming here on top side now. It's another turnaround. Nafs going 1 versus 3 for as long as he can, but can't go long enough. He falls.
Cornered, but the trade of 1-1 continues, and this gives RG to push, but NXPE has the upper hand here.
H2O and Light here. They do get the tier 1 turret. They should be tanky enough. They do survive, despite it look like an initiation from NXPE. So for both teams, cross-map plays. They're finding objectives, finding some kills here to set themselves up for that Lord fight.
You're trading.
I think the trades favored RSG better. They lost, RSG lost their top lane turret, but getting the mid lane turret was massive. And they also stole one of the purple buffs for Nexplay EVOS. Surely, you can argue that Nexplay EVOS are having more gold, but RSG, when it comes to map control and the value that they're getting out, that was actually better for them. And now they're controlling the Lord. H2, because of the kills that they was able to get, and of course the stolen jungle creeps, is now a level ahead of Boyet DR, which means that they will have the better chance at taking this retribution battle.
Well, let's see how Nexplay EVOS would want to clear their lanes first, because there's a possibility of splitting the power of their lineup right now. But H2 and Boyet is on with the dance with the Lord. as well as Nats and Ding are looking over for a possible split in the mid. They're checking all the corners correctly. Nobody's taking the chance here. Oh, they're feeling it. They're feeling H2O is beating everybody in NXPE right now.
I think they're just trying to get any advantage they can in this pretty much team fight, but neither team's going to fall for it, right?
Yep.
You have pretty much everybody. Oh, look at the mid lane, though. They did find Ding. He did not know you had 3 members there of RSG. They pulled the go signal, so now they've got the numbers advantage. Ding was literally sitting there trying to put pressure mid lane, possibly even getting that tier 1, and now they got a deal. Domain coming in here with the blazing duet. Can they grab the kill on top of it? He's going to get chased back. Emon does fall. Lord's still going to be worked on. It's secured by H2O. Emon and Exor are down. They're finding some more. Boyd on the run. He's going to get taunted. Killing spree for H2O. Another's going to fall here. Now going on the run. Navs and Light here. It's way too much CC.
Ding.
Now here comes Ding. Can he make it in time? Left quite low. Goyong, though, able to get a triple. And now it's Nats and Ding. And they decide, you know what, that's enough bloodshed. Let's back off for now.
Peace treaty. But of course, Nats. What a wonderful play. All right, so you saw RSG getting a pickup in the middle. Just Ding taken out. A very, very important play that we saw from there. Then there was a fight. Eman was seen by the side of Nexplay EVOS. Him jumping, already committing his jump, and knowing that that's quite a long cooldown on the Melissa, even in the late game.
Yep.
Doming just, pulled the trigger. He popped the ultimate. He knows that he can deal well even through the go away because he's a range hero anyways. And he had the help of his teammate Boyet. That's the reason why they were able to find him. Then eventually there was a fight that broke out because of that. H2 and the gang, they decided to fight after the Lord was taken out.
Yeah.
But they suffered some of the losses. Doming had to fight afterwards when he was very low. That's why he was taken out anyways. If they had been more careful about the decisions they're making, taking out Eman was already good for Nexplay EVOS. They still managed to go for an even trade-off, but the fact that it was Nats who stayed alive last meant that there is a lot of positives here for RSG. And they had one-man advantage and the Lord.
And the Valentina was just waiting on the corner. They're waiting for the right moment, and she was lacking the ultimate that they need to burst everybody down. That was 3. And that was a good call, but it was too late. There was a lot of 4 people down on both sides.
Just a lot of bloodshed for that that Lord take. I mean, a lot of people, I feel like when they watch that, they're probably feeling like, man, no one's doing anything, Yeah, and they're waiting. Maybe they think it's boring, but it's so calculated.
Yeah.
If you actually watch these Lord dances unfold, they come down to such micro decisions that they're so calculated, and that's why it's like both teams trying to fake each other out until eventually the fight breaks out, and sometimes it's not even all the way around that Lord pit or even the turtle pit for that matter, right? It's can be in the mid lane, cross map, and seeing it unfold there, and the way that ending was, I mean, even the point where you got both the XP laners were up at the very end of that, and then just the way that people. Certain roles, certain heroes profited off that. That'll do a lot going into the next, again, Lord dance, a Lord fight, and this possible push as well, depending on where things fall into place here.
Well, as this, we've seen everything happen, and as this being on the table, what's the mistake here that Nexplay EVOS needs to not do, right? They were losing some avenues. So what is the possibility to keep going into the late game? As you've mentioned, they still have a late game insurance.
Yep.
Are they still safe for that window?
For sure. I think that to answer your question, what they need to do is to just scout the bushes better. Because I think that really didn't go in their favor just because they didn't check the mid lane bush. And there are so many ways for them to do that. They have the Cho, very slippery. You also have the Benedetta. Just not be complacent around bushes because RSG, they are known for that. Last year, you saw RSG take the crown for the Southeast Asia Cup, and one of the best plays that they have are those ambush plays where they get into a bush and they kill off enemies with the task force RSG kind of surprise tactics. That's why it's called the ambush, right?
Ambush?
Yeah.
Ambush.
Ambush.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
So
slowly
RSG is known
getting
for
it.
that, and Nexplay EVOS should watch out for that.
Okay. Okay.
Wolf's just on a different level. And, I appreciate it. But no, it makes sense, right? Because we've seen that happen a lot of times. And I will say that the way that RSG Slate Philippines plays, if you've been following them for a couple seasons now, there are similarities there, and then there's obviously differences too. And one thing that I do like with this lineup is they have more of that. What do you say? They have more. It feels like they have a lot more options in the game. The way they approach the game, things kind of unfold differently for RSG Slate Philippines. So, how will this translate to them getting this to a game 3? I think a lot of that is also just going to rely on Nats here with this Arlot pick specifically, because Emon isn't there, right? Emon is not there where they can play that ambush style just yet.
Well, let's see how the story unfolds in game number 2. Will NXPE finally get a grip on the rope, or will RSG take it for good? Now there's a push down bottom. Now NXPE is on cleanup. As Wolf mentioned, they need more vision. Brusco and also Boyati or even Dane can team up doing that. And one thing also that they try to see here is look for the mistakes of RSG can make. And as they're rotating right now, this is one way of bursting down one. This can pack a punch if NXP commits a mistake over and over again.
That's very true. Still, I would say that at this point the goal doesn't matter anymore. There will be a lead for RSG, and I think that the most important objective and the pivotal point that RSG was able to get was the mid lane turret. They traded it for the top lane turret before, and that gave them so much map control afterwards. So what I'm trying to say here is, surely you're going to look at the economy, like the goal whatsoever, right? But what matters now from here on out is how the teams are controlling those turrets. So far, RSG having more turrets destroyed over Nexplay EVOS will now give them more map control. And I think that's the more valuable thing, because at this point, it is a deadlock considerably.
Nats is rising up to the total damage chart. Now they spot 3 in the middle lane. Oh, that's going to be... Oh, Eman pushing back away Brusco. Oh, they're feeling it. Now they're just being cautious on every step that they do.
That's just so scary every time you see a Melissa do that, right? And not even really have to do anything other than auto attack, right? For the most part, like doesn't even need the Inspire. So that damage is already there for RSG Slate Philippines specifically. So NXPE was looking for their own setup to get this advantage here, as they know that next lore dance is going to ensue in about, 10 seconds. And also, was that taken?
No.
No, he was able to grab
Safe.
it. Okay, safe.
I like the decision from Nextplay to actually give the double buff to Doming now, even when he's not a jungler. But they gave their mid lane turret for free. And that's a crucial mistake. Not only that, they already burned their conceal moments before this. So they really are in the back foot now. I don't know how they will be able to find a good opening.
Well, both teams getting ready for the setup there. There's the I'm offended. The pull is there. The damage is too much. Domain going on the backside. He just pushes them back. They're low. Going, trying to get the follow-up. Couldn't get Emon. Now going to be chased down here. Domain's got to get out of there. So Goyang, look at the damage. It's still going to be respected. Can't get away, though. Naz with that final slash able to grab the kill. So 2 down for NXPE.
Another mistake of re-entering the bush of death. I call it BOD. If there's Blade of Despair, I'm calling BOD. Something you need to be careful if you're up against RSG. Vision is one thing that they need to answer right now for NXPE.
I think you just go ahead and give this one away. Looks like they're going to go ahead and do that. And like you were mentioning, Wolf, the big factor here was the space advantage because of those. First, it was the Tier 1 turret being down, and then, the Tier 2 went down. So NXP kind of playing with their backs against the wall in terms of space.
And they were really in a big disadvantage back then. They don't have conceal. They also don't have the information.
Yep.
They don't have the map control. And unfortunately, just one snag coming out from Light changed the trend of the team fight. You see Brusco not having the tenacity. He opted to go for the concussive blast as a normal Cho would, but I've seen from other regions that they are now rocking the tenacity. Even in a Cho, the moment that he showed himself, one ultimate coming out from Light, and of course the models with the Inspire coming out from Eman, he's already brought 100 to 0. In fact, it was Ding was taken out so easily because he didn't have any damage mitigation. Unlike Nats, who built for Blade Armor earlier on last game, he looks very squishy in these fights.
Well, Light right now even has the immortality. He can go up against Brusco and just snatch 3. So it's mind the distance if you're NXPE, because in all of the spaces that RSG can make could fall into a trap. So they can be more careful. But look at that. The peel from Eman to Boyet almost tearing him down. Oh, his HP. But now we're seeing more coverage from Brusco, trying to have more push. But they're buying time. NXP is just clearly making for the right moment to strike. And whose item is going to be? Who's the main damage dealer going to be in NXPE?
Well, Brusco was quite deep right into enemy territory and also just kind of sitting here looking to sandwich anybody. It looks like he's going to go for Exord. Gets the kickoff. A nice toss. With the Tranchant, though. It might be a little bit too late. Exord able to get out with the wings eye wings. Boyet gonna fall here to Emon, and now Ding the next target here. He can't escape the CC as it's a double kill for Emon. 2 down for NXPE. RSG Philippines looking to possibly close out this game number 2. The flicker comes in from Navs, and still gonna be pressing the situation. The crystal is gonna be exposed. Do they have enough here? They're trying to buy some time. Still 20 seconds for the other 2 to come up.
Only 3
still
left.
Quite low, and they can't find the mark they're looking for just yet. Feathered Airstrike going to push them back a little bit on top of it. Clearing the wings as best they can. No follow-up, though, from Navs. And it might be NXP just successfully defending for now.
Still holding the line and buying time for NXP to push back.
My God. You see Emma just dealing so much damage and positioning himself well. You gotta have to hand it to Exhort, though. Using the Winter Truncheon at the very scary timing, I would say.
Agree.
It was a massive gamble, but it paid off. He survived with a sliver of health. Nexplay EVOS was in a very bad spot afterwards. After what could have been a great jugular coming out from Brusco with that kick onto a crucial and important member of RSG. My God, Nexplay EVOS are still trying their best, and they almost got a winning blow.
Well, will they have a winning rhythm if they're up against RSG? Because H2O is ringing the bells. That's a conceal onto Light and Nats. Will they spot 2 here?
This is going to be tough to get away from here. Now Boyet trying to get away. He does. He gets pushed back here, but it looks like they're still going to plant themselves around this Lord for the take. Domeng waiting up, clearing that lane as well. Still looking for it. Ding, backside. He's going to get spotted, though.
Ooh.
So he does get noted out here. Lord, a 1/4 health. The turret finally go down. Tier 1 going on, trying to poke down the best he can. Look at the damage, though, from Emon. It's too much. H2O able to secure the Lord. Another Winter Truncheon. Pop downside. Nav's going in. Can he get the kill? There's the CC followed up. Now Nav's chasing down. Boyet still has the immortality. Going to find Boyet here. Double kill for Light. 2 down again for NXPE.
Boyet was already alive. He thought that he can contribute to Nats' skill, but he ended up paying for himself.
Looks like they're going to end it. Emon just locking on the crystal here. Can he do it himself? A couple hits away. And we're going to game number 3.
Kings of C finding an avenue to bounce back. That's how they do it, and they want to have a game number 3. Taking on the right marks and switches. That is how they do it.
It seems like the team that controls the first few minutes of the game eventually just loses it, right? But RSG this time, they made a tactical decision to control the map afterwards.
Yeah.
They went for the right targets. They used their typical RSG task force ambush plays.
Yep.
They took the mid lane turret, and afterwards they took over the map. And I think that was again another page out of another chapter of the Pandamentals.
And like one thing here with NXP is you again, the fact that they're still I would say, confidently contesting these objectives, even when they're what, 8? No, well, for part of the time they were 5K behind, 8K behind.
Yeah.
They were still looking to
Up and
contest
down.
those. Like, that's how much this NXPE squad wants to contest these objectives, and it's very important for them. So this has made things very interesting as we, get prepped up here for Game 3, because with the way Game 1 and Game 2 went, who knows where it's going to go.
Well, in game number 2, what the NXP lacked for is the vision, and just they keep on blinding everything. But now, let's break it down, Wolf. We're going to game number 3. RSGs take this win.
We did say that RSG's late Philippines have a better early game composition, and I think that it still is true. We saw, however, that Nexplay EVOS were able to pop their cylinders in the early stages, just making sure that they now utilize their Martis, and it was successfully the first few minutes of the game. But then Turtle 2 happened, and eventually RSG Philippines have woken up H2 and his control on those neutral objectives. Free Lords secured by RSG, great Lord dances and great securities on those Retribution, as well as the fact that they managed to take Turtles number 2 and 3 over Nexplay EVOS after making good maneuvers around the map. It looked really dire for RSG as Nexplay EVOS have already amassed an incredible lead. Unfortunately, Doming was controlled once again. And Ding as well on his Benedetta, he wasn't as successful as Nats was in the previous game. In this particular game, however, it was RSG's tactical positioning that allowed them to get more out of the map. The trades were far better for RSG despite Nexplay EVOS' surge in the early stages of the game. You see, Eman was activated quite late, but still on time, in all due fairness for RSG. H2 this time, however, was so good at this game. He would manage to get the second turtle of the game. Afterwards, he moved correctly together with his team to take the mid lane turret that we were talking about. Eventually, there was a lot of map control that RSG was able to get afterwards. Nats was incredible once again, and Light with the tenacity on the Ruby allowed the rest of RSG to get enough setups so that when he gets the snag, the models coming out from Eman will have full value. A lot of emphasis onto that hero. Eventually, just holding his ground. In the early stages, he was taken out so many times by Nexplay EVOS, but in the mid-game team fights, you see him just deal the damage instead, making sure that he is always a threat. And this is the reason why RSG prioritized the Farsa and the Melissa, despite having the Valentino already on the opposing end. So let's look at the highlights of what happened in this game. Brusco just getting a very important kill onto Eman with the help of his teammate. And then a crucial fight around this area. Look at them. With the Venn diagram formed by both Exord and Goyong on the copied ultimate. And then the turtle fight for number 2 happens once again, but H2 secures that one. They stole the purple buff once again and took out Boy. This is one of the great moves. And then Doming, you saw that he was very aggressive against Eman, and the RSG was far too prepared for that. It did take out Nats afterwards and did take out a turret in the top lane, but mid lane. There was a lot of pressure that was set up here by RSG. They get it. Then eventually, another Lord fight ensues. H2 with the Appraiser's Wrath plus Retribution gets it. And Goyong and the gang, they still fought around here. Doming, he dipped himself back into this, and Nats was prepared for it. He should have been out, maybe just, lifesteal his way through the Crammer or whatsoever, but he didn't. He chose to fight once again. And that meant that Nexplay EVOS will lose a lot from this fight afterwards. We are going to see the fights happen once again. We see them. Brusco just getting pummeled with all the combo that RSG had. He survived, but his teammate Ding didn't. Those two were hit by the Melissa second skill, the muddles. And eventually Boyet. He already was out, but he decided to still stay. And that meant that there's a lot of bad defenses coming out from Nexplay afterwards. I would just like to recall that play that you saw coming out from Exort, just using the Winter Treasure to save himself at right timing, and that allowed a lot of openings for RSG.
Well, speaking of openings, the Lord take, the last one, Exort spotted the Benedetta, right? And he forced it out. He forced out the ultimate right onto him because he knew what was coming and what could be countered. So I say they used the right resources to possibly counter on how Nexplay EVOS could bounce back.
Not only that, but that was also, again, something that really stand it out to me specifically because the Wings by Wings, well, the Winter Truncheon and then the Wings by Wings, able to escape from that, and you get all those resources committed on you, and then you don't die, is a huge kind of disappointment for the team for NXPE when they commit that much, right? And then you lose a bunch of your firepower and everything else, and then those team fights just don't end up going in your favor because now you don't have any of your ultimates or anything else to commit to that. So, I mean, if we look back at Game 1 and Game 2 specifically, this should set things up interestingly for Game 3. Now, what we saw NXP try to do is actually go with that pick-off-centric lineup as well.
Yeah.
When, it was RSG Slate Philippines trying to do that Game 1. So now, at the end of the day, what I would love to see for Game 3 is hopefully, man, at least H2O plays an assassin.
Yeah.
I hope. But, I mean, and it's nothing to say, like, Fredrin doesn't work great. It works great. There's a reason why he's picked so much. But, come on, man.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. We were trying to say that on game number 2, H2O could unleash the assassin heroes, but I stand corrected. They used the Fredrin right away, again, rather, and make everything work because they wanted to fix something that was missing, and that was the vision. And as Wolf mentioned, the defense was so low inside of Nexplay EVOS. And could this be an underutilized way of heroes in terms of countering back? Because, as you say, late game was there for NXPE.
I think so, because I think that they didn't really allow for the Claude to have a great time even. I mean, he already got a lot of farm in there. He was he had the best goal, I think, at a certain point. And also like the Benedetta. I think that it just when we look at the matchup, right, it was a Benedetta diff. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but that's exactly what happened. Imagine if Ding was as confident as Nats was. Surely he didn't get 3 kills at the start, but he did get 3 assists.
Yeah.
And that's already a lot of like gold that you get extra, as well as the stacks for the Festival of Blood. So what I'm trying to say here is that if Ding had more confidence and maybe if he's checking the bush more than he did in that game number 2, it would have been a totally different story for Nexplay EVOS.
So vision.
Yeah,
vision is one thing that they were missing. So Roams could be the one here, or the Rome heroes could show up inside of Nexplay EVOS.
The Ruby tenacity, right? I think that was a big part of it too. But that's the thing. NXP, actually, the way that they layered their ultimates early game was quite scary. I mean, if you're RSG Slate Philippines, because the kicks were on point, right into half the time the perfect Electro Final Blow Petrify combination. So like everything was there. I feel like for NXPE, but unfortunately they just couldn't capitalize it on the way they were looking for. So that again is kind of why I'm really looking forward to this game 3. Not to mention we all love best of 3s going 3 games.
I love it.
So
I can do it all day.
What a way to start a triple header day. Now imagine if we get to the end of the day and every single series is 3 games.
It's week 4. It could possibly happen. We haven't had 9 games straight.
Yeah.
Right?
Then we want it.
Yeah, I think, it's right. I mean, we are at the exact midterm weekend.
Yeah, technically
speaking. So, yeah, I guess that this is the time where teams should have figured out each other and should be, battling and brawling for that single 1 point every single game so that they can get out of the standings.
Yeah, speaking of points, in heading into the playoffs, well, thinking advancing right now because
that's very advanced.
From season 8, 9, and 10, this season specifically is really hard to determine in my own personal power rankings. Everybody just really got amped up, and this is just makes everything difficult even for the prediction. Well, Wolf has the right prediction, 70% correct prediction in the draft, but in the strongest way of determining the teams who's going to go and enter the playoffs first is very hard, right? Everybody just stepping up in their game.
Not only that, one thing I'm super excited for is next series. I mean, we still have to focus on game 3 here.
Yeah.
But because you mentioned that out, especially about, everybody kind of adjusting so far up to this point, I can't wait to see, how TNC does specifically. So who knows, right?
We casted that, yeah?
We did.
We 3.
Yes, we 3. And now with our mindsets on game 3 here specifically, I already told you personally I would like to see H2O pick up the jungle, an assassin jungler. But I think one of the biggest things here is, questions is, do they flip sides? Flip sides. Tongue twisted over here. Do they flip sides this time?
Okay, so I don't know the rules anymore, but it's like a home and away thing, right? So I haven't been following. I think that if you're Nexplay EVOS, you still want to stay in the second pick.
Stay red side.
Stay red side. And my guess is they give away the Fredrin again, but this time they first pick the Melissa to go with the Valentina.
I like it.
It's not the Cho.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was saying, though, is like before we even started game one of the series, it was, you know, Domeng is a great player, but he does have these games where obviously he does really, really well, and then there's other games where he kind of struggles. And the last game, even though he was playing the same hero, and he had some good entry points. I mean, even with the Blazing Duet, but it was just handled really well by RSG Slate Philippines. So maybe, give him the Melissa, or maybe even a different marksman pick that's been banned out for the previous 2 games.
So we could think of some, Moskov. We were thinking about Moskov in game number 1. We're looking for an assassin for H2s in game number 3. So Hayabusa could be open. Fanny wasn't banned, right?
Yeah.
I believe Fanny wasn't banned the first 3 choices.
That's right.
And they let it open. So
I think that the only time that we are going to see a
Fanny banned.
a Hayabusa picked for or assassin is if
nice
Fredrin is
wishes.
banned, or if Nexplay EVOS themselves first pick it
for
But-
themselves.
For themselves, correct. Even then, you still, I think that the only choice is if Fredrin gets banned by Nexplay.
Ooh, so could be the respect that they want to go up against Nexplay EVOS. Could be the way of squeezing out H2 to use it to his potential or use it against him.
Well, I mean, even across the board from it, like when you look at RSG Slate Philippines from role to role, pretty much everybody is a threat to at some point, right? Whereas NXPE, I feel like they have kind of had to adapt and grow themselves throughout so far up to this point, right? Week 4. But now, what I can say is NXPE, you're starting to see certain specific roles or players really stand out, right? And specifically, even with Domeng, a lot of build-up with Domeng previous weeks to the point where, honestly, I got to say with NXPE, their jungler and their XP lane are big threats in this series alone.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's find out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know you agree with me there.
Yeah. The build-up. Well, yeah, nice. So this answers your question. They have finally switched sides. NXPE is now on the blue side. We have RSG on the red. Is this a chance right now to take this game number 3?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can we have that on record? And play it on my alarm. Yeah.
Later.
I will do that. So now what's the priority? Okay.
Oh, they're gunning for the Melissa. I think they will first pick the Melissa.
Yeah.
Third ban the Fredrin, first pick the Melissa. I think. And that means that RSG might be gunning for... they banned the Joy. They might be gunning for like Cho and Farsa as their first two picks.
Okay. The Roamer and the Magic AoE Burst. They need to answer the vision they were lacking in game number 2. Have we seen Nexplay use play the Natalia from that point in 3 weeks? And if vision is concerned, there's a lot of things that they can prioritize, even either in the third pick. Depends.
I feel like that's always a curveball, right? Like that's always a curveball option. But more and more, I feel like, especially for this season, the way that the meta has kind of set in, that doesn't pop up as an option, right? Like I don't know, the curveballs we've seen have usually been either flexed into the XP lane or they've been jungler picks, like, even off the top of my head, like the Hanzo. When the Hanzo pops up here. Or when we've seen Fredrin picked up, but then it is flexed into that XP lane. So, I feel like technically with the way things have been going, I still see it a high possibility that NXP does take in the Fredrin, or maybe they prioritize the Melissa if it's not banned.
Kaja is another choice of ban for Nexplay EVOS, especially knowing that they want to get that Melissa as soon as possible. So I still think that that those two merit a ban. Let's see if that will indeed be the Kaja. Instead, it's the Arlot. Okay.
Interesting.
Respect.
Oh, okay.
Respect coming out from Nexplay EVOS.
Do you think it's that? Do you think it's that devastating, Wolf?
Is that a growing threat?
Well, if it's held by Nats, probably. I think it's devastating because maybe Nexplay EVOS is thinking we have not played enough games against that hero yet, and it's true. It's a new hero, so they're not picking it means them not picking it means that they might not be fully knowledgeable about the hero. And you saw how Nuts was able to play it. You don't want to really take it. So
there it is. I see. Is this the Melissa?
I think this is the Melissa.
They're setting up Nexplay EVOS to take the gold lane choice in their first pick. How are they willing to gamble with RSG's follow-up 2 picks? Because this opens up another hero for H2. So let's see. Will it be the gold lane for Nexplay EVOS? Come on, Wolf, climb up your prediction stats.
I think it's Melissa, but I guess the basic and boring pick here will be Kaja or Valentina. But I guess that if you wanna get it, there it is, the boring pick. Now, RSG, do they pick up both Lapu Lapu and Lapu Lapu and Framis are open? 2 great heroes, but the Melissa is still hanging in the, it's still hanging in the tree, right? So you want to pick it up. So what do you combo with it? Do you go Kaja or Farsa? Or Lapu
That's a
Lapu?
good option. That's just a good option. But Kaja is not going to be loosed, or they're not going to let go of this hero up against, or Nexplay EVOS gets it. So you have the Kaja, and will that be the option? Oh, the Lapu Lapu, right?
I think Melissa this time. Oh, Farsa.
Farsa?
Wow.
Interesting.
Okay.
Well, that means that you're not going to be picking up the Melissa for next play. It's just impossible. I guess if they want to be,
daring,
they want to be in a hardcore mode, difficulty level, living on the edge.
Game face ultra.
Pick up the Melissa.
Well,
Want to go ultra fast?
Yeah. By not blinking, that's the way. Seeing
I still think you go Lapu Lapu here if you're next play. Or Yuzhong.
Not the Yuzhong. I would say Yuzhong.
Yeah. For the Farsa, still we're looking at possible staple counters for Farsa. So Nexplay EVOS secures this.
Okay, yeah.
Yup, the one thing that RSG banned out in game number 2. Akai is back plus the Lapu Lapu. So we are now climbing the prediction capability of Wolf. So from 70%, we're climbing with 71.
Wow, okay.
So 72. So yeah.
That's not how math works, but yeah, sure. I'll take it.
Building your possible way of seeing the future here in the draft.
Right. So I think it's, now you can get the Melissa. I think it still is a good hero. Maybe the next best thing is the Harith.
Again? Yeah.
That's so much magic damage, though, right? I mean,
for RSG.
If you did lock in the Harith, I think it could work, but I would rather see them pick up a traditional marksman now. But it doesn't sound like that, right? There's the Yuzhong pick, so they've got the matchup that Lapu Lapu Yuzhong. We've seen that so many times, and really, it's going to come down to, again, like I said, with NXPE specifically, I like the pressure that Ding can put on games, right? Whoever he's playing against. If he gets that lead, he does usually play very confidently. Like you mentioned, when comparing him with the way Nats has played. But obviously Nats himself has kind of developed and really, I feel like, situated really well with his play style now compared to previous season, and people that have watched him will know what I'm talking about, where he gets a little overzealous, a little overconfident.
The OZ,
now, now he's in a much, I feel like, more controlled, dominant play style.
Well, speaking of having a dominant play style, they're taking out the Kufra that could disrupt. It's H2. What a throwback. We're talking about season 6, and we're talking about what age was this? Oh, well, that's how the origins of the greatest players start in MPL Philippines. Now, going back to the topic here.
I think you ban Harith if you're next play.
The gold lane, Harith makes a good amount of damage to combine with this, because XP lane, yes, Yuzhong. This is a possible Akaja roam, right? Or a jungle?
That's kind of the flex, right?
Yeah,
but
it's the flex.
I don't know. I'd rather see it in the hands of Light. And then you kind of, again, you possibly, maybe, see an assassin go in the hands of H2O here.
Yeah. So, what could be the better answer? Will it be the Harith, or for RSG, they're shredding down the choice of the tank? Who are they possibly seeing? They're still eyeing for this Akai.
Jungler.
It's been the jungler, so Wolf.
Perhaps Lolita?
Oh yeah, Lolita. Yeah, it
Or,
was still
or
good.
Cho, actually. As it is a hero that Nexplay EVOS likes to get. So it's either Cho or Lolita as their bans. Yep.
Ooh, let's see. So the hold. No,
Beatrice.
it's the gold lane. They're
Okay.
still looking for the gold lane.
So now
threat.
for Nexplay EVOS, you're trapped between like Claude and Harith.
I think
as
they
their
want him to
choices.
play the Claude again. You know, based on the last game and like we talked about.
Okay.
You know, maybe specifically RSG. That's their plan. You know, put that choice there for
Yep.
Doming, and you know we know how to play around it. So I think that's I think that's the idea for RSG.
Well, Doming will be the choice here, since on the side of RSG, we're still seeing a flex with this Kaja.
Digi.
And okay,
Okay.
the final on the second phase of banning was still worth it for NXPE to do that.
That's actually one hero that we kind of missed. We've been talking about it earlier on, and now it's gonna be choice. So, do you pick? I think you pick up the marksman now. So it's the oh, they snag
took
it.
Okay.
Okay, Amon gets his hands back on the guns.
Yeah, I still think Lolita is good for next play if they do pick it up. And
What they
then you
throw in
pick
the-
up a
Maybe a Brody?
Wait,
Brody. Yeah,
Kara is still
Brody.
open for Doming.
Okay, Brody.
He had
But
good
there's Farsa, Kaja, and Yuzhong. You don't want to play the carry in that case.
Yeah.
So I think Brody should be the safest one, or something like a Harith. So that, but then you have the Kaja. So I think I think they're left with just the Brody this time.
Yeah, as we see some possibilities to evade a laning stage of a marksman, we're just taking off the choices here of what could be Doming's choice, but it's a carry.
Wow.
Still the carry.
Okay. How is that? I mean, we just talked about it a few seconds ago, and they really have the confidence to push through with this, with the Franco.
What if RSG picks up something like Atlas and then they put the H2 on the Kaja?
Oh, so it's still a flex?
Atlas is great versus all the heroes of next play, all things considered.
Okay, could this
No, they
go?
just go to the Martis.
Okay.
So
0% win rate. Wow. Didn't
for
realize
Martis,
that. For Martis.
so it's becoming more of a utility.
Is that real?
I think
Does he have
so.
a 0% win rate?
It could be.
Well, yeah, we've
That
seen
should be real. I have not seen any good Martis. I mean, we've seen good Martis, but
the win.
I've not seen
A Martis where it
Martis
wins.
win.
Yeah.
That kind of blows my my mind here because, you know, Martis is for a while was very
Very
dominant.
strong, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
very dominant in terms of like especially when you're playing that objective style. He's one of the go-to heroes. But to see that he's got a 0% win rate, man, so far in the season, that is troubling. But obviously, teams are picking him more than for the win
Yeah.
rate.
for sure.
Okay, let's see how this brews in the side of for RSG. They're working on utility, they're working on catch, they're working on burst. But for Nexplay EVOS, as we foresee the possible consequences, they're still going on and with their own flavor. Let's see how this game goes. First tiebreaker of the day. Let's see how NXPE bounces back from this, or RSG would want to have this in a reverse state, going from a pause. Speculating again from the draft. Slowly, let's break it down.
Well, I think we broke a lot of this down here, and specifically across the board, both teams have solid lineups. But one of the biggest question marks for me is, can RSG Slate Philippines utilize this Kaja pick? Because a lot of the times we see the Kaja being banned out.
Yep.
It's obviously picked up for a very similar, I would say, a very similar purpose where you see a Kadita picked up. You want to get that pick off right away. And it's almost, with a Kaja though, it's almost guaranteed because you're essentially pulling them into your teammate, whereas the Kaditas, sometimes the value there is you can do it by yourself, right? So that is going to be something that's crucial for RSG to take this game 3, whereas on the other side, NXPE specifically has a lot to work with the lineup they have, but it's protecting Doming.
Well, let's see. It's game number 3. Let's see how this works with NXPE as we try to, see and break down the possible threats on what this carry or Doming can get. Let's see how he gets out of this of this wall, of these problems of RSG can give. Now, early game, let's see how this goes.
Well, nice little dodge there from the hook, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, biggest thing here is, again, Domeng has been questioned so far these past couple weeks. He's been built up a lot in these storylines as well. And the guy's been doing work, right? But now this is even a bigger obstacle ahead of him. Being able to stay alive. You can already see, too, pressure being put there.
Whoa.
Nice iron hook. They're going to get the flicker out from Exort, expending Brusco's flicker as well. So you see, there's a lot of pressure already on these gold laners.
RSG has eyes on possible threat, and those hooks, and if that keeps on going in the side of Nexplay EVOS, that's one thing they need to worry about. Since they were lacking in the vision in game number 2, could this be the solution of Brusco to have a payback in there on what lost on that game? Because as we see, they're seeing eyes on gold lane, but on to the EXP lane, this is a great matchup. We have a Lapu Lapu and a Yuzong.
Oh, right now, this could be troublesome. They do get the flicker out. Wow, H2O able to grab the kill for himself using that decimate. So able to get that little lead he needs here. Now leading up for that first turtle of the game. He did have to go back to base. So NXPE is going to go ahead and start this one up. Boyet in position alongside Goyang. Goyang not level 4 just yet, though. So doesn't have that ultimate he needs, the copied version. Nas going to charge in with the Black Dragon form. It is secured by Boyet. Now Goyang, we've got 2 dragons traveling together, but objective secured for NXPE.
Still going slowly, and they have their switches back on how to have this team fight going on from mid-game. Now, as the items brewing, we're seeing a bit of hope here for NXPE, and in terms of vision, I think they're slowly answering it by the minute.
Well, breaking it down too, the past couple minutes, this is always the case, right? With a Franco specifically is, can you land those hooks, whether you're utilizing the flicker combination or not. But still, at the end of the day, this early game portion, they're putting so much pressure gold lane. They want to be able to give Domeng that better start to actually not have to work from like he has in the previous games here. But already, Divine Judgment going to be used on Brusco, taking a couple shots here, but ultimately going to back off. The rest of the team, though, making their way top side. Everybody knows the information here on exactly what the plan is for NXPE. But there you go. Able to get that Purify out. H2O was just there grabbing his orange buff. And it looks like both teams just going to back off for now, except with the Flicker Bloody Hunt combination coming out. Light survives, though, with a Flicker himself. Lot here being expended by both teams top side.
Super interesting for both teams, as we saw that Light snagged a key target, which was the Franco, and got away. Then they forced the Purify. I think that the way that Nexplay EVOS moved there was actually correct, as they forced Eman to use the Purify. But them going on to Light, I don't think that was the right decision. Once again, they want to go for the tank.
Oh, they're going to find Light, though. So they find a tank, they find Light.
So they went back again. Oh, Domeng.
Finally, right? Time after time, they were looking for pressure there against Domeng. And RSG able to grab a kill now. So that is crucial because this next turtle is going to be up here.
Man, with all of the chaos that happened in the middle, nobody from Nexplay was communicated that the Farsa was missing, and that was a mistake.
Oh, man, look at that. Nowhere Nats can go here. Did he buy enough time? It's only Light and H2O. It's going to come down to it. H2O able to grab it despite the numbers disadvantage. And RSG able to grab the objective.
No, missing out those turtles now. Pressure to go back in the lanes. But RSG freely rotating and giving pressure as of the moment as to what they do. And if they're up against a carry, they want to give that speed breaks, right? If you're a carry based on time, they're wary of the consequences.
You have to really look at Nexplay EVOS, and the moves that they're doing are correct. Nats was taken out. However, for some reason, they still lost the turtle fight, and it's one thing that Nexplay EVOS should be taking care of. In game number 1, they won the fight. So they won the turtles even after losing the fight. So they have to rekindle that fire that they were able to get through Boyet's Sakai.
Yeah.
Skadoosh.
Yeah, they need to have it back because if pin down is concerned, knock up and burst is concerned, all is in check for NXPE, and what they need right now is just to go and give that vision again. How's the items? Is it completely working? Because the goal is not that too far, but I say everybody has small progress, but that is still progress.
The big progress on to Eman for sure, 4.3k. Getting okay, so he went for casual leg plates. That's why his itemization is, kind of delayed a bit. But the fact of the matter is, he still is the richest guy so far in this game, and this Purify is already paying off, getting 1 kill as well. So, to answer your question, Mr. Francis, I think this is looking really good for Eman.
Well, he got back with the guns right in this Claude pick, so there's a lot of evade, a lot of escape. But how would you escape that?
Oh, they're going to get locked down here. Light flickers out. Going still on the chase. Going to be looking for the knock-up himself here. They're going to give up the turret, though, in the process. So it looks like NXPE is just going to give that call. They're happy with the objective, but looks like a cross-map play as H2O should be able to just grab this turtle here. Second one of the game.
Cross-map objective. Well, who's winning this?
Oh, definitely RSG. You saw them lose their turret up top, sure. But they managed to get one turret soloed by Nats and then the turtle. So you can see the lead that they have inflate to 1.2k. And now the golden staff available for Eman, who actually visited this mid lane for more farm. As RSG is really good at these double lane setup for their junglers. So ultimately, RSG are just winning the trades in the early game.
Double lane setup. I say play style and identity showing, right? But now somebody's concealed here. They might catch one.
They do get the bloody hunt. They find Light. That's a nice pickup. Do they still go for more? Nats with the Black Dragon form. Finds 3. A nice setup there, but he's going to get zoned out with Boyet with a heavy spin before he gets the kill himself. Nats able to survive. Now the feathered airstrike comes down. Ding going to fall. RSG grabbing a turret on top of it, but look at top side. Domeng making moves himself.
At least Domeng is able to farm for himself. It's actually closing the gap between the gold of the gold laners. He is now at 5.2 because of that turtle takedown, and he's just 500 gold away from Eman. But the fact of the matter remains, Nat's able to land Petrify onto 3. And then he finally gets it. RSG is still winning when it comes to the economy. And they took another important objective, the mid lane turret. You saw in previous games how crucial these mid lane turrets are.
Yes, and that opens up a lot, especially for the jungler of a team that can make or break you in the bush of that, right? This gives up coverage and gives up a lot of things, but the player goal right now, Eman is rising, Doming is climbing, but 2 members are on to the ice and getting those items right, Boyet and Doming.
Man, Doming just the destroyer of turrets right now as he's working on the next one. Tier 2 falls, so they have it on the hands of Domeng. He got the Tier 2 bottom lane, top lane, and this is all now, the Lord is up. So NXP is playing with a little bit of a map advantage. If they can get a pick off here, that should set themselves up for that Lord take as they get this Tier 1 now in the mid lane.
Wow.
Look at that shredding power.
That was actually very crucial for Nexplay. And Doming knowing full well that he can actually put the tower from 100 to 0. That was a lot of knowledge I can get from this guy.
Shredding power. Doming DR is showing up. Now what is this now? Who's going to take this Lord?
Keep an eye on Ding as well. He's going to try to contest this Lord here. It's going to be secured by Boyet. He forces Exord back. Now Boyet on the run. It's Brusco also quite low. The flicker comes out from Goyong. Eman goes in. There's the bloody hunt, but it's not enough. He does fall. Light also on the run with a sliver of health. Not going down. So like that, Brusco does fall, but Lord secured by NXPE.
Well, with this being said, RSG is going up. But is NXPE going down right now?
I think that's generally good for Nexplay, only losing Brusco. They get the turret in the middle and then the Lord after that gamble. All things considered, Nexplay EVOS shouldn't have... they got more than they should have, And that meant that they will cut the deficit, maybe even get more gold out of this. And at this point, there's really not much difference between 2 gold laners. To think that Eman rocks this avarice means that he should be having a little bit more gold compared to Doming, but after one death on Doming, he now finds his opening. Might even get more.
Yeah, they're both looking for an opening right now onto the second tier turret. Nexplay EVOS, they need to have this iron hooks landed correctly. But there's still a push up top.
Wow.
Caging RSG for this one.
Look at this. I mean, the fact that RSG is just losing turret after turret, and a lot of it, again, was on the decisions of Doming. Now they're defending their base here against this first Lord. They should be able to hold on here. Boyet going to try to zone out H2O. They find the lockdown against the wall. Nasware with the backup. Still looking for the follow-up here. They find Boyet looking for the punish. Emon now unleashing here. Do they still press the situation? Ding going to go back. And now the jump in ensues. Double kill for Exort. Domeng finding H2O, but they're still running for the hills. They can't get away. Free fall for NXPE.
3 men down for the Neon Tigers, but they still got to push from mid to top. Is this still a good window for NXPE?
Generally, yes. Just getting all of the turrets out. However, they gave so many kills to Eman. And now Eman is just dealing a lot of damage. He's very comfortable. Does have all of the attack speed items that he needs. Fortunately for NXPE EVOS, they did not lose Doming. So that's generally good for them. But they tried their best to take out H2. H2 is just way too tanky at that point. And they lost the fight afterwards. All things considered, I think NXPE EVOS are pretty much happier on what the result was.
Okay, it's not too far. Not too far for them to bounce back, but RSG here, they have a ways to evade. They have the ways to deplete or take resources out of Nexplay EVOS ultimates. So one thing that they're eyeing on, possibly, is to take this Lord, but in terms of push, they want to clear the waves as well, because that's one thing that NXP is eyeing on, right? Give so much on the plate of RSG that they might choose a different path for them to use. So could this be the bait that NXP wants against RSG?
It could be.
Look at the positioning right now. RSG, 3 members were pretty much on the top
Oh no,
lane.
Busco showed himself?
Yeah, I think he got spotted out a little bit here.
Yeah.
So the plan there might have been stopped, but still, RC is still holding 3 members there. They know that purple buff's going to be up too. They might just look for a numbers advantage pickoff or just taking it. Conceal play going to come out. Light not going to be able to get that Divine Judgment he was looking for. He's going to get bloody hunted. 2 fall there on both sides. Still going to be unleashing. Actually, Goyang survives that. So it's a pretty much a roam for a roam trade.
Yeah.
And now it comes down to this half-health Lord still being juggled by both junglers. Who has the advantage here?
Definitely RSG, because they still have Eman to contest Boyet if ever. But Boyet has been doing a great job getting the aggro of the Lord, pulling it towards their side. And now it's up to the other members and how they will try to fight this. Dangerously low the Lord is.
They're not hitting it, they're just buying time.
Both roamers
and
are
Brusco
here.
is here.
It's
both
back
of
to
them.
another full fight. The flicker is going to come in. It was going on with the Divine Judgment copy. Boyet secures the Lord. They get the lockdown they're looking for, but Emon with a blazing duet. There's too much damage to handle. And there you go. The stun comes out, but double kill for Emon. They're still looking for the follow-up, but they're slowed, and they can't get Ding or Domeng.
Wonderful team fighting coming out from RSG. After losing the Lord, they know that they can still fight, and in that cramped up space, Nats was able to maximize his ultimate and his timing, and the Petrify as well, hitting on multiple members of Nexplay EVOS, forcing Domeng to use the flicker as well. Then Eman goes in. His blazing duet with the wind of nature was perfectly timed, and that broke the formation of Nexplay EVOS, and everybody was showering under the bullet raining from Eman.
Oh.
Amazing layers of damage. Exort sent something.
Oh no, can he juke him out? He did get away for a little bit. Does he go back with BMI? He does. They catch the target. Ding was not ready for that. The jukes, the ankles are broken by Emon.
Wow. That was a costly one from Ding once again. We did say that Nexplay EVOS look good when Ding is comfortable. But in back-to-back games, games number 1 and 2, and even if you consider game number 1, we really shut down by Nexplay EVOS. It seems like by RSG, it seems like RSG's late Philippines really did their homework. Game number 1 was a massive mistake on their end, but now they know how to counter Nexplay EVOS. They shut down Ding. They let Boyet. They let Boyet get the turtle, get the lords whatsoever, but they still managed to utilize the team fight to their own advantage. So now having Ding activated in this, specifically as a Lapu-Lapu, which should have been the great answer to both Claude and Farsa.
Yep.
Exhort just getting away all the time. Man, he's going to be really feeling real bad about his performance today.
They know how to make Nexplay EVOS spread themselves too thinly, because in some points, and from game 1, what they needed was a reset, right? And it seems like now Task Force RSG has eyes on what or who are the playmakers of Nexplay EVOS is. And one thing that I noticed in that team fight, in that Lord take, was they weren't able to really sustain and soak up the damage, right? It was still missing, but I'm seeing some way of sustaining it, but it was not yet the time to even hold it. So this checks out. Like, is the damage department working now for Nexplay EVOS to finally have a counter punish in those kinds of team fights, or not?
Counter punch and counter punish is everything, right? But at this point, when you're getting, kind of caught in a misplay or a mistake like that, especially, this point in the game, it's really hard to recover from that, because RSG Slate Philippines will punish you, and that's what they've been doing specifically, and even to Ding, right? But this is on a lot of the times Brusco trying to find those picks, trying to find those lockdowns with the Bloody Hunt, but unfortunately it just hasn't worked yet. But if they can get in a position to allow Domeng to actually do the damage he needs to on this carry pick, it can be devastating. But look at that. I mean, there's another reason he might have a 0% win rate, but look at that.
Well, that is a good point, Nicey, because right now, Brusco's iron hooks are so crucial that he needs to make a good catch, because that gives out space, damage to isolate RSG. Because in team fighting capability, they're really strong. Knockups, 2 people need to worry about. That's H2 and Light. Even Nats, the 3 people has knockups and a Petrify. How do you even deal with that? And is it plus Exhort, 5-0-4 in Magic Worship? He's rocking it right now. Nobody can even go near him. So could they, I'm seeing this a possible way, could they just bait out ultimates on the side of RSG, because the lead is on their side?
That could be a way. That is genuinely a way for Nexplay EVOS to come back to this. Force the ultimate coming out from Nats. Maybe win the macro battle by utilizing Ding to kind of force and shove the side lanes. So that could be good.
Oh, well, they're going to go and just target H2O, taking the jungler out of the equation. So RSG, they know that happens. It looks like they were trying to put pressure bottom lane, but now this could just end up possibly going to the hands of NXPE. They do have their jungler. He has the retribution here. RSG is going to have to look for some sort of advantage. Domeng waiting on the top side. His positioning is going to be crucial. He might just give it a go to push in. Going to get spotted out, though.
RSG.
Domeng going to be in trouble. Flickers out. Can he get Emon down in time? He can't. But he secures time for NXPE to secure the Lord.
Wait, was that trade worth it? That was Domeng for a Lord, Wolf.
Okay, so at 18 minutes with 30 seconds respawn, and the Lord will be respawning in, what, 7 seconds from now? I think it's okay for Nexplay, but generally, that's not the best decision. Typically, what you sacrifice is an XP laner, for example, but this time it's their gold laner, so
yeah,
I don't think it's totally worth it, especially because the Lord spawned way too quickly.
Yes, those are 2 valid points, and maybe what he was trying to do, he was eyeing for a split up top.
Yeah.
The tower was low, though, so maybe that was the mindset. Probably.
Yeah, it could have been just a split-second decision to be like, oh, I'm spotted. I got to run, buy time. Because now, he's back up here. But still, RSG's also going to handle some of these waves a little bit longer, still work around that. So even given that play, the way that Lord unfolded and everything else, we're back to this portion of the game where, it comes down to picks because you got quite some time before that next Lords comes up.
Okay. So that is Mischief managed by RSG too easily. Against that Doming, just have to be... I think that was a play that Nexplay EVOS thought in their head that could be cool. Fortunately for them, they still managed to take the Lord. So at least the plan worked in a way, but it didn't work as intended. And a repeat, Brusco will not be able to find light with no flicker whatsoever used.
Yeah, but Bruce right now has the Immortality, has a flicker, and has all the ultimates ready. So for the side of RSG, they need to be careful with that because the Light doesn't have Immortality, right? It has been used, and probably if they have this window of depleting resources, this is isolation that they can do. But for RSG, the gold is on their side. Is this one way of saying that they have more edge against NXPE? Because that's 2 turrets remaining on their base, still with NXPE. So can we still call this an even game, regardless of whose side has the upper gold?
Yes. Yes, that's I think that's a fair judgment here, especially because we have now locked in when it comes to like XP on the jungler, so they're both level 15. All the items are there as well. I guess the only advantage for Nexplay is the bottom lane.
That is huge. The Immortality is going to be popped here, so they give it a go. H2O trying to stay alive, going to get locked down. Winter Tranched as well. Still looking for the kill. They get Ding to flicker out. H2O survives with a Decimate on top of it. How did he survive that one? RSG coming out with a massive win on that play. Lord is up, and Ding is down for NXPE.
That is surely massive. Because of the fact that Nature survived after the Immortality, that means that they can get back to the Lord and they have a man advantage. And not only that, ultimates were committed by Nexplay EVOS. And RSG will now have full control of this, unless Boyet says otherwise. They're going to be parking 3 members in here. Valentina up top. Might not be the best formation for Nexplay, but they will still try to gamble.
Risk. They're seeing risk here. High risk, high reward, as they say. If NXP sees eyes on this one, Light is the first target, though.
No way.
Gonna get the lockdown in. Brusco now. Immortality gonna be popped here. He's gonna go down eventually. Emon grabbing the kill. Boyet, though, might still be looking to steal this Lord away. Ding is now up as well, so we're back to the 4 versus 5 Lord dance.
Yeah, they're making it work.
RSG just not letting go of the Lord. They're not bursting down the Lord the moment that they saw Boyet, though. That's the go signal. Nats.
They give it a go.
Way too early. It's not. It's just more than enough. RSG gets it.
And they celebrated with a jump. That's the zone out of Nats. Nobody committing to contest it at all.
Well, that's the big thing, right? I mean, you win a lot of those minor decisions there for that Lord dance, and then at the end of it all, Light still had the Divine Judgment. They had to respect it. They still had the Black Dragon form too, and that's why NXPE just decided to call it back. They should be able to defend at least somewhat here. They will most likely lose this mid lane turret. We'll see if they can hold on to the others. There's going to be the charge up from the Lord here. Now the work's cut out for them. Look at the damage, though.
Oh, look at that appeal.
From Exort. They got to respect it. Now the bottom side going to be worked on. H2O leading the charge. Still working on the Lord here. It's going to finally go down, but Emon cleans up that bottom turret. NXP losing 2 inhibitors. Hook not going to connect.
No overcommitment or what so for NXPE. They want to clear the waves as they have the potential to do so. Well, it's still going to be Brusco's thing, right? The iron hooks. So crucial. Who's going to make it? But Boyet makes the first move.
Oh, look at Light. He has the target in mind. He's going to grab him, but he's a little too far extended. Immortality going to be popped here. Naf jumps in. Still looking for Ding. They get the Immortality plus the turret, and RSG backs off. They're happy with that.
Oh, Winter Truncheon usage is coming up from RSU. So good to look at. And even H2, at the first sign of trouble, when there was a jump coming up from Nexplay, he immediately pops the Winter Truncheon. And that allowed them to be able to push top lane. Eman was just way too good at his positioning. 4-0 and 10 in 23 minutes.
Ow.
Are you kidding me? And even Exhort utilizing his Winter Truncheon so that he himself will not be put to rest. Imagine this. two heroes that should be suffering from the Lapu-Lapu. No deaths from both of them, while Ding is 0-5. Talk about how they manage to counter what should have been their counter.
Oh, looks like RSG is all prepared for all of these setups, all the contingencies running on their mind right now. They know what's coming. They know what could be the possible threat late game. We're in the ultra late game, and RSG is still on the lead, which could still be an even game, but we're leaning to RSG's way of having damage. Now, with this onto the table, we're checking out Doming's damage up against Eman. Currently, Eman is on top of the charts. Who could have additional damage here for Nexplay EVOS? Do they still have the teeth to bite the health of RSG in terms of team fights?
For sure. This is an even game. The only problem that they have, though, is map control. Because the lanes will be pushing heavily against them. All of the minions are enhanced from all the lanes of RSG. So when it comes to actual team fights, whoever commits a mistake will lose the battle. But when it comes to macro control, RSG can utilize all of these minions so that the advantage of the positioning will be theirs. And it seems like Nexplay would be considering bursting this Lord down.
Yep, nobody from RSG speaking in the window. And as Wolf mentioned, the macro game is present for the Raiders because there's no turrets left to defend the base. So they could either split the responsibility of Nexplay EVOS on who to take. Will it be the Lord? Will it be the Clear? Because now Boyd is still the one here, and Nexplay EVOS is waiting for the right mistake of RSG. The question is, just leave it on the table. Will they have that, or will they be able to do that mistake because they have eyes on what the possibility could happen? This spot, the only spot one, Boyd is just here. They're keeping at bay, but there's a call for light.
Light's going to go in with a conceal. He's going to get spotted out. Domeng with a flicker. Quick response. Boyd can find Light, though. So Light's in trouble. Goes down. Now Nas amidst it all. Emon unleashing. Waiting for the moment. Brusco with the lockdown. The bloody hunt. But it's not going to be enough just yet. Exort now following up on Boyd. Emon, bottom side, gets the immortality. Uses the blazing duet. They find Brusco. But Domeng and Ding still alive. But it's a 4 versus 2 to an exposed base.
Ooh, what a play.
Look at the sustain from that team fight. Not even Domeng can get through the armor of H2 or even Nats, and just keep on going.
Oh, the feathered airstrike comboed with the decimate. And that looks like it's going to be it. RSG Philippines still looking to dominate in the series as they take game number 3. GG RSG.
And just as that, they prevented. They said, let's make it a reverse sweep, not saying no. And this is just them trying to learn new things. And RSG finding the right rhythm up against Nexplay EVOS.
Oh, Eman was just so clutch in that last set of events, right? You saw that he was already jumped by Brusco, held his ground. His teammates were there all the time. Exort popping the feathered airstrike at the last moment with a stun. And I think that was really the reason why they won. Everybody was just so on point coming up from RSG. Imagine this. 26 minutes and 59 seconds. Firestar and Claude didn't die.
That's crazy.
There was the Franco, there was the Lapu-Lapu, but nobody. They didn't die. I think that was a great performance for sure.
What
to say the
important-
least. The excellent performance from the two players of RSG.
Amazing. One important factor, just don't die. That's just the thing.
I mean, the fact that you have so many lockdowns from NXPE and the fact that they didn't die, those two specifically, speaks volumes, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like RSG Slate Philippines specifically, they're starting to really show their form because especially beginning of the season, people are wondering, what's how is this going to work out for them, right? And I feel like things are falling into place in that the the puzzle of Coach
Yep.
Panda, right? The Pandamentals, like we like to call
Yep.
it. And
His book.
it was a great reverse sweep right there for RC Slate Philippines.
Yeah, and looking at the last team fight, the sustain, the sustain of RSG is just too high to have the carry for their last option of damage as being a shredder was not even enough.
Yep.
Well, even the Valentina was not even enough.
Yep.
So there was a lot of ways to even counter everybody. All of resource depleted. And as you said, they were stressed, more of like exhausted from that game.
It was really a good jump and good -1 coming out from Nexplay EVOS, but eventually he still lost the fight because of the fact that you see RSG Philippines just positioning themselves well after the fight. It's like they lose one of their heroes, but they still gather themselves, communicate together, make sure that even when they are at a man disadvantage in specific team fights, they still will win the fight by waiting and combining their ultimates together. There was one jump coming out from Eman, wherein even before he went to the fight, he already popped his Wind of Nature.
Yeah.
So that when he did jump, there was nothing that can contest him. The Eman Claude was so self-aware about what could be the threat onto him. And whenever he identifies that there's no threat, he jumps in. Whenever there's threats, he will not. So I think Eman just played this game so well.
He broke ankles too.
That's true.
He did, yeah.
Not only that, Martiz now has a positive.
That's correct.
Finally.
He's got a win. It's not
Martis.
0% anymore.
Yeah, it's not 0%.
Count it to
anymore.
the stats. Yeah, we can add Martis. Not just being a utility, man, the damage. Most of the time, having 3 members with so much CC, what do you give a bounce for that, right?
Decimate looks so good, man. Especially when you have,
Amazing.
Emon and Exort, like you were saying,
Yeah.
really whittled down at one point, but like stay alive too, and then you kind of just let H2O be like, all right, let me just decimate, and kind of do what I need to do there on that Martiz. And he even had a couple great escapes himself, the way that he survived some of those.
Winter tension plays were phenomenal.
Where
And to think that it came from a Martis, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's just RSG preventing a reverse sweep. Now let's call on Mario Aquino together with RSG Philippines, having their winning victory.
Raiders, that's the 4th win for your RSG Slate Philippines. I don't know if you guys noticed, but itong dalawang katabi ko, MN Exort, 0 deaths. Perfect. That was really amazing. Actually, yan ang gusto kong tanungin. Ang ganda palagi ng positioning nyo, the way you guys defend. And gusto ko lang malaman, especially with you, Eman, kailan ka nagde-decide na papasok? Is it your call? Pag nakikita mo na nagamit na ng kalaban yung ult? Or is that the call ni Light or ni Exort? How does that comms go?
Sariling decision lang po. Parang pinapauna ko muna yung kampe ko, tapos bumuhos yung skills na kalaban, tsaka ako, piprit, tapos hindi muna ako agad nag-ulti. Kasi harap lang naman yung binibigyan ko.
Ikaw, wala ka ring death, ah?
Di, parang in sync lang po kami. Tapos pag may nakita po kaming opening, yun, sinasabay-sabay namin lahat ng skills namin. Yun.
What do you mean in sync? Paano kayo in sync?
Parang pag may nakita po kaming opening, tapos may isa nagsabi ng go na, lahat na po kami magko-commit. Go na po talaga.
Ang ganda talaga ng chemistry nyo. Pero alam mo, napansin ko din, kung sinong go na go, palagi, Nats. Sa lahat ng serye nila, every game day, napaka-entertaining niya. In fact, yung mga casters natin, laging sinasabi, Nats Entertainment. Dahil, nakikita, ang lupit mo talaga. Laging may 3v1, 4v1. Where do you get the confidence at paano ka nagde-decide na go ka pa rin kahit outnumbered ka?
Alam ko lang yung limit ng hero ko, kaya ginagawa ko yung mga malalalim na moments na gaya sa Yuzong kanina na namatay si Light tapos nag-dragon pa, 3rd skill petri ginawa ko. Alam ko kasing malakas lifesteal ng hero ko, kaya ginagawa ko yun. Yung ganun.
Sila ba nagsasabi sa'yo na Nats, kaya mo yan or ikaw na mismo?
50-50 po minsan eh.
And you've been so amazing. Nats Entertainment, everybody.
Thank you po.
And this one is for Coach Panda. Coach, you guys did really well actually in game number 1, and this could have been a sweep for your team. In moments like that, where it was the end game that the game was flipped around, how do you approach the players? Do you go up to them with the hard truth of what happened? Do you point it out, talk about it right away, or move on to the next game? How do you approach them? Are you strict, or how do you?
Kapag sa tournament days, syempre, I cannot scold them because it will put down their morale. I just give them yung mga pointers, malito, dapat ano. Pero syempre, mamaya, when we go back to the bootcamp, yari sila sa akin.
Would you say that you're a strict coach? Or are you like a brotherly type na okay lang yan? Usually, like do you give them peace at first? Are you really strict?
I'm like the father type who has no love, but deep inside meron. Tapos my assistant coach is the mother type who will give them love.
So you're the tough love.
Yeah.
And then you later on will basically make them feel good. Oh, that's a good partnership. And because of that, take a look with the win of RSG Slate Philippines. Congratulations. Oh, by the way, I'd like to point out that since RSG started their series and their campaign, we have the most raiders in the house today. Once again, GG. All right. Congratulations. It seems like Coach Panda's approach works very well. His father-type approach, strict approach, really motivates his players. And that's another win for the RSG Slate Philippines. Pag-usapan natin ang ating laban at balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. That's just RSG Slate Philippines with a reverse sweep. As Naths mentioned, calculated risk and also timing is what works for them. Now, they manage to be or to deny NXPE to be in their MPL hit list for this season.
Well, for now, right? They are going to have a rematch down the road. We'll see what happens. But if anything, I can say that NXPE, if you've looked at their games up to this point, week 4, they have adjusted. They've adapted a lot. They've refined some of their gameplay. They just got to get a little bit more taken care of for that second half of the season ahead of them. And then I think they'll be in a good position to actually, perform well leading into the playoffs. But who's to know? We still have a lot of weeks ahead of us.
Well, speak of what weeks ahead, now let's break down what happened to game number 3. RSG Slate Philippines reverse sweep. Wolf, break it down.
I think that's just to prove to us, even after that post-game interview, that he is one of the best XP-laners out there, calculated, and he knows when to risk and also very confident overall. We saw during the post-game that he kind of showed us how his mind operates. Now, he goes for the 50-50s when he can, but when he knows that there could be a way for him to sustain his hero, he will go for that for the gamble for sure. But that cannot be said of what we saw from Nexplay EVOS, because my glaring note here for the Tigers is that they didn't manage to tag the important heroes from RSG Philippines. For example, the COD and the Farsa. Again and again, we're going to say that they have 0 deaths, and even in the post-game reviews, that was also highlighted, and that should have fallen to the responsibilities of their explainer Ding, which was shut down in this game. I think that Nexplay EVOS didn't utilize their composition well just because of the fact that RSG Slate forced them to be in that spot. And how did RSG force them in that spot? What they did was to take over the map. Just like in games 1 and 2, it's very quiet on how RSG was able to force Nexplay EVOS to break their formation by shoving some of the lanes, forcing the ultimates up, and then just pummeling through important places in the map. I think that was what RSG masterfully did against Nexplay EVOS, and Nexplay EVOS couldn't recover, couldn't react because they're not used to this kind of playstyle. RSG in 3 games played so slow but so timing-based. Game number 1, they weren't able to be successful with it, but in games number 2 and 3, they knew their timings well. And our MVP of the game, Nats 4-1-10, his new era, the bad boy era for Nats, with his crew cut and a lot of good itemization, good understanding of his hero as well. He knows the limitation of his hero, and he himself told us during the post-game interview that he knows how to play this hero. So look at him go at the 10-minute mid-game. This is about like after the laning stage as well as the mid-game, the entirety of the mid-game part. You see him control over one side of the map. Sometimes it is very commendable for a player to control everything, to be influential in all parts of the map. But sometimes it's much better to really just control one side of the map. You see him just make his lair for his dragon around the bottom lane area of the map. And also during the some parts he defended top lane, but he also made sure that bottom lane is his lair. And that's really started what RSG wanted to do. Just like in game number 1, Nats was so good at applying the pressure, disease, and also scoring important kills. You can see Nexplay EVOS try to control some parts of the map, but then they fall onto the initiations coming out from Exhort, which also played well in this game, I would say. Then Nats, his timing of the ultimate and the itemization as well. He went for sustain. The way that I see this from Nats is that he was also so on point with the Petrify usage as well as the timing. He is never wasting his ultimate or his Petrify, and makes it so that whenever he knows that he doesn't have any way to fight his teammates, his opponents anymore, then go for it. Nats popping the ultimate once again just to control the backlines of Nexplay, and then jumping through Doming. That was actually beautifully done. Eventually Doming gets out, but this is not a good fight anymore for Nexplay EVOS because they don't have the damage. All the while, Nats still managing to control the range of his skills. See some counters coming out from Nexplay EVOS, but ultimately RSG with the timing of Nats once again. Triple Petrify this time, and then they fought in a very good timing. Nats, he knows that he has Sha Essence, so he will still fight here, and he will sustain. Has got the Oracle at that moment, so look at him just sustain himself through. Now Nexplay EVOS will make interesting moves in here, as they will secure one important Lord, but unfortunately the plays coming out from H2 with the usage of the Winter Truncheon, and then he gets out just to sustain himself, even shutting down Ding once again. Look at Eman in this particular case. You can see use the BMI, and then with the Wind of Nature already when Doming showed himself. So very quick with the reactions was Eman, and that's the reason why he didn't die in this game. So there was a stark difference between the XP laners, and we're not saying this because we're saying that Ding wasn't playing well or he was making the wrong decisions. It's just that he was forced into making those decisions because of the macro moves that we saw from RSG.
It was just purely instincts. If you're up against RSG, specifically from Nats being the MVP of that game, it was all calculated risk. It was defying limits and also having calculated attacks or countermeasures. And how do you even do that, right? So that's how Wolf stated in his analyst segment that not everybody could actually be safe in most of your steps, but also see some ways in finally getting a bounce back, right?
Overall, bounce back or not, great series, to start off this triple header. And I got to say, I love watching RSG Slate Philippines play because across the board, they all kind of play their role. Now, the next matchup we have, I love as well. We talked about this earlier.
Smart Omega and TNC is next. Once again, I am OSX. I'm with Naisu and Wolf. We'll be back in a short while.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Up, my heart is pounding red
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-planer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-planer. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng Grand Finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung World Champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzy. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko itong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Isa habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak mo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most.
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at nagbabalik ako para ihatid sa inyo ang ating top 5 plays sa naganap na bakbakan last week. On our 5th spot is the bravest fighter, Ryota, with his lapu-lapu sustained play. 6 minutes in the game, nabalakang bigyan ni King Kong at ni Kram si Ryota sa bottom lane. After activating Dragon Tail, pumasok si Kram gamit ang Furious Dive sabay Petrify plus Soul Grip at sinabayan ito ni King Kong ng Jeet Kune Do at Way of the Dragon. Pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para ibagsak si Ryota. Agad siyang nag-exit gamit ang Jungle Warrior sabay talon gamit ang bravest fighter para makakuha ng sapat na distansya palayo sa dalawa. Pero may follow-up na gagawin si Escalera para linisin ang skirmish. Pagka-pop-off niya ng Feathered Air Strike, ay agad na magsa-sidestep si Ryota sabay flicker in with the Land Shaker, canceling Escalera's ultimate. At mukhang si Escalera pa nga ang mapapahamak.
Flicker play mula kay Ryota at mukhang si Escalera pa nga ata mapapahamak dito dahil masuslow na rin siya.
On our 4th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week, Doming DR with his Beatrix. 13 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles, 1 lord, and an almost 7k gold lead, NXPE is clearly dominating the game. Pero gustong makabawi ng barangay, kaya magko-contest sila sa lord na ito. Dahil sa nangyaring skirmish sa mid lane, napilitang gamitin ng members ng Smart Omega ang kanilang ultimates. Isa na rito ang Time's Journey ni Miko. At 13:03, ipopok ni Domeng si Renjo gamit ang Renner's Apathy. Agad siyang magsiswitch into Nibiru to free hit Renjo's Lapu-Lapu sabay bitaw ng Nibiru's Passion kina Miko at Kelra na nagbabalak pumasok sa Lord Pit. Mapapaback away ang barangay pero hahabulin nila si Domeng dashing forward with tactical reposition while flickering in, hungry for kills. Alam ng lahat ang nangyari nung gabing yon. Hindi nakauwing buhay si Kelra at si Stone. On our 3rd spot is Captain Fuse clutch save on Flap Teasy. With both teams backing away sa unang turtle fight, mapapatambay si Light sa bottom lane kasama si Nats. Makikita niya si Flap Teasy at hihilahin niya ito gamit ang Iron Hook mula sa bushes, sabay kagat gamit ang Bloody Hunt with follow-up coming in from Nats. From the Lord Pit, ipapop off ni Kapitan Pew ang Cult Altar, flickering in just in the right time to save Flap from the ambush. Makakapag-split-split pa si Flap. Darating si Ogwen to crowd control the 2 members of RSG at mababaliktad pa nga ang kanilang ambush. On our 2nd spot is Net's Segway play laban sa Blacklist noong day 1. 16 minutes in the game, 3rd Lord fight. Nasa side ng ONIC ang Lord. Nasa Tribush malapit sa Lord Pit ang 4 members ng Blacklist International at mukhang tataya sila para makuha ang kanilang unang Lord sa match na ito. Nang makita ni Net si Edward going in for the Lord, nag-call agad siya na isegway at pumasok naman ang koponan ng ONIC sa Lord fight para pigilang makauwi ang members ng Blacklist. Dumiretso siya para i-clear ang mid at nagtangkang umuwi si Super Red at Yue to defend their base. Pero mukhang hindi na sila aabot dahil naka-base lock na si Nets, upsetting the defending champions Ube strategy with a segway push. On our top spot is Eman's Miracle Lord Steel gamit ang Beatrix nung day 2 laban sa Bren Esports. 13 minutes in the game with 3 turtles, 1 lord, and a 7k gold lead, malaki na ang kalamangan ng Bren Esports sa match na ito. Lumabas na ang Luminous Lord sa Lord Pit at mukhang mahihirapan sila sa pagkontest sa Lord Fight dahil nakapwesto na rin ang kupunan ng Bren. With exact precision, makukuha ni Eman ng Lord gamit ang Renner's Apathy from the Fire Beetle Pit sa top lane. Indeed, a true sniper contender. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for week 3. Aabangan namin ang reactions nyo sa comment section. Kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa kaabang-abang na week 4 ng ating regular season.
Inipisahan namin yung game na hindi sila nakarakan masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa gold lane si Bene kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Kaya ko si Nets ng ONIC Philippines at i-breakdown ko po ang nangyaring segway nung game 1 sa Blacklist.
Okay, so ngayon, pwestuhan ang nagaganap. Si Sensui ay sinushow lang dito. Magandang posisyon mula din si Blacklist National habang si Kekidut nakakonsil. Huwag kang maingay. Magtatago ba sa damo? Ngayon si Edward ang pinupok. Retry battle mula dito kay Sensui. At siya ang nagtagumpay. Pero si Dats dito with the backdoor play. And game 1 ay mapupunta sa mga headshot.
Bago ko magawa yung play na yun, nakita ko talaga na nawalan tao sa mid. Tsaka lahat sila nasa load, kaya nasaigwihan ko na lang. Nakita ko po na nag-retreat si Red Task yung UV. Tapos sabi ko sa Ampik, huwag na pa-uwihin kasi baka makadep pa. Sabi ko sinitip mag-lord ka, tapos sabi ko, sige lord mo lang yan kasi yung sa mid wala talagang tao. Si Edward bigla nag-lord kaya ko yung mid. Na-clear ko, tapos tapos ko. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Pag kasi naka-comms ka, na pwede mo segwayan yung mid, maano mo yung kampi mo na. Huwag mo sila pa-uwihin kasi baka makadep pa. Inumpisahan namin yung game na sobrang aggressive namin sa early. Di sila nakakita masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Nalaman namin na di sila lumalaban agad ng early. Sa mga teammate ko, lagi lang natin galingan sa mga laban natin. Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa Golden si Benny kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Sa mga fans po namin dyan, maraming salamat sa pag-suporta niyo po sa amin. Ngayon, patuloy niyo po kami suportahan.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-player ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na ex-player. Hindi naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yahweh na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzy. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Nagbabalik ang tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Para sa pangalawang serye natin ngayong araw, meron tayong dalawang kupunan na kinikailangang itaas ang lakas. And that's exactly what they've been doing recently. They've been scoring games against teams that are supposed to be stronger than them. And apparently, ang sikreto sa kanilang lakas ay ang paghahanap ng tamang timpla. So ano kaya ang ihain sa atin ngayon ng Smart Omega and TNC Pro? That is what we're gonna find out. Casters, pasok!
Both of these two teams are struggling to get back up on the standings. The question for today's match is, will they be able to translate their losses into winning formulas as they get their way back to the top? My name is OSX, I'm with Leo and Reptar for the action of TNC Pro Team versus Smart Omega, who's climbing to get back on their feet.
Francis, I have a belief that you only really lose if you don't learn from your losses.
Correct.
Right? And these two teams have been on the way up, as you said, climbing up. And can I just say, this is the kind of match where anything can happen.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. Both teams, yes, they've struggled, but they've shown flashes of brilliance. They've had their own share of highlight plays. So definitely, anything can happen, and whatever will happen at the end of this is going to be a big surprise.
As we speculate on what could happen onto this match, you should enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Now going back to the match of the day, anything can happen. TNC on the other hand got 2-0 on the last week's match, and that gave him momentum, morale, all of it. It's like sparking up the grill for a great dinner.
Yep, it's no secret that they've tried a lot of things over the past 2 weeks. Make that 3 weeks wherein they won.
Yep.
So now, what do they do with that momentum? Again, it's one thing to be on and off, hot and cold. But what if you were cold the whole time and suddenly you're scorching?
Well, that's good for you because suddenly teams have to watch out for you. They have to prepare even more so for you, and they cannot belittle you in any way because, yes, TNC struggled. Yes, it took them a while to get their first victory, but their first victory was a sweep victory over ONIC, as Francis pointed out earlier. And Omega, though, at the same time, even though they've been shaky here and there, they're the only other team to deliver a game loss to the world champs. So these two teams have both shown certain things across the board that they can definitely fight and go toe-to-toe with the best so far this season.
Well, as we talk about how these teams had their strength back and getting back on their own ways, TNC, on the other hand, did the right way of bouncing back. They have checked out the main roster, the winning formula, as they say, the adobo, as Coach Scholar mentioned on their interviews. This is now their own way of getting back and how they want to have their own journey right on their good side, on the good side of the road. Now for the side of Omega, will we see new changes? Will we see new people? Because TNC is ironing everything out.
All right, there's this weird, I don't know, competition triangle. I don't want to call it love triangle, but ONIC PH was the other team that actually gave Echo a tough time, right?
Yeah.
Echo gave Echo a game loss last time they met, and Omega did just the same last night. Like, I those moments from last night live rent-free in my mind. Now, where does that put TNC? If TNC can find a way to make the most of what what ONIC did against Echo and then what Omega did against Echo, could that kind of work its way into this puzzle?
Yeah, for sure. Because now, as Francis mentioned earlier, the adobo that I believe it was Coach Lift who mentioned that it just took them some time to find their right mix, their right recipe for it. And they found it in the fact that they put Escalera back in the mid lane, playing alongside Ben Things, the classic combination for TNC Pro Team there in the mid in the roam position. And now they're the ones leading the charge for the young rookies, for their newer members in Innocent and King Kong as well. And so far it's worked for them. That's only one match. But that was also against Echo, where when they put in that shift, people started to see that, okay, there's something there. So here's the recipe and instructions for the right adobo for Pro Team. Yes, let Escalera and Bentix guide the rookies, but the veterans can only do so much to bank on. So they also have to bank on Cram's experience and, of course, utilize Innocent and King Kong's giggle and fresh mechanical skills. Of course, giggle is what we call it in the Philippines, and translated to English, it's their desire for something. Fervor. It's a lot of things. There's a lot of words that you can translate it into.
Well, speaking of translation, you've mentioned King Kong, right?
Yeah.
He used one of the days that week 1 to 3, he was just using Hayabusa, he was just using Martis. Last time, he used Hanzo.
Yep.
They were trying to squeeze out the book of King Kong. And I say it's working, and with all the skills that he can actually do, well, this might open up another way of maintaining that momentum.
Yeah. And the reason why I have Echo as the standard and wherein they are the center of this competition triangle is because of Coach Tic Tac's words, referring to TNC building up into the middle of Season 11. Is like slowly but surely they are rising up. Watch out for them.
Yeah, and it wasn't just Coach Tic Tac. It's kind of prophetic because all the other teams that TNC faced, especially starting in their third straight loss, they were saying, oh, they'll find their right mix, they'll find their chemistry, just give them time. And then it happened. They got their first win. It was a sweep victory. This will be a big test for them against Omega, however, because now even more so, especially in the middle part of the season. Now we're in our 4th week. We're really starting to see the importance of options and picks in different positions. A lot of flexibility, being able to play things like Gushan, Julian, Nathan, things like that.
Well, there's a lot of things that we are about to get ready for. Now, let's call on both of the teams on stage. They're ready. They're fired up, TNC and Smart Omega. Let's welcome them.
Coming from a war against the world champs last night, they proved that they have the skill and heart to take it to the best. Can they pass the Biyaheng Tagumpay test? Hailing from the barangay, it's Smart Omega! A bumpy start has not phased their resilience. A sweep victory last week has put them in the scoreboard and the map. Can they take it to fourth gear and start a win streak? All aboard Biyaheng Tagumpay! It's TNC Pro Team! And their coaches, Coach Lift and Coach Pakbet. Which of these two teams will end the first half of the season on a high note?
Silent and confident as they enter the stage. Now we see something new. Luis on the EXP lane for the line of Smart Omega.
What? I mean, I'm happy that there's new talent, but for you to be able to decide and say, you know what, showstopper, Renzio, two-time MPL champion, MSC champion, let's let Lewis play today.
My goodness, we were talking about the new recipe for TNC. Omega said, oh, we've got some special dishes as well from the barangay. Here's Lewis now with the rest of the main four that we've played throughout the season. But yeah, the shoes that this young man has to fill are massive.
Oh, okay. Trying something new without Renzio.
Can I just say, I am honored and blessed to have casted games wherein this young man under his old nickname, Old IGN, Lord Chelly Boy, even then he was catching my eye, even then he was impressing me. Now, in his debut, all eyes on him.
Well, continue to make a good impression as you enter the league. Now for TNC Pro Team, it's the same passengers for Biyaheng Tagumpay. Not going to change at all. It's the winning TNC Adobo with pineapples, I hope.
Yeah.
What?
Will this work?
Leo's allergic to pineapples. Though.
Okay, adobo with egg.
My throat's itchy. Yeah, that's better.
All right, that's better.
Cool.
Cram here, he has to show his veteran wiles up against Lewis. He's not going to be going up against Renjo, but Cram is one of the players touted amongst the pros that on a good day, he is absolutely terrifying to go up against. So Cram really has to show that against the debuting Lewis. But at the same time, Innocent here needs to show that all the growth that he's had the past few weeks is worth it. Because lately, even though Omega hasn't had a string of victories, Kelra has been God mode. He is showing his gold standard form yet again.
I have eyes on King Kong. His play in the first 2 weeks, I have to say, and I'm saying this in the best way possible, could use some improvement. But the way that he played and swept ONIC, I'm guessing that's the real King Kong, all right? Yeah. That's the one that's gotten me going bananas. I hope to see that against Omega today.
Yeah, that's a true test of gold in Great Flames. Okay, we're adding some sounds here as we go through the game.
We've been doing that in Season 7.
Well, speaking of King Kong, he's opened up the books. He used Hanzo. Now, in this debut, Smart Omega surprise. This is Luis. So how do we open or see his books now with just starting in the 4th week of the season?
Similar to what Bren does with Flap TZ, they need an assertive and very present hero for Lewis. It cannot be a passive type of XP laner. He cannot play passively. From that XP lane, he has to start the momentum in terms of map rotations, going into the buff invade areas, going into the turtles first. Lewis needs to be assertive and present.
Assertive, aggressive. We're opening up some pages on how Luis could actually perform better. Because for me, I'm leaning towards Biyaheng Tagumpay and getting their way back on their feet, because in the 4th week of the season, the points are getting high and the stakes for the players are opening on who's going to get the first, right? So now, as we see a lot of ways to make this a surprise, does a cheese pick or cheese strat affect Smart Omega if you're against TNC right now?
Yes. I feel like if I'm TNC here, still don't be shy to bring out strategies that only you yourself have shown or that you're very comfortable with, because yes, the stakes are high, but at the same time, I like that spirit of TNC being calculated with experimenting.
Calculated with experimentation, that's TNC. Now let's see our keys to victory on how this match will end up with this heated action.
Well, definitely para masira nila ang momentum ng isa't isa, ito ang kailangan nilang gawin. Ang ating keys to victory na hatid sa atin ng Infinix. For Smart Omega, more CC and burst, more chances of winning. Nakita naman natin before na very capable ang Smart Omega in delivering these amazing games na pwedeng-pwede nila magamit para makasecure ng victory. Pero majority of their games talaga nagbabank on sila dito kay Kelra. So kailangan nilang dagdagan yung kanilang conditions, winning conditions in the game, and yan ay pwede manggaling sa mga CC at burst para hindi naman lahat ng pressure ay na kay Kendra lamang. Now, for TNC, get divers that break formations. Kumbaga this time around, sila naman yung sisira sa formation ng Smart Omega. Kailangan maunahan nila yung Omega sa mga pwestuhan, sa mga formation, lalo yung mga chaotic moves na hatid ng barangay. Yan ay pwede manggaling kay Bentings at pati na kay Escalera, yung mga Kufra, yung mga Grok, even yung mga Atlas na hindi natin madalas nakikita dito sa meta ay pwede magbalik for TNC just to break the formation of Smart Omega. Now, para sa dalawang teams naman, stop the roamer, win the game. Very important to. Again, ilang beses na natin kinaharp yung importance ng mga setters in this current meta kasi ito yung mga nagdi-dictate kung paano ka mananalo ng clash, paano ka mananalo ng mga Lord objectives, and of course, yung mga Lord dance. And very important din yung aspect na may sumisilip sa magkabilang dulo. So, kailangan tignan ng dalawang teams yung mga roamers dito. Definitely, Miko and Bentings, yan ang mamataan nila sa isa't isa. Yan kailangan gawin ng ating mga teams para sirayan ang kanilang mga momentum. Now, Casters, back to you.
Keys to victory number 2, get divers that break formations. What is Smart Omega trying to say, or what is TNC going up with this match? Is Smart Omega going to squeeze out something from the pages of TNC's hero pool?
Something tells me the fact that it's Lewis playing this time around might actually be the X factor. The fact that you have an XP laner that I think the last time I saw him was about 3 or 4 months ago.
Wow.
So when you're talking about formations, you're not even sure what you're going up against. You're not even sure what the tool is that's going to be used against you. You know what I mean? Like, if you understand going into a boxing match that you're facing an Orthodox, you kind of know how to block. But what if you're not sure if it's an Orthodox or Southpaw?
Yeah. With Omega, though, I feel like one of the most surest things about them is that they will play around Kelra, that they will protect Kelra really well. That's why that key to victory for TNC Pro Team, where they need to get divers, makes a lot of sense. If you want to throw a team that wants to protect their gold laner well, you have to draft heroes who can dive, either easily or with great punishment. It's hard to find both. Well, maybe that's why Yu Zhong is so well loved and Benedetta as well. But in terms of how both teams will be able to get the victory here, point number 3, I think, speaks volumes. Bentings, MIKKO, they're going to be the ones really holding the front line for their team, setting the tempo. If either of them are disturbed, the team who got to disturb will be the one leading the charge.
Yeah, stop the roamer on these two teams, and that's how these this is how their identity brews, right? So it's mostly onto the macro game. We've seen it, and this opens up Fredrin for Smart Omega, which really works well. Look at that, 98% on the draft pick.
Yep, not impossible that they flex this. I don't doubt that Lewis might be able to play a side lane Fredrin, but most likely still going to be in the hands of Ryzen. Now, what is the open for TNC? The Valentina's out there.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Arlott?
Is Arlott's stock rising that fast?
It looks like so.
Oh.
This is the first time Arlott's been picked in the first phase. All the times Arlott has been picked, it was either the 4th or 5th pick of a draft. So now they can show up their mid laner here if they want to pick up the Farsa or the Valentino, either of those two. But if they're going to be picking up the Valentino will be up against the Farsa, and then they're gonna need some really good dives. So they're thinking about that. They don't want to have that Valentina versus Farsa Gambit matchup, so they pick up the Claude, which means Omega will be thinking twice about picking something like a Farsa. The Cho is open for Miko here, though, if they want to pick it. The Brody as well, usually they'll answer to Claude, pick the Cho, pick the Brody, but they might even surprise us and pick up a Melissa early on. I want to see Omega already pick up their marksman with these next 2 picks. If not, TNC are going to take out so many.
There's a lot of open heroes here for Smart Omega to take. With the new draft, or with the new route rather, of TNC's doing, this is about to shake things up on what direction they're going to be. So it might be the Rome who's the answer for the keys to victory. It's Miko and also a Farsa right on point here. Farsa, Renmar.
All right, so this is going to be a challenge here for Stone in terms of how well is he going to position. However, he does have the Fredrin Encho with him to peel. TNC Pro Team might want to pick the Kadita for Escalera. It's open. It's something that he has shown he can play in the roam role comfortably.
Yeah.
So now as a mid laner with the assassin mindset that Escalera has, we talked a lot about how Escalera played the roam. He plays it with killer mentality. Now he's in the mid laner role position again. Kadita seems like a great pickup for him if he would want to.
Definitely makes it more perilous for Kelra to just be moving around the map. So there it is.
Renmar.
Well read.
Your prediction stats are starting to climb. The Kadita makes total sense in the burst lineup of Smart Omega.
But this doesn't have to be in the hands of Escalera either.
Yeah.
That's what's amazing about this
Flexi.
pick is they can flex it. And here's why I believe they didn't get the marksman despite it being a strong suggestion from our analyst here on desk. It's because the Beatrix out there, the Brodies out there, they'll have to start committing bans on this hero pool because there's still a lot. Like the Melissa's still out there, right? So there's way too much for even the Harrods. See, there's way too much for TNC to think. So I think Omega's comfortable this way.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Leo, because Smart Omega this team is known for a large hero pool, or a hero ocean, as people could say. Because who do you target? There's a lot of playmakers that we see from Smart Omega can do wonders. So there's always a possibility of flex. But how would they want to not be disrupted? Is the Natalia ban up against TNC, which we saw on Ben Thinks.
Yeah, and that's a hero that will definitely be able to break formations because you're always going to be watching out for the exclamation point above your head. And so now TNC Pro Team. So far, this is 3 heroes that are very dive heavy. And you can hear the crowd actually making a lot of noise for Lewis. he acknowledges it. Oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
And he's smiling. He knows it.
Middle of the season, young man from, I believe he's from Visayas.
Ooh,
right? He
nice.
was scouted out by Smart Omega and brought up into the big leagues. This is a dream come true.
Yeah, especially for the ones who are coming from Visayas, whatever, Iloilo or Bacolod or even Tacloban. A lot of places can make good origins, right? Humble beginnings.
You would know.
You would know.
You would know for sure.
Yeah, me and Sandy would know. Yeah, it's amazing that being in the league, and once he smiles, everybody and back in the crowd cheers back. Man, this is something. This is something they could expect from Smart Omega. They ban out the Lancelot, which they call Tanks-a-lot.
All respect here for both teams. TNC, I'd want to see them pick up something that isn't so dive heavy because they need to balance out all those. They need a little bit more poke if they can find it. But that's another dive right there. Why get poke when you can just dive? Dive in their faces. Dive across all the other members of Omega. We talked about drafting heroes that can break formations. All of these can break formations.
And the Hanzo's still out there too.
And Hanzo's still out there too. So
And
maybe
the Gloom.
that's going to be the clincher pick for them in the jungle.
Oh, yeah. King Kong could get his hands back on that hero, but I'm seeing Glue and Beatrix back on Smart Omega in this specific lineup. Could be a strong way of countering back dives, right?
Yep. Ain't no flex anymore. Call cards are on the table for Smart Omega, and it looks like Lewis is going to have to keep his tabs on Cram here, who I believe should be playing the Arlot.
Yeah,
like,
the
it's
XP
going
lane.
into the XP lane. So now, half of me says this has got to be the Hanzo.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Hanzo does make perfect sense here because with TNC's victories last week, they showed that they like being able to end fights before they even begin.
Oh, okay.
Not a Hanzo.
That's just confidence. It's opening up the books and pages. That's Ling added to King Kong's list.
Ling Kong.
Oh.
Okay. So TNC Pro Team, Ling Kong.
Abraham Ling Kong.
Man.
Not his real name.
Yeah.
All right, that got me.
Yeah, let's go with Smart Talent predictions. Yes, that's me and Reptar voting for the Phoenix Rise back.
I'm outnumbered.
Well, it's good. You wrapped Barangay back in the season. Now you see potential.
I worked for TNC at some point.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Way back.
It's growth.
In esports time, ancient history.
We'll see. I'd like to think that the risk that TNC's taking here by picking the Ling instead of, the
Hanzo?
Yeah. It might pay off. Because, again, it's just crazy enough. You're coming out from left field, making your opponent... Again, this also breaks formations, I gotta say.
Correct.
So much dive here on the side of TNC that Omega are going to have their work cut off for them where they need to really protect Kelra because he'll only have 2 dashes. He'll only have that flicker and the dash reload.
Wait. You pointing something, Leo. What is that? Something with cram.
Gentlemen, is that a tenacious Arlet?
Yes, it is.
Ooh. And they're not afraid to use it.
Okay, so it's not the Lifesteal Festival of Blood Arlet that we've been seeing. It's the Arlet that they're hoping can survive for a long period of time with just tenacity proccing when he's down to 40% health. Interesting.
Yeah. Basically an item. It's basically
basically an item, yeah.
For Arlet, yeah.
Free item.
Well, speaking of an item, you get a code. We're just watching this early advantage, or early invade rather, for Miko here. So King Kong onto the link. How is this up against Ryzen?
Oh man, up against Ryzen, he's really going to be making the most out of the Tempest of Blades to be able to secure the objectives. Hence why it's important for TNC to, again, go back to the thought that I mentioned. They need to look to win the fight before it even begins. Poke down the members of Omega if they can, but they're not poke. It's going to be a gamble in the sense that if TNC don't land their pick-off abilities, their pick-off combinations, Omega are going to turn it around easily, so TNC need to be very patient and be very smart with when they use their abilities.
Migo spots King Kong. Cram answers back. Looking forward to that box. You're talking about TNC's dive, trying to break that formation.
Yep.
Omega's a solid box. I think that's what you were saying, Renmar.
Yeah.
The fact that if they fail this dive, if nobody goes down, like you ain't taking 2 bodies at least, then Omega's going to clap back. They're going to say, yo, this is our yard.
Exactly.
And that's their way to keep their head back in diving, right, in the ocean. So could be the defense is the answer for TNC, since they have the Fredrin and also they have the glue. Tells me it answers a lot for TNC.
Oh, so Omega's yard so far. Nice knock-up, though. Taking Lewis down, but it's Ryzen who secures the turtle. Feathered airstrike coming in from Storm as he takes down Escalera. 1 for 1 with the major objective going over to Omega.
Such a tight timing for the Link to be able to land a Retribution with the Tempest of Blades. You see there the difference in seconds, 5 seconds ahead. Ryzen was able to pop his Retribution before King Kong, securing that turtle. So now TNC, they found the target, but they got a kill. But I'd want to see them commit those abilities more onto the opposing jungler, maybe onto Ryzen, disturb him a little bit more, because if not, that Ling will definitely lose to a Fredrin in the Retu battles.
Oh yeah, a lot of ways of stealing objectives, and also Ryzen uses this one back in the day, and both of these players are present in having rich experience with the Ling, right?
Yep. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, around Season 8, Ryzen was one of the first players to like say, hey, yo, Ling is back.
Yeah.
Ling is still a thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Season 8. Yeah,
Late
yeah.
Season 8. Oh, up top. Look at this duel. There's not much happening, but at any moment, I think that's what's scary about an Arlet, right?
On the
The damage
tenacity.
is real. Oh, triangle offense! Sandwiching Miko, but he gets out of dodge.
Ooh.
Throwing up the recalls. Spend his flicker. Well done.
Yep.
Whoa.
And now that's TNC showing that, okay, Miko does so much for the rotations of Omega, and we've got a chance to actually know more about Miko and his playstyle. In the game, he's the man calling the shots for Omega. He understands where the opposing, every team that he goes up against, where they position, their favorite spots, their favorite shrubs. So TNC, the more they can disrupt Miko, the easier this will be for them.
Well, speaking of disrupt, bend things onto the vision, I say is more of aiding King Kong most of the time instead of the gold lane, because we all see Escalera. He has that Ocean Oddity and has the ultimate to easily have a burst counter for this Beatrix, possibly preventing or slowing down Kelra. But will this work?
Ooh. Close call. We were just talking about the relationship between Escalera and Kelra, and he misses our Season 9 Rookie of the Season by an inch.
Yeah.
Escalera there in the bottom lane, not leaving that. So this is a version of a second turtle trade. TNC are looking for Kelra. They're going to be giving up this turtle freely.
Ooh.
They need to convert this eventually into a pick-off somewhere. If not, Omega's third turtle is going to be punishing.
It looks like Omega already got away with it. Like, there was no clap back from TNC immediately, putting the barangay about 1,000 ahead.
Yeah, that's the question is pondering in my mind right now. Why are they not contesting this? But Miko could be in trouble.
He's bottom! Oh, that's Storm taking down Escalera. Innocent trading out for Miko, though. And Storm, here comes King Kong. Ryzen unable to taunt the Phoenix Assault. 2 for 1 so far.
Oh, yeah. So TNC got to convert. They got the trade. Escalera there got picked off, but that's how you convert the second turtle gambit. Get kills right afterwards.
Okay, so cross-map trade, objectives. Most likely TNC has eyes on someone here. King Kong with the damage, right? They're not contesting the objectives, but Either way, I think Innocent's damage down the laning really paved way on how Escalera was pressuring Kellera.
Yeah. Speaking of, Escalera's pressure onto Kellera is... He's not getting the kills, but man, he's doing a damn great job of just stopping Kellera from pushing closer to the tower, allowing Innocent to farm the waves, because Kellera keeps getting pushed back. Earlier, it was under tower. In that sequence just now, he was behind the tower already. So at least Kellera understands that Escalera is trying to take him out. But even with that, Innocent's getting a lot.
Yeah, how's the items here? Kellera is onto the Blade of Despair.
Yeah, Innocent's getting a lot, but it's actually Kellera still in the lead, and that... Okay, still a weapons master.
Yep.
So already has a BOD on the way to the Hunter Strike, it looks like.
Oh, here we go. Underneath. Stone with a feathered airstrike. Just one more salvo left. Catches Cram.
Wow.
Ryzen attempting to steal the purple. Gets away with it. Where's the punish? Then thinks King Kong looking for it.
Oh, they
There
got
we
it?
go.
Oh,
Third
look
turtle.
how Omega pressure that bot lane and also take the blue.
Yeah,
the purple, rather.
We're talking a lot about pressure here. Omega pressured that well. TNC are also pressuring the map. I think Omega are just starting to understand that, King Kong's getting around the map fast.
Yep,
The pace the Link provides is allowing TNC a lot of room.
Yeah, he's jumping.
And now they're changing the tempo. I think the answer from Omega here is to just, all right, go beeline straight for the turtle. There's no way King Kong's going to make it here. Miko putting up a barricade, pushing them away. Innocent, able to get a few beads in. Here comes Lewis. Oh, Ben thinks at half health. Can Ryzen get the taunt? Force out the flicker. Escalera very low. Gets away. Cram here. Dashes on to Lewis. Lewis still has a split. Nothing happens.
I could be mistaken here, but was that already a conceal coming from Escalera? So are there double roam boots here, or is TNC calling back to something they do in Season 10 wherein Ben thinks will actually be the mid laner
I want to check.
without roam boots, and it's Escalera who's actually the one holding the roam boots, because he used the conceal just now.
Okay, interesting choices for TNC. With a specific route, they're trying to do something. They're experimenting with calculated risk. Oh, look at that top thing.
Lane swap. So far, Stone buying some space. Kellera pushes that top lane tier 1. And this whole time,
Yep.
I think the reason why Kellera was so far back was to also deny Innocent the Avarice money. Oh, here he comes. Wild charge coming in. Miko looking for a kick. Oh, force down early Tempest of Blades. Ryzen, an eighth of his health down.
Oh!
Razor's Wrath taking down King Kong. That Ling got squished.
I mean, let's just talk about the very obvious difference between the two. Fredrin has a larger sword. That
Holds it
hurts
with one
more.
hand.
Yeah.
Holds it with one hand.
And he's buffed.
And he's buffed up.
Oh!
Another one as well.
Barely caught that.
That's a solo. TNC, they gotta be careful here, because these are the timers and situations that Beatrix's love. There's already a Malefic Roar on the hands of Kellera. So with that, TNC, the more kills they give, if they lose another skirmish, give off another pick-off to Omega, it's going to be TNC playing defensive for the rest of the game until they can find a way to turn around. Heck, we're already seeing glimpses of that.
Yeah, since of you saying that TNC is now playing defensively, is Ben things almost in trouble in giving vision for the team. Because passively, he can't get most of the setups right.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him. He has to be careful with how well he can get vision. I mean, that's the great thing about a Grok, to stay close to the wall, have that power.
Oh,
there's a set!
Wild charge on the 2, forces Storm out of that bush. Miko as well, spending a flicker. Here comes the airstrike. Look at Escalera. Finding Storm, pops him. Not a second wasted. Lewis trying to put up a wall here. It's too late to reset the Lord. It's at a fifth of its health, an eighth of its health. It's gone. Ryzen secures it. Down goes Miko. King Kong gets taken out by the Filipino Savage. Bodies have dropped. It's a 2-for-1 so far in favor of TNC, but Ryzen, here he comes. Lewis a lot of damage. It's a double kill for Kellera. And now it's Cram left in the middle of 3 members. Make it 3. Folks, the Barangay be cooking.
TNC, they broke formations, but they couldn't break Kellera, who is now 4-0. He was left to free hit without a problem, already close to dealing 25,000 damage this game.
Man, that hurt. I just want to say how Luis managed to hold down 3 members.
Him alone.
Just him. And that decision, TNC was ready to answer in all of the obstacles. How could he even reach the Lord?
Oh my goodness. Kellera just with one basic attack brought Innocent down to 55%. It seems like Kelra hasn't lost any of the momentum from yesterday. He's still on fire with
Playing
his
the same game.
Beatrix.
Oh, spots out Bentings.
Again!
He's not moving.
Throwing
He's not
out
moving.
Bennett bombs. Wild charge out. Bentings gets hit, but there was just about enough damage, so he couldn't get away. Now TNC's down a man. They're going for it. Barangay are knocking down on their top lane inhibitor. Here comes Kelra. Bennett bombs just barraging onto this main objective up top. It's huge. Oh!
Ow.
Still standing though. And here comes 3. King Kong, Cram, and Escalera successfully defends.
Omega, I just gotta say, you're way too fast on your winning condition. 8K gold lead. What's TNC gonna do? Is there any window for them to bounce back?
Counter punish. That's it. They just need to hold on, defend. Look at that. One feathered airstrike brings Innocent down to 50%.
Half HP right away. Eventually they do get it. Down goes the inhibitor. Lewis catches a few beads from Innocent. And the gang, they get out. They're going to be playing elsewhere. Still tier 2 standing down bottom for TNC.
Again, this is the struggle with a lineup that is purely dive. In the scenario where you don't get the early game momentum, especially if the opposing team gets it, oh my goodness, it's going to be so hard for you to counter. Find a way to claw back, especially up against a Farsa. Stone continues to ravage in this game, and he's positioning his usage of the feathered airstrike, though not getting kills all the time, it's just sending the members of TNC back. So this is going to be a big gambit for them to try to get a huge 5-man play here, but if I'm not mistaken, Lewis already has the vision on them.
Yeah, and Ryzen was had by 2-level XP up against King Kong.
Yeah. Fellas,
there's a call.
This confirms we'll talk about it later, but Lewis, just baits it out. He survives with a split. I was going to say, this confirms our suspicions. It is indeed a double roam setup, and they're both rocking conceal. Here's a kick on to Cram. Served up to Kelra. Miko's feeling it. Both of them, they're still playing the game last night.
Miko continuing his great show ways from yesterday up against Echo, now still showing it against TNC.
King Kong catches 2 salvos. Survives all this while Ryzen working on that Luminous Lord.
This is a danger right now if you are part of the Phoenix army. If you manage to defend still this 2-tier turrets, look at the damage here. Kelra is right off the charts. Almost 4K.
Yep, good news for them is that Innocent is relatively close to Kelra despite the massive lead that Omega has, but the next one in terms of damage dealt is Cram. And look, Stone versus Escalera in terms of damage, a 12,000 lead for Stone. The Farsa over the Kadita. And again, you can't fault Escalera in this scenario. It'll be difficult to find dives, to find that pick-off combo as that Kadita.
Yeah, finding dive, right? So it's Escalera and Bentings' job right now that could be so crucial to spot one against Smart Omega. With a goalie of 11K, with the damage the Barangay has right now, they need to have good defense to hold the line.
And they're going to try to defend the best that they can. It's the bottom and the mid inhibitor in jeopardy. The Lord marches in. It's Innocent and Bentings and Cram taking care of this huge water monster. They're able to drown it, stop the assault. But here comes Miko, flickers in, force out a Tempest of Blades, and the bomb's away! Bennett! Rage almost takes down King Kong. And now Cram out a 4th of his health as well. Gets away with it. No one has fallen yet. No bodies fallen, but no turrets standing either for TNC. They got to defend their base at almost half health. Lewis goes for the split, finding one. He's going to get a bite on the Cram. Cram dashes in. Vengeance. There's the grab. And he goes down. Kelra gets a monster kill. It's just 4 members left for TNC.
They squeeze the ultimate.
Flicker wild charge. And a blazing duet from Innocent. The answer back with a fair strike. Miko trying to stop him. Finally takes down Bentings. Escalera and Innocent. Can they do it? Where's King Kong? Down goes Innocent. Here comes King Kong. They're dashing on through. And there's the pull. Escalera goes down. It's just King Kong. He's the only one left. The Barangay are going to take game 1.
Look at Kelra. Look at his reaction in that bottom right player cam. They know they're feeling it. They know they're in the zone. Absolute dominance by Omega. Respect to their sudden power spike on the Beatrix. Biyaheng Tagumpay hits a massive speed bump in game 1.
That's how you make an impression on day number 1 on the job. Luis on the glue, managed to box out all the possible threats from TNC. And they played it really simple and clean.
Great debut by the young rookie for Smart Omega. Could have sworn there were moments when you just cover that up. Hey, I wouldn't know the difference. And he had a bit of his own flavor too.
Yeah. It seems like he's a little bit more aggressive version of Renjo. We know Renjo really is a lot more cautious, but when he does commit to that play, it's massive. But there, Lewis knew that they were in control, so he was just like, I'm going to just be aggressive all the time.
Yeah, why not? We're ahead. We got a massive 10K gold lead.
And zone out one.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see it in the highlights, but there was that, second or third turtle, wherein alone, Lewis drew a line between him, the rest of Omega, and 3 members of TNC, and he was doing it at level 5 or 6?
Yeah, he just had confidence to push everyone back, right? And that was the power spike of TNC early game. Now, let's break things down on game number 1. What happened, Renmar, and how Barangay take that game against TNC?
Well, we got to see it in the beats of the game, where it was TNC not being able to find the pickoffs that they would want after the initial pickoff that they did find to start off the game. Kelra knowing that Escalera was looming in the gold lane, trying to take him out so he would stay back and play safe. He knows that he needed to stay alive and get his farm early on, because the lineup of Omega, the one that they fielded here, after getting that Blade of Despair and then getting that Hunter Strike eventually, those 2 items alone were enough for Omega to be aggressive. Having that Farsa as their centerpiece here, that I feel like TNC overcommitted in focusing on in terms of their draft. Because when you look at their first 3 picks, it was the Arlot, the Claude, and the Kadita. They knew the Farsa was coming up. So they picked the Arlot and Claude, and then the Kadita right after that. So those 3 were great. But it seems like after that, the rest of the picks of TNC still was committed on taking down the Farsa. There was a Glue 4th pick. What did they have up against the Glue? And that's why we saw in that crucial turtle fight, the second one that Leo pointed out, Lewis was just freely standing in front of TNC because he knows that no one in TNC at that moment could take him down. He didn't have the perfect game here, but it would be damn difficult for TNC to take down that Glue. And again, it's going back to one of the issues that TNC had in terms of how they draft and sometimes even how they play earlier on in the season, before they got that win over ONIC, is that they focus a little bit too much onto one certain thing, and then suddenly they find themselves shoehorned into one specific strategy that is such a gambit. Because if they cannot pull that off in the early to mid, the team already has all the opposing team that they're up against has the tools to take control of the mid to late and just make it difficult for TNC to find the turnaround. Break formations. They did that, but they couldn't break Kelra. 6-0-3. The Filipino Savage still continuing his hot streak. And we discussed this earlier. This is going to be a big test for Innocent to really step up, and for the entirety of TNC Pro Team to really step up, to do what they can to give Kelra a hard time. Because, and this isn't sugarcoating anything, this dude has been in God mode lately with how he was, and we saw it here. Time and time again, TNC would break the formation of Omega, leaving Kelra wide open, but he would just make the most of a flicker, a dash, stay alive, and still be freely able to hit. You saw TNC were desperate in trying to stop Kelra and getting Innocent out of the gold lane as quickly as possible. That's why the heat map of this game for the first 6 minutes was focused on the gold lane. We barely saw action in the XP lane. We barely saw action in mid. Everything was happening around the gold lane. Looking at the key highlights of this game, that was Lewis and him being able to zone out the members of TNC Pro Team, stopping them to get to Kelra. Kelra bagged himself a triple kill. And after he got that triple kill, I think unanimously, everyone who watched this game already felt, yeah, Omega's in the zone. TNC are going to have to claw back from a defensive position to win this game. But again, because of a lineup, fielded for pickoff, fielded for building an early lead, an early to mid game, getting those crucial skirmish wins early on to build a snowball. Since they couldn't do that, it was insanely difficult for them to go up against a lineup that has a Farsa and Beatrix, great for wave clear and great for holding on to massive leads. Folks, TNC Pro Team, it seems like they've regressed in terms of drafting, in terms of playstyle. This is them earlier in the season now, and they're going to need to snap back to reality, to their form that got them that sweep victory over ONIC.
It looked like tunnel vision to me.
Yeah.
Like, on paper, when you look at it and when you look at the item check and you see what they were trying to do, it was all-in dive. Like, the fact that you had 2 conceals, man, if you fail the first conceal, you go for another, and then you try to get your target. But, again, we mentioned how if that fails and you're trying it against one of the teams who is better known for cheese in the league, right? Historically speaking.
True.
This is the franchise that brought out the Bane, Selena, Faramis from Season 7 playoffs. Like,
my goodness.
they know how cheese looks like. So, I guess you're right. There might be some regression there. So, going into Game 2, I'd say go into the textbook, as you would say, right? Like
Textbook, okay.
Try to run the Biyahing Tagumpay as you would like a normal 4 or 5 speed. Like, don't try to be like a Camaro. Don't try to be like a Porsche. Don't try to be like a... I'm trying to name cars here. Obviously not a car guy, but you know what I mean?
Okay, so you were...
Ka-chow, speed.
That's true, but so we would want to say that instead of them experimenting, well, which is okay, make it more calculated or just be TNC on what happened last week.
Yeah, reel it in.
Yeah,
Reel it in.
and because if they're known for, as you said, Smart Omega has long history on putting back up strong metas, cheese picks, cheese traps metas, so they need to be informed that they just be in textbook. Okay, so refrain from experimentation and just do you.
Again, they can experiment, but they need to be calculated about it. This was a combination of a overthink and also it was a bit overdue at the same time because, again, it was all dive. Hence why we were leaning towards them picking the Hanzo as the last pick because it would have provided the poke that they lacked at that moment.
Yeah.
The first 4 picks being Arla, Claude, Kadita, Grok. You're thinking, okay, maybe they drafted the Hanzo because at least, yes, there will be moments where the Hanzo will have to commit ultimates just to clear a wave, but at least you're at a safe distance from it, and then you bring in the divers to after vision has been given.
And you shred the Fredrin, and then you threaten the Beatrix all the more. Because again, you're just making hand signs in a bush like 10 feet away.
That's it, yeah.
And then
well, they're Naruto.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah.
It's the pinnacle ninja, Kinjutsu. You summon the demon ghost ninja Numa.
Wow.
Read the
you know how it works, right?
I don't know how.
I was about to believe it.
I just watch Hanzo a little too much.
Yes, the only hand sign I know is this. And this.
Is it during Saturdays or Sundays?
Every day, man.
Oh, that's good.
What are
That's
you
good.
talking about, Francis?
Always share the love wherever you are, right?
Yeah.
So back in the game, so you say TNC had a dive composition. What was the thing that it could be paired up with a new, an experimental flavor? Will they change something?
I'm not in a position to give out too clean of a suggestion, but allow me to work out my thoughts. How about we do some game face first?
I love it. I love it. You're smiling now. It's Game Face of the Day brought to you by Smart Team Shooting Gallery. It's now time to show your winning face. So just flash the hashtag with the green background. And once the camera is right in front of you, do your thing. Show your smile and Game Face on.
And of course, our lovely crowd here is using this perfect opportunity to win some prizes to also embarrass their friends and loved ones by showing pictures of them on their phones.
Either way, you win.
Yeah.
Is
that Salt Poppy?
Is that, it's Salt
Hey, hey, we've been seeing game number 1, and he wins.
That's low sodium Poppy.
Yes.
Sea salt Poppy.
Yeah.
Sea salt Poppy.
Not too much salt, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just won the Game Face of the Day, and...
I got to say hi to him, though, and even though that isn't actually Salt Poppy, I was actually starstruck.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Glad you didn't get knocked out.
He was like, "Hi, Boss Reptar," and I was just there like, "Oh my,
It's you.
It's you, the guy who looks like Salt Poppy vaguely."
It's you.
Yeah.
Oh wait. All right. So
Congratulations to him, by the way.
back to TNC versus Smart Omega, right? There's a saying. I may have just made it up, but it makes sense here.
Okay.
You can't break the rules if you don't know the rules, right? So play closer to the meta and then ingest that little bit of chaos.
Yeah.
This was a little too deep or too far to the spectrum of let's just dive.
Yeah.
So I guess tweak it back.
Yeah. I mean, it's like that one key to victory we had with breaking formations. It's like, okay, let's do this, that specific thing. When, come on, TNC and actually a lot of the teams here in this season, they're in their best form when their lineup is versatile enough that if they hammer on one strategy in the game, they have something for either coming back or holding on to a lead that is also like flexible enough. So that's all we can say pretty much at this point for TNC. Just don't go all in one specific strat. Add in a little bit of variety in there.
Yeah, variety. And keys to victory number 3, stop the roamer. Yeah, Ben thinks we were actually waiting for Ben things to do something, but it's most of the surprise attacks, right?
Yeah.
The surprise setups.
So something tells me the Kufi might show up.
The Kufi?
The
yeah,
Kufi?
Ben thinks has a pretty decent Kufi.
Really?
One of the better ones in recent memory. So yeah, no, if Miko's...
But Frankie?
Frankie's solid too. Especially since Miko's feeling his show, right? If you're able to stop that, I don't think it's a waste to go ahead and try to find a good bouncing ball or even a bloody hunt to stop MI double KO.
Actually, yeah. Cooper was open earlier.
Yes, I was looking at the drafts like,
yeah, it was completely open, so they just let it loose. A lot of heroes were out for Smart Omega to take.
Yeah, but I think also TNC, the reason why they picked up the Grok is they also acknowledged the possibility of, or at least the tendency for a Cho to usually get into positions faster. So if ever he has that little bit of control immunity so that he doesn't get kicked and set up right away. But it was, again, TNC just thinking overly defensive-minded for their roamer. I do agree with you guys that I want to see Ben Things pick up a hero here that can set the tempo for TNC.
Yeah, Frankie or Kufi could be the option.
We're talking about Franco and Kufra, by the way.
Yeah, we're just adding Y.
It took me a while to get that earlier. Yeah. For a second there, I was thinking, like, am I the slow one here? Or
Man, your IGN is Rennie.
Yes, why are you suddenly dropping that?
Yeah, it's just Y thing.
Just because it rhymes?
Yeah, it just rhymes. It
For
just
all
works.
For all of y'all who bumped into a Rennie with the MPL badge on rank, like, that's not Renegades. Sorry to say.
Yeah, to everyone who keeps calling me Rennie J on RG, please don't. Because some people are thinking that, why isn't Renegade playing so well? That's just me, guys. That's just Reptar.
Renegade is back in his roaming ways. Oh, never mind.
See him play gold lane? Well, will we see some adjustment for TNC? Because it's all about dive. How do you rise? They're on deep waters right now. Will they be able to do this in game number 2?
I like what you did there, Francis. They focus too much on dive. Now they need to rise.
Yeah.
That's one.
That's one.
Oh, they're on first
Here's
pick.
a change. Yeah, they switched it up because here in this series, they are, I believe, the away team. So, yeah, this is their choice. They wanted to go blue. Interestingly, as per week 3 stats, talking about our development league, red side wins more. Is the meta shifting? Are we seeing teams prefer blue side now?
Yeah, weirdly enough, in MPL, yeah, red side wins more. But then lately I just checked. After yesterday, it was pretty much all blue side that won yesterday.
Yeah.
So blue side seems to be the priority.
Are we skewing now? Is that first pick trade outweighing the 2 picks and that closer as the 5th?
Yeah,
Well, could be because in the red side, you could answer one last counter because you can at the first place you can flex on your first pick and then you can finally secure a counter on the last pick. So yes. But in MPL, how about that, Remar?
Yeah, it's the answer of the second and third pick on the blue side.
Yeah.
Because of the... Okay, the tendencies are, like, we have a very small hero pool of heroes that are picked in the first and second pick on the red side. Hence why earlier the Arlot was such a big surprise.
Yeah.
Teams prioritizing Kanata a little bit more, even, like, Claudia a little bit more. So, interesting here. TNC, their second and third picks here need to be really good.
What are you suggesting, though?
Still don't see the draft.
Yeah.
Later on, maybe after Omega.
Will it be a flex jungler or will it be an XP lane?
Okay, tendency is XP laners and mid laners get picked in the first phase.
Right.
That's the go-to pickups there.
But I think that might have to change given how much of a focus Coach Left and Right are given over to Kelra. Look at this.
Wait.
First phase, these 3 bans, 2 of them are for Beatrix and Harith. Kelra heroes.
What is this for TNC? What are the
Arlot first pick?
Why?
Well, we see that in the other regions.
Yeah.
Malaysia, Cambodia also.
Which just started yesterday. Yeah, right.
Okay, so this is what we're talking about here. These are 2 of the mid picks usually picked up. Okay, there. Okay, fast picks here. This Diggy pickup is big for TNC Pro Team. This is the Diggy of Ben Things that secured 2 Lord Steals last week against ONIC in Game 1.
That's right.
Killer Diggy.
Yeah, the Killer Diggy. And they have the Melissa as well. So the pick here for Lewis, if it's not going to be the Glue, might actually be the Yuzhong. I'd want to see them pick up their XP laner right away.
Yeah, at this point, if you see TNC invest too much into banning out Kelra heroes, just tell Dwayne to hunker down. It's like, you know what?
Yeah.
They put it this much. Just wait till the last phase, dude.
Yeah, they're red side
Remaining
anyway.
unpredictable.
They pick their XP laner now. They pick their gold laner 4th pick.
Okay, let's see how Smart Omega weighs this. Did they see the Diggy coming? Did they just let out loose Ben things to go back in his form? But Moskov, okay, for Smart Omega.
All right. So the whole cleanse of the times journey is not going to matter. I mean, it will once you get hit with the stun and the pushback, the knockback, but the damage, the pure damage that Smart Omega's putting on the table here, closing up their first phase.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about this Moskov pick. It's unanimous that a lot of the top marksmen in the game will struggle up against a Melissa. In terms of the discussion of which of the marksmen has the highest possibility of being able to stand toe-to-toe with the Melissa in the lane is actually the Moskov.
Right.
Because of that dash that he has as well. And the amount of reach he has, of course, with this basic attack being surprisingly pokey and long range.
Potent.
Pokey, yeah.
So
let's go to Hokey.
this is actually a great pick up for Omega. Maybe that's why they picked up right away. A Hokey Pokey.
Yeah,
Great.
okay.
Put your left foot in.
Left foot out.
I don't know the song. They never taught me that in
What?
kindergarten.
Really? Or you skip kindergarten?
No. I just never learned the song.
No. All right, so thinking
I hear
about
ya.
what TNC might block out here, still no clear hero for Miko. Also, still no clear hero for Lewis.
Oh, there's a Frankie.
Yeah, they banned it out. So
There it is.
Kofi
That's-
or
that's-
Kufra
yeah.
still open, so there's no tank for Smart Omega to get. So who do you ban now for the last option? Well, that's Eve. Preventing the Mage Burst against TNC because clearly they don't have that yet. So clearly Bending's going to use this as roam.
You know what hurts here for TNC? I know they have the Diggy, but either the Cho or the Kufra will be like perfect for the lineup of Omega right now. Either of those two are going to be great. And the Lolita will actually still be open.
Right, yeah.
So maybe Omega will dump more crowd control abilities so that they can force out the times journey early. And hence why this Farsa pickup is maybe they also
Crowd
foresaw
control.
the Diggy coming.
All right. So there's two ways to deal with the Diggy, right? Well, technically three. One is you wait out the times journey. Two is you dodge the times journey and you just don't play with much CC at all, make it useless. And the other is to overload it.
Force it.
Yeah, they can still do all three. All three possibilities for Smart Omega are still on the table. I wonder how they'll respond. Again, the Kofi's still out there.
Yeah, even also the Atlas.
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah.
but I'm not so sure.
Yeah. But,
Yeah, against the times journey.
No.
Yeah.
But Lapu-Lapu, the XP lane is a priority now of Smart Omega. So the red side has now the option to secure one more. If TNC secures something that it can be countered. What's inside now for the Phoenix Army?
Let me see. They might go for a much tankier jungler. An assassin jungler here might actually hurt them. So I want to think Barrett's, but they haven't really showed that. Okay, is that a Julian?
And a Hilda.
What?
Excuse me.
Interesting. Who's going where?
Could be,
is there still much poking?
Could be a support Diggy and then a roam Hilda.
Yeah.
So mid lane. Okay.
So
Yes.
it is a
Mid lane Diggy.
jungle Julian.
Double roam again.
Okay. I am just trying to figure out what TNC is up to right now. With the first pick, Arlott.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Yeah. What Leo said actually makes the most sense. And I don't see anyone else going to the jungle other than that Julian. And eventually there is the Cho there for Omega. Let's wait for the shifts. It's that Escalera holding Hilda?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not swapping. They're not swapping it. It's a mid lane.
No, again, I think it's two roamers.
Yeah, again.
It's killer. It's that killer instinct you're talking about.
Yeah.
But if you're doing this whole Hilda living in yo jungle fam style against a Fredrin, you usually do this against assassin junglers.
Yeah, Fredrin's tanky.
Yeah.
And he can take a lot of damage and then dish out a lot of damage if the members of TNC couldn't take it. Again, TNC, I mean, we talked about experimentation. We talked about calculated experimentation. Just because right now we're a little bit perplexed about it, doesn't mean it won't work.
That's true.
There has, obviously there's a lot of thought put into this, but because it's something that we never see, and even like in the practice of it all, up against a tankier jungler, there's a lot of question marks. You know what? Right now, I'm just excited to see how they actually play this.
Count me in. It's game number 2 in TNC versus Smart Omega. Will this turn out for a sweep for the Barangay, or will this be a rising point for the Phoenix Army? Let's see how this goes. So it's Escalera onto the mid lane. That confirms it, yeah. So up against a Farsa.
That's a Diggy with Avarice.
Yes. Diggy with an Avarice and a Favor Boots.
Yeah.
So he's going to try to leverage the shields that he gets.
Yep.
Yeah, from the Times Journey.
And then Escalera without Roam, not yet.
Interesting ideas. I mean, TNC has made a name for themselves this season as being a team that, I mean, they're the ones who showed up with the Zilong and actually almost made it work, even though it struggled.
And the ad is on point, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's also not forget in Season 9, they were one of the first teams to actually use Demon Slayer, which is now a mainstay.
Yeah, which eventually evolved into the tanks a lot that Omega loves playing.
Yeah, so we're just seeing how the legacy continues on how they started this Demon Slayer. So Smart Omega, on the other hand, they have bigger ways of controlling the map. With the Fredrin and the Farsa and the Cho, they could easily slow down the TNC on their journey onto the mid-game, right?
TNC checks out if this is going to be a Ben Things Diggy with magic damage, like second item Divine Glaive.
Right away?
Omega needs to watch out for that, actually, because this is going to hurt. Their only source of magic damage is the Farsa, but that is offset by the fact that their physical damage really hurts. Of course, the Appraiser's Wrath coming in from the Fredrin, and of course, we know how much a Moskov can dish out. Surprisingly, TNC has the tools to snowball with this if Omega aren't careful. It's a unique lineup, but they can surprise Omega.
Yep.
Let's see how it translates. Okay, so no contest at all for TNC.
Okay, Turtle here.
King Kong's right there.
In retribution range. I could have sworn they were going to make the most of that 3 or 4 man rotation up top, but they let it go.
Did they not get the vision on there onto Ryzen?
There's oh my gosh.
This is not good.
Innocent. Taken down quickly, max range. Feathered air strike.
A turtle will kill down bottom in the gold lane. That's Kelra.
Yeah, man, I feel like at that moment, Innocent was just thinking to himself, if only Feathered Airstrike could be blocked by my dome. But it ended up becoming more like a target.
Yeah, but it can't.
For Omega. That was a great layering of abilities coming in from Stone and Kelra, clearly working together to secure that kill onto Innocent, which, again, very perplexing as to why TNC would dive Lewis, try to get a kill onto him top, but not contest the turtle. TNC needs to contest the second turtle here. If they give up the Gambit and decide to dive another lane instead of contesting the turtle, Omega might run away with it.
That's 2 men. Cram and King Kong spots out. The bravest fighter already spent. Goes ahead, flickers underneath. Storm looking for the clapback. Ryzen as well in position. It's just Cram and King Kong here. 3 members of TNC are down bottom. They let go.
Good read there by King Kong to not walk into that shrub, by the way.
Yeah, they're letting go so much. And as I look for the story on TNC would want to play this game, okay, it just boggles my mind what they're up to.
All right, fellas, an unorthodox lineup has unorthodox rotations. So they might be seeing things and doing things that we don't understand quite yet. Miko walks into a bush, forces out Ben Things to move out of it. Better dare strike by Stone. Throws out a few salvos, pushing Ben Things out of range. 4 members of Omega back off.
Okay. So, the good thing about the lineup of TNC is if Omega run away with the lead here, they actually have a respectable lineup in terms of being able to defend much better compared to their Game 1 lineup. So they can hold on. And we've seen games before where Diggy, just the existence of a Diggy alone was enough to turn games around. We saw that in Bren versus NXPE earlier this season.
Now Ryzen is up against Ben Things and Nilas Carrera. Who's going to make this take on the turtle?
Turtle at half health. Miko catches Ben Things. No one home. Cram goes down. Oh, but Miko gets taken down first. Cram survives with the help of tenacity, but it's Kelro takes down Innocent. Unbelievable trades here.
1-1.
Turtle still standing. Who's going to take it? King Kong with an immaculate pull. Then Bombs pushing away Ryzen. He says, not worth it. We're backing off. Turtle looks like it's going to go over to TNC.
Good contest. We talked about it earlier. TNC needed to contest it, and they did that well. It's an interesting scenario seeing how this Hilda on the hands of Escalera is playing. It's passive, But of course, he's being aggressive and showing himself. But for some reason, Escalera showing himself in the backline of Omega, it's enough for Omega to think, maybe should we... you see the hesitation there.
Yeah.
And that really threw off Omega's approach in that team fight for the turtle.
Oh, maybe that's the only way to get them off guard, because Escalera, on the other hand, gives vision, answers to the problems of game number 1.
Those are great veteran instincts by Miko, by the way, to not get close to that shrub. If he did, he would have been taken out of this game. King Kong would have been able to burst him down alongside Escalera. But now that he's still alive, that opened up a tower break for Omega up top. And TNC can't counter it down bottom because Lewis got to clear the minion wave with Bravest Fighter.
Veterans, Mamba also passing knowledge on to Mika. How's the items now for Smart Omega?
Okay, that's a big lead for this Moscow of 800 compared to this Melissa. But both of them mirrored priorities, both building the leg plates, both have the corrosion side. Innocent needs to be a little bit more careful here, so there's a good call by TNC to counter it and get a tower break down bottom if they can. Let's see if they can actually get it, but no, Lewis holding on for dear life.
Here comes the cavalry. Their strike by Storm Ryzen, waiting in the wings. Who's he going to take? And another successful defense again by Lewis with the BF.
They're just holding it through. There's not even trades on cross map that TNC wants to commit. It's playing safe.
Oh!
Good, but look at that. Something's trouble.
Suddenly, he cut to action down bottom though. Lewis catches Innocent in the back line. Go away! Not working out. He was inside the dome.
Whoa!
But Cram punishes the deep rookie. And Kelra finishes the job. Innocent falls. Now here comes Ryzen trying to take Cram down. Oh, still a few more salvos. Down goes Cram. Ryzen is the one to get the final blow.
Kelra's done it again. Look at the global presence, the senses. The Filipino Savage taking that kill.
That wasn't an ultimate from downtown. That was an ultimate from the barangay, even further from downtown. And you saw there the interaction. Since Bravest Fighter makes you immune to control abilities, popped off in the dome of the Melissa, you're not going to get pushed back until the animation of the 3 strikes is done. But of course, Kelra, great use of the ultimate.
Last turtle here. King Kong still takes it despite the help from Stone with the Federer strike. Both teams let go. Traded out though. Barangay gets a turret up top.
Yeah, TNC. Good thing they were able to get that second turtle. They're going to have a lot of lane management to do. No towers broken just yet. Second tower up top broken. And Kelra already has a golden staff onto him on the way to his third. Big lead for the gold laner of Omega.
Now, with the damage that they have, clearly they can protect Keller at most of the times. He has a knockback, and this is the problem if you have a fast way of scaling up a Moskov, plus partner with Soam's feathered airstrike. How can he even penetrate the defense zone of Smart Omega?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. That's why Benthinks actually had to first build the Athena shield. He knows that him getting poked out by the Farsa is one of the things Omega would want to do to trigger the Time's Journey prematurely. Earlier, we saw favor on Benthinks, right? Now it's actually encouraged. So he changed it midway.
He did. It was green to start, now it's red.
Oh, look at Keller.
It's just 9 minutes, and look at the push down bottom.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He's in trouble.
It's just a Savage here.
Oh, my goodness.
He overextended. He overstayed his welcome. The punish from TNC. Stone could not stop the assault. That's a shutdown on this Moscow.
Yeah, that's a miscalculation by not just Keller. It seems like for the majority of Omega. What?
A flicker in. Reverse time on the Storm. Very, very low. Down goes the Farsa. Innocent gets a kill.
Okay, it was a questionable start to it, but it worked. It worked out.
Unorthodox picks in rotation. Well, this answer is...
It's a domino effect. I mean, Keller fell like Farsa. Stone was like, I don't know, it might have thrown him off.
Yeah, it's like, oh, where'd he flicker?
What?
And then suddenly he gets taken out.
Yeah.
Next level mind games right now by Benthinks.
Well, now they have a good window to take back this objective because that was the problem of the space that Omega's creating. They have the Lapu Lapu. We haven't seen Luis, but now look at this action.
Reverse time on Miko. Puts him at a third of his health. Pops the regeneration. Definitely not a fight he wants to miss. But I think the call from Ryzen was, I'll make this last a little longer. Go ahead, Miko. Get some regen. And look at where Keller's positioned. I'm not sure if this is a fight that they want to take.
This is dangerous. If you're looking at the scale of the macro game of... Oh my goodness!
Oh, Lord, again! They pick off Kelra, but it looks like they're committing! Ryzen secures this Lord! First one of the game! And just like that, the Barangay just makes a beeline for their defense, but they fail!
Sacrificing Kelra for that Lord, was that worth it, Renmar?
Oh, well, they do have the Lord with them. Let's see if they can actually push it. If they can get some towers here, especially that tower in the mid lane, it would have been worth it.
Okay, so... Okay, this progress is still progress no matter how small, but now they need to not do those miscalculations again if you're a smart Omega, because the damage of Kelra right now could be so deadly that TNC is forced to build on defense items since they have both boots and roamers, so that they could take advantage of.
That's right. Good news and bad news. Bad news is Kelra's still gonna hurt late game, right? Good news is at least they're still finding him, so they can continue this, but I don't know how much more they can because the map is shrinking. Here's a push on bottom. Storm with a feathered air strike. Few hits there. Cram comes in with a vengeance, gets a knock-up, gets a kick, and there's a time journey. He's gonna survive thanks to Ben Things, but the turret's still gonna fall. The Barangay are happy with that demolition mission, and now Escalera, look at the back line, using that Cyclone Eye, dashing on through with the sprint.
He pulled just everybody to go around the rock. Buying time for TNC to just hold on. How's the items now?
All right. Still no damage item for Ben Things, although he is building that Enchanted Talisman. Oh, actually able to complete it already. I'd want to see a Divine Glaive on there because, look, Ben Things actually hasn't been taken out yet, which means the stacks are there for the time bombs, and once he has that Divine Glaive up, Omega's going to feel it.
Fellas, look at this Malefic Roar on Escalera and a full tank build Arlot on Cram.
Talking about physical penetration onto this Hilda for the tanky heroes of Omega. One way to bear the defense, just be in the bush if you're a Hilda and just keep on getting vision for your team.
Yeah, he's getting vision, but that Malefic Roar is also a sign of him as like, oh, I'm like the assassin of my team. But I'm not a well, Hilda can run fast. That's a beefy assassin.
Yeah.
And it's Cram who's the tank. If he can continue to get those setups with those flickers and those final slashes, it's going to be great for TNC.
Yeah, we were just talking about it, but did somebody spot Ryzen and Stone by just being on the
do they know? And knowing TNC and seeing how they play in the past 12 minutes, usually this is a safe spot for the Farsa, right? That pixel brush. But when you're playing against TNC the way that they have in this game, I don't think so. Like, again, that's what's so cool about an unorthodox lineup. It has an unorthodox approach. So you think you got it solved, but not when you're playing against TNC, not like this.
Yeah, because I feel like also Stone now realizes like the danger he's faced off up against that Hilda. So even Omega are a lot more cautious in terms of how they're taking fights. And it seems like they're always cautious now about the presence of the Hilda, and they're just watching out for Escalera.
Yeah.
If TNC can play their cards right, they'll find Omega in the perfect sandwich. But look at that. So many members of TNC here by this Lord. There are 3 members of Omega up top.
Ryzen just pulling them and baiting them in this objective.
Yep, and I believe the prior call was for Keller to break that inhibitor up top, but it looks like a change of plans. Miko caught out here. A lot of damage spent in already. Ben Things dropping them bombs. Again, at max stacks. Reverse time on Miko. Displacing him. Who's going to take this turtle? Rather a Lord. It's Ryzen. And down goes Keller. King Kong finds him again. Ryzen with the Appraiser's Wrath. Escalera gets kicked up in range of the turret. Lewis, BF on out. King Kong caught by a salvo. Just like that, TNC with the punish, but Omega walks away with that Luminous Lord. Oh, look at that wave.
And a push. Push down bottom. There's minions pushing in. Although the Keller's just a casualty, we'll still be able to hold this through.
Oh, man. Omega still in control here, definitely. Innocent just built up the Athena shield, and yeah, they're going to have their work cut off for them in this defense. I don't know if it's unfortunate or just incredibly bad timing that King Kong does not have his ultimates ready up for those objective fights. He can't commit those enhanced sword entries to actually even try to secure those lords. Like, he was standing there close enough, but more often you'll see that Fredrian win that retry battle.
Yeah. The utility and the mastery of Ryzen. Miko.
Ryzen took a dozen auto alarm bombs there.
Yeah. Already scratched him, though.
Yeah, because again, it's a hybrid Diggy. It's not like a full damage Diggy.
Yo.
As was previously shown against ONIC PH. Now, waves up top, waves in mid. A Luminous Lord down bottom, taken care of by King Kong almost alone. Now Stone pops the Feather Dare Strike, successful push in mid. Now it's top lane, next up on the docket. King Kong, throwing out them chains. Here comes Innocent with his own version of Muddles. Successful defense. The last turret still stands.
Well, they want to hold the line, but the lead right now of Smart Omega, is this deadlier when we get to 18 minutes, or does TNC still have a window to go back?
Well, again, they do have a Julian and a Melissa working for them. Omega would want to end this sooner rather than later. But even if it gets to the late game with how much control they have, as long as they avoid getting like swept or having no one to defend, they should still be fine for a long time. This game can go on for 20 minutes long and Omega will still be in control. Again, barring them getting wiped out.
Okay, not getting wiped out. Omega has a checklist to follow, but TNC here, I'm just seeing damage coming in from Innocent and Ben Things. Is this enough? Like how they wanted to hold and clear the lanes. We're just looking at the items. Will this be enough to pierce through Omega?
Well, with the Melissa on board there, the Melissa will be more than enough to actually stop. It's not a Divine Glaive, it's actually a Genius Wand. Sorry, Glowing Wand picked up there by Ben Things.
And he's building up towards what I assume would be a...
Immortality?
Anti-Kiras.
Or Anti-Kiras. Oh yeah, Anti-Kiras.
And then the Glaive, I assume, would be following up.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, he's changing Roam Boots around.
Oh.
How's that conceal?
There's a call. Ooh.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Lewis.
The flicker.
Okay, all right. So did he switch up with the conceal again?
Yes.
All right, that's what that was. Oh, look.
Uh-oh, Miko with his own.
Oh,
there's a lot of flickers used by three.
With an enhanced sword out.
Yeah.
Now, this is a 16-minute Lord pulled in by Ryzen. A lot of ults.
Oh, that thing hurt.
Are unspent. A lot of battle spells as well. But TNC has to take care of their base. A lot of waves are crashing in. Ryzen not letting go.
They need to hold on if they want to win this game. If TNC wants to force a game number 3, they would need this Lord for a push for the defense of Omega. Still opening at Ryzen. Being spotted down by 4.
Watch out. There's a Feathered Airstrike. Drawing a perimeter around this Lord. Now it's Miko buying time. Way the Dragon on the Cram. Innocent takes down the Roamer from Omega. And Ryzen secures the Lord. It's a body for an objective.
That's a push for the Barangay. And also, minions down bottom, clear.
That is heartbreaking for TNC. Ryzen didn't even expend his Retribution.
No.
King Kong went in there, committed the Retribution. Ryzen didn't even need to use his and still walked away with securing the Lord. Heartbreaking for TNC, but if you're Omega, they handle that with a lot of composure to not commit so much, to not to give up and use abilities way too early.
Look at Escalera. Spots Stone, but Stone pushes him back. And just like that, failed attempt. I mean, you kind of saw the intent.
Yeah.
To push in the base. So TNC has the way of clearing the waves and also the Lord. The gold lead of, well, 1.6 still won't matter, right? At this point. So they're building up something for Innocent to work on. So King Kong has more an advantage for knockups compared to backlines. But will that be the answer? Oh. But I don't think. I want to take it back.
Oh no! They find Ben Things force on the time's journey. And Innocent, go ahead, dash it on forward. Go away! TNC says they're pushing on through. Ben Things shut down here by Stone. The first death on this Diggy. And Innocent still throwing out those hammers. Miko goes down. King Kong has the kill. Cram dashing on through. Vengeance. Down goes Cram, pops his immortality. Kelra gets taken out by Innocent. Stone with a better air strike, but Kelra is not here to save him. Escalera popped him, but it's a trade between these two mid laners. Now King Kong takes down Lewis. It's just Ryzen. Oh, what's happening? Oh, Cram 1v1. There's a final slash. There's one more.
They're walking.
Chasing him. The dash out by Ryzen. He's out of vengeance range.
Is he? Can he get close enough? He is.
Diggy's just doing his thing.
Yeah, Benting's going to try to deny the recall. 5 seconds. 3 now on this Diggy. Oh, can Omega defend?
Is this
5 seconds.
Looks like that.
Is this a silver lining for the Phoenix Army right now?
I'm stumped. Are they going to try to end it? Can they?
There is a time
Oh!
journey. Oh!
Massive!
Forced it out. Ryzen's still alive. Miko, they're waiting for Kelra. It's just a second more.
No minions!
What?
No minions!
It's not over!
It's not over! We thought it was, but the sacrifice that Miko and Ryzen did to clear the minion waves meant that TNC couldn't end it there. This game has taken a massive turn. A U-turn for the jeepney of the Biyaheng Tagumpay.
They had to take it. They had to take it. There's no other way that they want to bounce back. Is that a window for TNC to just keep on doing? As you said, we're on 20 minutes, and Omega is still holding through.
What's Kelra doing?
Oh, he's going to try to go for that split push end, maybe.
Is he?
No, TNC now finally get their first Lord of the game. Unless he's going to get Spear of Destiny here.
Will he steal it?
No.
Ooh!
About a second and a half too late.
That was close. That was close.
A little bit of a preview there of what could have been in an alternate universe. But in this universe, it's TNC in the lead. We were talking about it. Barring any wipeouts or big miscalculations, Omega will be in control. They lost 4 in the siege. TNC Pro Team with their Diggy, the tendency for lineups with Diggy to be able to hold on, to be able to find a way to turn things around is what's happening right now for TNC. In a game where they were losing for majority of it, now it's Omega with their backs against the wall.
Look at Innocent. Look at the shredding power of this marksman. Just a deadly sound that you hear right into your headphones.
Yeah, they want to end this quickly because Innocent and Escalera both got potions for them. Extra damage, extra sustainability. TNC have their eyes set and forcing game number 3.
Oh, here we go. Miko caught out, pulls the Lord. I don't know you could do that.
What?
All right. I mean, it works. Feather Airstrike spent already by Stone. Protects bottom lane inhibitor. BF on out. Lewis spends it to save himself. Auto alarm bombs coming in. No minion waves. Omega makes quick work of this evolved Lord. Now here's a wave.
Oh, the waves.
There's a push.
So many.
Ooh, boy.
Can they?
They're looking for an opening. TNC is looking for an opening.
Try
They have
to end it.
minions!
Oh!
Cram gets a CC, reverse time on the Stone, pops the immortality, he's still alive.
Oh!
Down he goes, Innocent throwing out those hammers, those nails, and there's 2 members of the barangay down. Kelra, Lewis, and Miko left. Immortality pop on the Kelra, and there's a kick. It's too late. Cram goes down. Innocent goes down. It's just Ben Things. Lewis and Kelra are still alive, and it's just Ben Things. Kelra gets the Maniac. Oh, short of the Savage, but we all know who he is. They just have to clean up the base, and just like that, the guy are still breathing.
There are a lot of things that we can't explain in life. Ghosts, miracles. But TNC just saw a miracle, a ghost, something unexplainable. They saw Kelra. They saw a Maniac, and they saw a potential end to their hopes of forcing a game number 3 as Kelra and Lewis are marching down mid. That's a wipeout.
Barangay is knocking through. They're doing it. Defying the limits and showing that the odds are in their favor. Barangay Omega with a sweep.
I've never seen Kelra so happy. And what a debut for Lewis.
I've never seen a defense like that. Years of casting the game and sport that we love.
Oh, wow.
Kelra with a sliver of health. It was both down to 1 basic attack from either marksman. But the lifesteal and the damage dished out by a Moskov inched out what Melissa can bring out. And we were just treated to another highlight moment. Snipe, Zekiel, they're all there right now rushing to make content out of that.
Clip it.
Clip it. Remember it. Don't you forget it. Kelra, I'm sure that's going to be another back-to-back MVP performance for him. But of course, Biyaheng Tagumpay, we're so close to forcing game number 3. A hell of an effort for TNC Pro Team. They deserve all our respect. Kudos to them. But my goodness, Omega. Woo!
That's one for the books for the Filipino Savage.
Woo!
How do you manage to defend at full composure?
I mean, 2 nights in a row, Omega, whether win or lose, have been able to create moments like this. The barangay in full swing, folks. There's a fiesta tonight.
That was great. Bring out the lechon.
The barbecue.
The barbecue. What else did they prepare? Those hot dogs and the sticks with marshmallows. That's a Filipino special, by the way.
Yeah, the spaghetti.
Shanghai.
Yeah, spaghetti.
Don't
and
put them in your pockets.
Yeah. Do people do that?
You don't want to know.
Okay.
Yeah. We all share some celebrations. This is how the barangay made wonders, even in this match. Witnessing it's an honor. It's even just by watching it. Keller just does it again with the Moskov. Season after season. He never gets old.
I'm blessed to be breathing the same air as Dwayne Pilas.
He's back. He's back there on the stage.
The gold standard, who has been the shining beacon of Omega in what has been a difficult season so far. They end the first half of MPL Philippines Season 11 victorious. They go into the second half knowing that their gold laner is still most definitely here. And he is, again, for the lack of a better term, because there's no other way you can put it, God mode. Greatness on a different level on a gold laner right now.
We can't describe it, man. Well, if we even say a word, it could be an understatement. And what he even expressed, even felt by just winning that match, TNC really got them on a really hard time.
Could have sworn it was TNC's.
Yeah.
Like, seeing how Cram was just dashing on through Unli Vengeance, talking about that dash, not the battle spell, throughout all the members underneath your base. That could have spelled GG for any other gold laner, any other team, but not Omega, not tonight.
Yeah, and of course, Kelra he is going to be the talk of the town after this, but you mentioned Lewis. It has been and it was a fantastic debut for the XP laner of Omega. Because, yes, everyone's going to be looking at Kelra in that last play, but who was there with him? Who was there holding on for Omega with Kelra? It was Lewis. So congratulations to the young man with a victory in his debut and a fantastic performance individually and meshing really well with the members of Omega.
That's what you want to do in the first day of the job, right? And as these both teams were struggling to climb back on top, this is just smart Omega creating two winning formulas from Renzo not being in this game. That's just how you make a debut with Lewis. And it works well.
I love it. I don't think I've ever seen a rookie play the Lapu-Lapu that way and use the bravest fighter in so many different ways. Like, he used it as an engagement tool. He used it to stay within a go-away. Like, he turned it into do not go away.
Yeah.
He used it to retreat, like, from huge engagements. Lewis is amazing. I love it.
Well, with this, we could see more of him in this specific matches because, as we know, back in, Season 9 and 10, Smart Omega has their own way of pacing themselves, right? Starting from Week 4, we see them struggle from Week 1 to 4. Now, as they slowly bounce back, let's call them up on stage with Mara Aquino with Barangay Smart Omega.
What a game that was for Smart Omega. And now, congratulations with a sweep! Mag-ingay, Barangay! Okay, katabi ko yung bida ng ating laro ngayon. MVP din ng game number 1. Congratulations! Kelra, pag-usapan natin yung maniac na yon at kung gaano kasarap sa feeling yung panalo nyo kasi parang mag-heart attack ata kami dun sa nangyari nung last minutes eh.
Kasi parang, dito, alam mo ulit.
Bigla ka nahiya.
Nawala sa isip.
Yung maniac mo. Tsaka kasi back and forth yung laban ng game number 2.
Anong una, sumusuko na ako eh. Nung, nasunod-sunod na ako nahuli. Ang hirap ng, hero ko dun sa lineup nila, kaya sumusuko na ako nung una. Pero nung nasa base na, parang naisip ko na kaya kasi, ayun lang, kaya.
Sa mga moments na gano'n, sabi mga sumusuko ka, pag inis na inis ka na, nagagawa mo yung bang motivation or meron bang teammate sa'yo na parang ginigising ka?
Parang wala na masyado na siya salita sa amin. Nung nasa base na yung kalaban kasi kala namin talo na talaga kami. Tapos nung nasipa ni Migo yung Arlot, doon ako nabuhayan kasi parang napil ko na kaya ko ubusin. Kahit ako lang mag-isa.
Maniac pa. Eto, may tanong ako. Yung katabi mo, maingay ba sa comms?
Sobrang ingay niya po eh. Sobrang ingay.
Sige nga, Luis.
Sample nga.
Debut! Okay, parinig ng boses ni Luis. By By the way, guys, isa siya sa pinakabata sa ating liga at 15 years old. Parinig nga ng boses mo. Okay, kamusta yung first MPL experience mo?
Medyo kinakabahan po kasi first time ko dito sa MPL eh.
Nanginig ka ba? Hindi naman.
Hindi naman.
Okay, nung sinabi sa'yo, okay, Luis, sasalang ka bukas. Ano yung unang pumasok sa isip mo? Nakatulog ka ba? Or wala kang tulog ngayon?
Ano?
Yeah. Nakikita niyo ba yung pawis niya
Wala akong
dito?
masabi.
Sa ka ba ba yan, yung pawis mo na tumutulo? Ano yung...
Durog to sa akin.
Wow, tinuturuan ka niya, ha? Tinuturuan to mag-trash talk, ha? So yan, gusto ko malaman din kay Coach Macbeth. Coach Macbeth, for the longest time, we've seen Renjo in the lineup of Omega. Paano kayo nag-decide na bigyan ng pagkakataon ang rookie natin na si Luis?
Si Luis kasi ano talaga namin, tinatry talaga namin siya sa scrim. Hati sila ni Renz, tapos nakikita namin may potential talaga yung bata na na pumalit kay Renz kung sakali man. Pero nung nag-decide na kami ng coaching staff na paglalaroin talaga siya, sinabi na namin nung Monday pa lang na maglalaro ka talaga sa TNC. Isa sa mga laban natin. Sobrang excited niya.
Kay Luis, what do you see yung strength niya na talaga napawawa kayo, kailangan ka namin maglaro?
Tingin ko naman yung strength ni Luis ngayon. Sobrang lakas niya sa sa 1v1 lalo na sa mga match-up ng mga offlane. Kaya doon kami nag-decide na paglaruin talaga siya. Ngayon.
And great choice. Now, I really need to hear from Coach. Alam mo, great that you guys now had a sweep. Pero nung sa mga moments, kasi nagkaroon kayo ng 3-game losing streak, tapos may mga games pa doon na muntik na kayo manalo. Nanggigigil ka ba na gusto mong maglaro na? Ano yung mindset mo nun? Do you miss it?
Siyempre, namimiss ko pa rin maglaro actually. Pero yung maglalaro para palitan yung mga players, hindi ko yun naisip kasi nilagay namin sila dyan sa posisyon na yan kasi naniniwala kami na kaya nilang laruin eh. So yung mga coaching staff po, yung tiwala namin sa kanila, kay Storm, kay Miko na kaya nilang laruin yung katulad ng laro na binigay namin ni Chuck. No? So yung sa akin, ng perspective ko lang, minsan namimiss ko rin talaga maglaro. Para lang mawala yung kaba ko pag nanonood kasi mas kinakabahan ako pag nanonood eh.
Si Eto Max, mas kinakabahan pag nanonood. Congratulations once again for the sweep, Smart Omega! Go ahead, you may now take your bow and take your walk along the audience. Smart Omega bouncing back. Congratulations! At now, meron na silang bagong timpla. Ang kanilang secret weapon na si Luis. He was really nervous about playing today, but it paid off and they got a 2-0 against TNC. Himayin natin ang ating laban at balikan natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara. And that is one confident, smart Omega, believing in every player's potential. And with the debut, they sweep TNC.
In the absence of Naisu, our resident translator, that headline read, basically, TNC's adobo got expired because of Kelra.
Yeah, it was spoiled.
Yeah.
Its shelf life was reached to its maximum, and I'm still reeling from how this game ended. This game is going to be fun to analyze.
You know what brought tears to my eye?
What?
Is the fact that Eto Max mentioned like how he and Chaknu gave us these moments.
The legacy.
Yeah.
With Stome and Miko, those same moments are still happening. Like it's the Barangay Omega special and it's still there. Like I love it. Like that's right. Like as the coaching staff said, like we trust these players and here we are. We're seeing it.
Just imagine seeing a shade of yourself in new players. Something that you can trust. Something that you can put the Smart Omega's name into a good place as the weeks goes by. Now, Ranmar, I know that you really want to analyze this game. Go and break it down. This is a Barangay having a fiesta tonight with a sweep.
Where do I even begin? I mean, the easiest thing to begin with is just say Kelra, the Moskov, the lifesteal, the itemization, and how he played that. The positioning of their two looking like the beginnings of a young core in not just in Kelra, but now with Lewis in the XP lane. But there's so many other factors to talk about here. Let's start things off first, of course, with the crucial pickup for TNC Pro Team, the Diggy. Eventually, we saw, despite Omega holding on to the lead, the effects that a time's journey has in a team fight and how Omega wanted to end this game. Time's journey and eventually the damage Ben Things was dishing out made so much chances for TNC to turn things around. Escalera was such a nuisance for the side of Omega to deal with because even though with the 4-3-6 stat line, he wasn't super involved with what TNC could bring to the table here. His presence, we discussed it earlier, shook up Omega enough that Stone always had to be careful because Stone was the one being hunted down here by Escalera on this mid lane Hilda. And then, of course, on the side of TNC Pro Team, them having the R-Lot, the control abilities that they can dish out, that is punishing to a lineup that has 4 heroes that relatively want to get close. Of course, Moskov, in terms of his initial basic attack, he has to get closer compared to other marksmen, but the reason why he does poke is because of that little passive effect that he has, wherein the damage reflects behind the initial target. But still, relatively close. So you saw there, TNC Pro Team, with a lineup that has the Diggy, the R-Lot, and of course the Melissa, they can hold on. They can, again, extend this game for quite a long time, and even though Omega will be in the lead, it'll be hard for Omega to end the game. So sometimes you're just going to need that one player, that one pick, to really say, no, let's end this now. I thought that was going to be TNC Pro Team. We all thought it was going to be TNC Pro Team, and the combination of heroes that they had, their Melissa being still safe and almost taking down Kelras Moskov, who is, yes, the MVP of this game. It just wasn't. With a little bit of lifesteal, one basic attack to determine the result of this game, whether it was going to be the Melissa or the Moskov, and it was the Moskov. Go back to the replays and the highlights. Perfect timing as we look at the highlights. We're going to be seeing there just eventually one basic attack to change it all. But throughout the game, of course, with Omega's lineup, they were confident in their movements. TNC Pro Team were able to secure 2 turtles, but Omega were trading it across the map. The 3rd turtle went to the side of TNC because Omega decided to push the tower in the top side, the 2nd tower for TNC Pro Team. So, TNC had to do a lot of work from their base, defending, trying to turn things around. But we saw here the lineup of TNC Pro Team, once they found the momentum and finally positioning in the map to be the ones in the lead, they can catch the members of Omega off guard. Ryzen is going to go off as an unsung hero in this series, or in this game in particular. But I'm going to mention him right now. His securities on the major objectives in this game, being able to get those lords, and of course that one turtle that they got in this game, was crucial for Omega holding on to that lead, and how he played this as well, chaining crowd control abilities. Speaking of crowd control, though, we did see again here, TNC, how well they can play from a defensive position if Innocent stays alive, if Escalera can find Stone. Let's go back to the crucial moment, the game-winning moment. Miko gets taken out. Ryzen and Miko held on long enough to clear the minion wave so that TNC couldn't end it. Here comes the members of Omega. Still, Kelra almost getting taken down here, but he was able to dash. The perfect dash. He was supposed to get taken down. Cram going in. There goes other members of TNC. Kelra got to heal up. One basic attack. See that sliver of health. Not enough to take down that Moskov. Lewis as well played that fantastically with a great call to immediately expend his ultimate to stun Ben Things to secure that, because that Diggy had the damage to clear minion waves. But they just couldn't. And TNC Pro Team, sad as it was, they were part of history. Sadly, it wasn't their history, but these 2 teams fought tooth and nail. The 2 teams in the bottom of the standings, the heart and the grit. I cannot wait to see more of them in the second half of the season.
Bren just gotta say thank you for doing this again. That soothing analyst podcast.
Do it again?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
It was soothing.
Thank you. That was on purpose.
I think it's the perfect blend, because watching the last, like, say, 5 minutes of that game, it was just chaotic, right?
Yeah.
And keys to victory just were thrown out the window. Like,
Yeah.
no, you just play to survive, defend your base. And I'm saying this on both behalf of TNC and Omega, right? Like, they both just needed to get there. And it just so happened, like, you were right, just one more. If it was Innocent who threw out the last basic attack, we would be talking about something else entirely.
Well, that's just Barangay Omega getting back on their feet with a 2-0 performance. Now, TNC Pro Team is going to go back in square one on how to make another winning adobo formula. Now for the next match, we have Bren and ONIC, who's going to have the better shade of yellow in the last match of the day. Once again, my name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Reptar, and we will be back for a short break.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-laner ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man NXPE lane. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng Grand Finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung World Champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl TZ. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yon. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit Bren lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8GB, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8GB, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Maayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at nagbabalik ako para ihatid sa inyo ang ating top 5 plays sa naganap na bakbakan last week. On our 5th spot is the bravest fighter, Ryota with his Lapu-Lapu sustained play. 6 minutes in the game, nabalakang bigyan ni King Kong at ni Kram si Ryota sa bottom lane. After activating Dragon Tail, pumasok si Kram gamit ang Furious Dive sabay Petrify plus Soul Grip at sinabayan ito ni King Kong ng Jeet Kune Do at Way of the Dragon. Pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para ibagsak si Ryota. Agad siyang nag-exit gamit ang Jungle Warrior sabay talon gamit ang bravest fighter para makakuha ng sapat na distansya palayo sa dalawa. Pero may follow-up na gagawin si Escalera para linisin ang skirmish. Pagka-pop-off niya ng Feathered Air Strike, ay agad na magsa-sidestep si Ryota sabay flicker in with the Land Shaker, canceling Escalera's ultimate. At mukhang si Escalera pa nga ang mapapahamak.
Flicker play mula kay Ryota at mukhang si Escalera pa nga ata mapapahamak dito dahil masaslow na rin siya.
On our 4th spot is our rookie spotlight of the week, Doming DR with his Beatrix. 13 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles, 1 lord, and an almost 7k gold lead, NXPE is clearly dominating the game. Pero gustong makabawi ng barangay, kaya magko-contest sila sa lord na ito. Dahil sa nangyaring skirmish sa mid lane, napilitang gamitin ng members ng Smart Omega ang kanilang ultimates. Isa na rito ang Time's Journey ni Miko. At 13:03, ipupok ni Domeng si Renjo gamit ang Renner's Apathy. Agad siyang magsiswitch into Nibiru to free hit Renjo's Lapu-Lapu, sabay bitaw ng Nibiru's Passion kina Miko at Kelra na nagbabalak pumasok sa Lord Pit. Mapapaback away ang barangay pero hahabulin nila si Domeng dashing forward with tactical reposition while flickering in, hungry for kills. Alam ng lahat ang nangyari nung gabing yon. Hindi nakauwing buhay si Kelra at si Stone. On our 3rd spot is Captain Fuse clutch save on Flap TZ. With both teams backing away sa unang turtle fight, mapapatambay si Light sa bottom lane kasama si Nats. Makikita niya si Flap TZ at hihilahin niya ito gamit ang Iron Hook mula sa bushes, sabay kagat gamit ang Bloody Hunt with follow-up coming in from Nats. From the Lord Pit, ipapop off ni Kapitan Pew ang Cult Altar, flickering in just in the right time to save Flap from the ambush. Makakapag-split-split pa si Flap. Darating si Ogwen to crowd control the 2 members of RSG at mababaliktad pa nga ang kanilang ambush. Our 2nd spot is Net's Segway play laban sa Blacklist nung day 1. 16 minutes in the game, 3rd Lord fight. Nasa side ng ONIC ang Lord. Nasa Tribush malapit sa Lord Pit ang 4 members ng Blacklist International at mukhang tataya sila para makuha ang kanilang unang Lord sa match na ito. Nang makita ni Net si Edward going in for the Lord, nag-call agad siya na isegway at pumasok naman ang koponan ng ONIC sa Lord fight para pigilang makauwi ang members ng Blacklist. Dumiretso siya para i-clear ang mid at nagtangkang umuwi si Super Red at Yue to defend their base. Pero mukhang hindi na sila aabot dahil naka-base lock na si Nets, upsetting the defending champions Ube strategy with a Segway push. And our top spot is Eman's Miracle Lord Steal gamit ang Beatrix nung Day 2 laban sa Bren Esports. 13 minutes in the game with 3 turtles, 1 lord and a 7k gold lead, malaki na ang kalamangan ng Bren Esports sa match na ito. Lumabas na ang Luminous Lord sa Lord Pit at mukhang mahihirapan sila sa pagkontest sa Lord Fight dahil nakapwesto na rin ang kupunan ng Bren. With exact precision, makukuha ni Emma ng Lord gamit ang Renner's Apathy from the Fire Beetle Pit sa top lane. Indeed, a true sniper contender. At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 3. Aabangan namin ang reactions nyo sa comment section. Kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa kaabang-abang na Week 4 ng ating regular season.
Inumpisahan namin yung game na hindi sila nakareact na masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Ang gusto ko talaga makalaban sa Golden si Bren kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Kaya ko sinetch ng ONIC Philippines at bibreakan ko pa ang nangyaring segue nung game 1 sa Blacklist.
Okay, so ngayon, pwestuhan ang nagaganap. Si Sensui ay sinushove lang dito. Magandang posisyon mula din si Blacklist National habang si Kekidut nakakonsil. Huwag kang maingay. Magtatago ba sa damo? Ngayon si Edward ang pinupokan. Retry battle mula dito kay Sensui. At siya ang nagtagumpay. Pero si Dets dito with the backdoor play. And game 1 ay mapupunta sa mga headshot.
Bago ko magawa yung play na yun, nakita ko talaga na nawalan tao sa mid. Tsaka lahat sila nasa load. Kaya nasaigwihan ko na lang. Nakita ko po na nagre-retreat si Red Pass yung UV. Tapos sabi ko sa Ampek, huwag na pa uwihin kasi baka makadek pa. Sabi ko sinitap mag-lord siya. Tapos sabi ko, sige lord mo lang yan kasi yung sa mid wala talagang tao. Si Edward bigla nag-lord kaya ko yung mid. Na-clear ko tapos tapos ko. Mahalaga talaga sa ganung play, dapat talaga sa comms talaga yun Pag kasi naka-comms ka, na pwede mo segwayan yung mid, maano mo yung campaign mo na. Huwag mo sila pa uwihin kasi baka makadek pa. Inumpisahan namin yung game na sobrang aggressive namin sa early. Hindi sila nakareact na masyado sa amin. Sobrang passive nila maglaro. Nalaman namin na di sila lumalaban agad ng early. Sa mga teammate ko, lagi lang natin galingan sa mga laban natin. Ang gusto ko talagang makalaban sa Golden si Bren kasi sobrang tapang niya sa lane. Sa mga fans po namin dyan, maraming salamat sa pag-suporta niyo po sa amin. Ngayon, patuloy niyo po kami suportahan.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang explainer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na explainer. Hindi naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yahweh na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl TC kasi ito siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko itong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Throughout the years of establishing our league as the best in the entire world, we've had several world-class players flexing their different takes on how to play a roamer. And thanks to them, the Philippine meta has grown to what it is today. And there's no better match to show you what I mean than what we're about to have right now. As ONIC Philippines face Bren Esports, kaninong roaming playstyle kaya ang mangingibabaw? Kay Kekidut or kay Ogwin? And that's what we're gonna find out. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
A role often overlooked here, but a role that is very crucial in tonight's matchup. It's Bren Esports and ONIC Philippines, and it's a battle of the roamers and that style. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here with the boys, the Wee Bear Bros. It's us, Leo, Renmar. Guys, how we feeling?
I'm feeling great. Still shaking off the banger that was Smart Omega versus TNC, but now I almost forgot. We're closing the night off with ONIC PH versus Bren Esports.
Yeah, banger after banger, and I'm glad it's going to be the roamers as someone who is forced to play the roam role in ranked games because no one in solo queue adjusts.
He does.
Kekidut and Ogwen, they are great examples of how great and important this role is.
It's good that you point that out because I feel like a lot of roam mains, if they're forced there or if that's really their role they choose. But hey, you got to say too that roam, the role itself, is one of those roles in games that many people don't think about or want to play, but it has such big impact. And specifically with these two roamers that we're going to be talking about tonight, it's Kekidut and of course Ogwin. Ogwin has been on fire, looking a lot like the Chaknu-like initiator that he might be, or even Oh My Venus-like support, right? How do you guys feel about that statement, specifically with Ogwin?
I believe there is a spectrum, right? You mentioned it already. Chaknu for those setters, those tanks, and then Oh My Venus for those supports, those utilities. Ogwin is, I'd say, a freak of nature. He falls somewhere in between, and he makes it work.
Yeah, Kekidut, I believe the only difference in their hero pool right now is currently the Natalia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
They both can play the Diggies. They both can play the setter tanks. Kekidut has made a name for himself as a member of ONIC who is great with pickoffs, or really just surprising initiations a la his Ruby play.
I'd say Kekidut's a demon.
Yeah.
Because of that Natalia. It's like, if you're a freak of nature, and then there's this paranormal figure. It's just like, how do I deal with that? I just ban out the Natalia.
Yeah, Kekidut always ready to bring the Kekidoom.
Kekidoom, I like it. But also, the fact that he's literally going up against... Hey, I want to be a part of that.
Thank you.
There we go.
Really far. I have short arms.
The part that I want to point about that, though, is he's going against Ogwin, who actually is the season's most awarded MVP so far.
Oh, yeah.
Up to this point. Now, that's a tall tale, right? And a big obstacle that we have to see them overcome because we do know as well, if you guys haven't looked at the standings in a while, ONIC Philippines has some work to do, right, so far in the season. We're almost at that midway point here. Renmar, is there anything specifically that you think ONIC Philippines can do to climb back up here?
Well, I'm going to be looking at, for this game in particular, who they're going to be fielding in the XP lane. Yes, the roamer, they're the matchup to watch out for. They're the player feature right now. But in terms of who can sort of set a tempo similar to how a roamer would want to in terms of being setting up for plays and getting vision, that's what XP laners also provide, although in a smaller scale, in a more focused scale around the turtles or around certain objectives. So depending on who ONIC is going to field, I'm also going to be looking at what heroes they're going to be picking in that XP role.
You know what's funny, as we're taking a look at the player feature here too, we got to point out, we already kind of hinted at this earlier, the different disciplines of roaming, right? I feel like a lot of people wouldn't naturally think of how are roamers different, right? But if you break it down, like we mentioned earlier, you have the Chaknu. He is kind of that initiator, flashy, right? The Mamba, basically. Then you have the Oh My Venus.
Queen Things,
utility, healer. Not flashy, but reliable like Chaknu, right? And then the third one, and I feel like a lot of people wouldn't think this, but when it's ONIC Philippines here, it's the Boloyski.
His first name's Alan.
That's what I was trying to get to. Because I couldn't pinpoint exactly who Kekedot is on this spectrum because he wasn't there. You see this gauge between Chakno and Oh My Venus. You have this whole other spectrum, the other arena over there. Baloyski's sitting alone, and how perfect is it that they were both under this banner, under ONIC PH.
Yeah, and if we call back to MPL Philippines Season 10, the new age ONIC members actually got a lot of help from the old age ONIC members.
Yeah.
Kyrie, Baloyski, Delarski, Hate, a lot of Marky also. They sent a lot of messages to the newer ONIC generation. And it's interesting because Chef Rapidoot was not similar to Baloyski. Although Chef Rapidoot was his own thing. He was more of the Chaknu type of roamer.
Yeah.
Kekedut, on the other hand, now with your realization, everything piecing together, it was actually Kekedut this whole time who was more Baloyski in terms of how they play the roam.
That's the thing, right? I mean, we're going to have to see exactly how this discipline, if you want, has developed, especially in the hands of Kekedut, because honestly, we've seen him struggle. Usually it's kind of, we've actually talked about this on Desk before when we watch him play. It's a little flippy-floppy, right? There are games where he does phenomenal. Then there's other games where he's really clearly struggling. And I feel like maybe it's actually him trying to settle in on a certain discipline. Maybe he's trying to hone the Baloyski a little bit more. Maybe he's trying to develop his own. You know, that is something that he can clearly do. But again, across from you is a huge obstacle in Ogwin. So can't wait to see it unfold, but first we're going to go ahead and welcome both teams to the stage, Bren Esports and ONIC Philippines.
Victory after victory, sweep after sweep. The Bees can't stop collecting W's. Can they end their first half of the season having swept 6 of the 7 other teams? Looking for their 6th straight win, it's Bren Esports!
What time is it? It's ONIC time!
Compared to last season, they have had a rocky start, but they are the only other team so far to deliver Echo a game loss. Flashes of brilliance, undeniable heart and skill. Is it their time? It's ONIC Philippines! and their coaches, Coach Bluffsy and Coach Ducky, to end the first half with a win streak or to end it by snapping a losing streak. It's Bren versus ONIC.
And here we go, taking a look at the lineups for tonight's match for Bren Esports. It's none other than Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, Flap Teasy, Few, Ogwin. You know what, at this point, this is a championship lineup, and they're definitely contenders for it for the season.
No doubt. Bren Esports has been working towards rebuilding their franchise, rebuilding their squad, and with Ogwin at the vanguard, I don't doubt that, yes, nice you mentioned it, they could definitely take home this season's championship, but there's still a long ways to go. But again, definitely there. Like, it's more than 70%, I'd say. Like, that's just me. I'm just throwing out random numbers, but it feels like it.
That sounds accurate. It's a good number to go off of. And we were mentioning earlier about what else ONIC can do. In the side of Bren Esports, it has been a resurgence, a renaissance for Flap Teasy. Last season, it was already there, but he sort of flew under the radar because of the popping off of Ogwin and Kyle Teasy. But definitely Flap Teasy is a player that ONIC needs to watch out for. Who's there in the XP lane? It's Dare.
Who's there? It's Dare. And the rest of the team, it's Nets, Sensui, Super Prince, and Kekadut. And I like that you pointed out, right? Specifically, there's been a lot of eyes so far in this current meta, this season, the way things unfold in the XP lane specifically, right? Now, we haven't seen too much of Dare. So is this the change that ONIC Philippines needs to get back their momentum moving on into, I would say, the second half of the season here pretty soon?
It's no secret that boy right there, he's my boy. That's there. He's the newly minted team captain of ONIC Philippines, right? And there's a reason why they've decided to field him today, besides choosing the usual. Like, again, look, he's played 12.5% of games ONIC PH has had in Season 11. That means Ryota has more reps.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's a fire underneath there tonight, and there must have been a reason why, and I'm guessing it's because he said, Coach, field me in. I think we can break that streak.
Yeah, it must be the factor of, it's the captain factor. It's the captain saying, I'm ready for this. I want to break that streak, and I want to play today. And yeah, Ryota has more reps, and it's interesting because in terms of playstyle, honestly, I don't see that much difference. They're both very talented XP laners, very solid in their role. They know what to do. I love their timings. So here, it just seems more of like a morale booster for the side of ONIC to put in their captain in the field.
I think it's going to work in their favor because at this point, like you mentioned, the playstyle there between him and Ryota isn't too different. But will this be that morale booster that they need to maybe switch things up and start on a new foot here as they enter that next half of the season? Because it's crucial time for them, and XP laners have proven pretty much time and time again that they can single-handedly carry games, especially early on. We've seen a lot of XP laners start off well. So let's hear this breakdown for the keys to victory of this matchup right now with Infinix.
Magiging crucial para sa ONIC Philippines na makabawi at ang kanilang makatapat ngayon, hindi madali dahil top 2 sa ating rango ngayon ng Bren Esports. Alam natin na naka-win streak nga sila na puro sweeps. So what can they do differently this time? Simulan natin sa Bren Esports. Kailangan proactive ang mga hero na gagamitin ng Flap Teasy. Nakita natin sa mga previous wins ng Bren Esports na dire-diretso yung kanilang pamamatbag kapag nagiging active dito si Flap Teasy. For example, nakita natin yung Arlot pick na ginamit niya din para gumawa ng setup. In fact, ni-reveal nga din ng Bren Esports na ginagamit nila itong mga hero para kay Flap Teasy so that the other members of Bren Esports ang makakapag-damage. And tingin ko ito yung kailangan paulit-ulit na gawin ng Bren Esports. Para naman sa ONIC Philippines, don't let Bren set the early game tempo. Mahirap na gawain for sure. At nakita natin Bren Esports, malaki yung focus nila dun sa early game. Para sa ONIC Philippines, nakita na natin last season and this season na kaya nilang mag-draft ng maganda sa early game, na nakafocus dun sa early game para ma-activate agad si Nets. Huwag na nilang hayaang humina yung early at yung mid-game contention nila dun sa mga neutral objectives. Kailangan nilang mag-focus doon. At sa pag-draft nila, kailangan din nilang bigyan ng pansin yun. For both teams, nako, no need to explain. Tingin ko naman itong help your junglers go wild ay alam na ng lahat ng mga viewers natin. It's Kyle Teasy going up against Sensui Instincts. Makikita ba ulit natin ang Teasy Blade, ang Tusok Blade? Tingnan natin yan sa game na to.
Thank you very much to the Dashing Wolf there for the breakdown of the keys to victory for these teams. Now, one that stood out to me the most, and maybe you have something to say about it here, Renmar, but the junglers. go wild. What does that mean?
Well, we've seen in the side of ONIC Sensui has been one of the stars of the team. His retribution captures on Lords and Turtles, one of the highest, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, it's in the Lords. He has one of the highest. I think he's in the top 3.
Yeah.
That's how good he has been in terms of taking away the major objectives for the side of ONIC. And of course, Kyle TZ already has made a name for himself this season as not just someone who's great with the retribution takes, but of course as also a damage option for the side of Bren if he's going to end up with the Fanny in his hands. Even when he plays the Fredrin, he has a penchant for getting double and triple kills out of nowhere with one Appraiser's Wrath. So we talked about the roamers. What the roamers can do here, Kekadut and Ogwen, when they shine, if whoever's shining the brightest means that their jungler is also going wild.
Started off strong.
So brighter equals wilder.
Exactly.
Okay. Brighter, wilder. Now we know. But it's funny because when you say go wild, the first hero I don't think about is Fredrin. Now there are some amazing moments where he gets those Appraiser's Wrath off, but it's not technically the wild jungler hero I'm thinking about. But looking at the head-to-head here, specifically between the two roamers, look at the stark difference here between these two. Now, granted, you could say it's because, obviously, Bren has had some pretty good success so far up to this point. But anything particular that sticks out to you here?
I'd like to just point out the fact that both of these roamers, Ogwen and Kekidot, are playing with the camera like superstars, all right? Despite the, I'd say, astronomical gap between both of them. Again, Ogwen is just performing out of his mind.
Yeah.
And Kekidot, again, struggling. I like that doesn't affect their vibe. Like, they're just both kill dudes. They're just cool dudes. And that's what you want in your roamer.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Ogwen has either 7 or 8 MVP performances already, and that's just the first 4 weeks of MPL Philippines.
That's pretty wild.
Back in Season 10, the most MVPs there were for a player, I forgot the exact player, but the value was just around 4. So Ogwen already has double the MVPs that players last season had at this point. That just goes to show, no wonder the stats are so in the favor of Ogwen. He's barely dying. He's always there getting the assists. And he's just doing so much for Bren Esports.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, when it comes to this draft here for Game 1, do you target those Ogwen hero picks? Do you focus on the roam here? Because we can see some of these are already, towards the XP lane, towards the jungle specifically, to not let Kyle TZ go wild in the jungle. But quickly, too, we see this pop up quite a bit. There's the Diggy Ban response from ONIC Philippines. Wondering what you guys think the priority for ONIC Philippines is. Is it that Fredrin that they can give in the hands of Sensui?
Likely.
Yeah. For sure.
I'd like to say the whole target Ogwen thing, you shouldn't do it. If you do that,
let it be.
You're falling into this trap. Like, that's exactly what Bren Esports wants. That allows them to prioritize all the other lanes. This Diggy Ban, I think this is as far as you can go. Like, this one and then maybe one more in the second phase. But that's it.
Yeah, if it's not going to be the Fredrin, although it most likely will be the Fredrin, ONIC might pick up the Faramis if it's open for them. It's one of their pocket first picks. And there are teams that Bren Esports have gone up against that like playing the Faramis that they would take it away. So if they don't ban it here, Faramis or Fredrin, oh, but they do ban it.
Good call.
Okay, so it's most likely going to be the Fredrin.
Yeah.
Unless ONIC's thinking of something unique like a Kadita, but they don't seem like the team to first pick the Kadita, although it has been shown already by others.
There's a lot open here, right? And this always comes down to it, but it is going to go ahead and just be the Fredrin. The guy has been unstoppable in being picked or banned so far in the season. And, the response here can be, you still have a lot of options yourself, right? You have Farsa, Valentina. You've also got we've been seeing a lot of Melissa lately.
Yeah.
There's so many options here actually for Bren to take back on this first phase for their draft that we'll start to see them pretty much paint the picture of the approach they want to take to this game, because we've actually seen Bren approach games different angles for the majority of the time, even in series, right, from Game 1 to Game 2.
Yeah, Kaja's open here. Bren Esports, if they don't take it, most likely ONIC will be taking it for themselves. So they prioritize the Lapu-Lapu and Valentina. So the Valentina makes ONIC think twice about wanting to pick up the Kaja, because that means they'll be giving up a Divine Judgment onto the hands of Bren Esports. What also ONIC also needs to watch out for here later is the fact that Super Marco has Harith and Nathan as his heroes. So they decide to pick up the Farsa to get that poke damage. And of course, Kekidut gets his signature Ruby.
Is that a Ruby too soon.
I was going to say, how you feeling about this, Leo? Because I had a similar feeling. Like, first off, I said it's flippy floppy, and it's usually when he plays the Ruby, right? So I don't know. How are you feeling about it?
I think that is the best way to describe Ruby's showing in the MPL Season 11 so far, right? First week or two, she was like, oh, I'm a great momentum breaker. Like, I have a winning win rate. Now, not so much. It's so hard. And to be able to pick that early on, I can only imagine what Coach Bluffsy is saying to Coach Lyric, to say, you know what, just go ahead. Let's close it up strong. Get the Farsa and the Ruby? Like, that's what the only thing I can imagine. Yeah. Because Farsa's solid, right? Renmar, you were the one who were talking about it in Game 2, or Series 2 tonight, that the Farsa-Valentina situation isn't always a win for the Valentina.
Yeah.
So now, paired up with the Ruby, I'm not so sure.
It seems like they already focused on their main rotational identity this early on. Although I'm not going to take away the possibility that maybe the Ruby's going to go into the XP lane and then another roamer pick showing up might swerve the draft in favor for ONIC. But we have to talk about the picks here of Bren Esports with them picking up the carry at the third phase. They can start taking away gold laners here for the members of ONIC. They take away the Melissa. They can take away another one if they want to. But in terms of what Nets has fielded, the biggest question is, does Nets have heroes such as the Harith and the Nathan in his arsenal here? Because those two being available for teams have been sort of like X factors or even difference makers in drafts. Bren Esports being one of those teams who can field those heroes. Echo is one of those teams. Omega is one of those teams as well. And earlier, even RSG showed that they can do it.
I'm sure he does. Because again, it was Season 10 wherein he showed that he still had a Bruno. And Bruno wasn't even that hot last season. And he was able to give us that one moment where, if you listen to the mic check, it was just garbled noises. And he won off a backdoor.
He made it work, right? And these two that we're actually comparing here across the board, they've made a lot of noise themselves. Of course, Few has, massive history here, idoled the kids and everything else. But the thing is I feel like Super Prince is getting to a point, especially when he plays. I know he's going to be playing the Farsi here, but usually Super Prince, you see him actually contributing a lot to the success of ONIC Philippines when they find it, right? Again, a lot of this is going to rely on how does this Ruby do? Is it going to go in the hands of Kekadut again? Is he going to have one of those amazing games where he's allowed to let Super Prince shine on any, on this Farsa specifically in this game? I think that's going to be crucial. But you can already see as we wrapped up that second phase of the bans targeted towards the gold lane, specifically the Brody and Melissa being taken out here. And the last roaming option, like you mentioned, Leo, they do spend one more ban. It is towards the Lolita, who's been doing massive things so far.
So what are we looking at? The Kufi? Is the Kufi going to pop out here? Because I'm liking the Kufi against both the Fredrin and the Ruby.
Yeah, the Kufra was also what I had in mind. Bren Esports might be thinking of something different. Maybe the other option they have is a Grok and as a roam roll, but Kufra. It's Ogwin. Might as well pick it up. There it is. Great call there, Leo.
Bringing out the big guns.
Skadoosh. Skadoosh.
Yep, the skadoosh. But, if you guys didn't see it at home, the stats that Ogwin specifically has, a lot of that playmaking potential and the way that he built those stats was in the hands even with a Kufra, right? He set the way that he sets things up for the rest of the team to shine is amazing. So I think you're going to see that unfold here, but still, does ONIC Philippines have the answer to deal, again, with the most decorated MVP of the season at this point?
Dude, I'm no Sensui, and I've already played Fredrin games against Kufra. There are no Ogwins, but it already sucked, right? So this is going to be difficult. See what I tell y'all? What I tell y'all?
Ooh, there's the swerve. So Nets does have the Harith with him, so he will pick that up, and they needed that. 2 Swords of Magic damage. Bren Esports might not be able to equalize the magic damage that they can dish out, but they do have the true damage being dealt out by the carry. And of course, Arlott, the quickly rising stock of this hero, all the dashes that he has, but it's going to be up against that Kufra that might just be able to block it.
Yeah, did I see that correctly? Does he now have was that a 60% win rate Arlott has?
Yeah, it's a very small sample size, though.
Yeah,
it's literally only been like 6 games?
Yeah, but I feel like
7?
He's rising.
Yeah, he is.
No, something tells me we need to double check because based on memory, I think he's lost more games than he's won.
Right?
He's actually on a win streak.
Close to 50-50.
The first 2 were losses.
And then a win.
After that, they've been straight up wins.
And then he just lost last
Yeah,
series.
they lost it.
All right,
just the
so
last
maybe
game.
it is 60 something.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to go in the hands of Dur, it looks like. So
yeah,
this could be what we were talking about, leading into the draft is this that change that ONIC Philippines needs? Now you have this hero that has been building up in momentum itself, and now you get it in the hands of, the captain himself, Dur. So we'll see how that plays out. Taking a look at the predictions here, it's Bren Esports across the board. I would say that, Bren Esports has been a team that a lot of people have been rooting for a long time. They had to go through this whole kind of ordeal in the past couple seasons, and now I feel like this is another version of prime Bren Esports, right? They're looking really good, and they have a bright future ahead of them, but they got to keep it going, because what we've seen so far, too, is teams figuring out these teams that have been on top. I mean, we've even seen Echo technically bleed up to this point, right? They're still basically undefeated, but this is a time where it really could start here as we load up into the Landodon, game number 1, ONIC Philippines and Bren Esports.
Let's call back to events earlier in this day. RSG Slate versus NXPE game number 1. RSG were in the lead, but because of the return of investment they had in a super late game Claude, well, they were able to turn things around. That is the idea here for Bren Esports. This will be a game set up for Super Marco. Earlier there, you saw at the bottom of your screen, congratulations to Few, already 200 games. His entire career here in the MPL-PH.
200 wins at that.
200 wins, exactly.
200 wins. Idol of the kids, right? A lot of people idolize him just because of that. Not only that achievement, but if you just watch him play, you'd be quite amazed at how he exactly controls the map, plays around it in that lane, and just the development that he's had over these seasons, over these years. So now, already early action.
Ogwin catching a few beads from net. Super Marco retaliates. Kekedot draws a line. This should definitely help Nets at least, get a small advantage over Super Marco, who is on his trademark carry, his signature carry from Season 10.
Yep, before there was everyone else using carry, there was one man who kept using it last season, and it was Super Marco. At 1 point, deathless. 20-plus kills, 12-plus assists, 0 deaths in the span of, I believe that was 6 games before he was able to feel what death feels like as a carry. On the side of Bren Esports, yes, the lineup that they fielded, especially with their last 2 picks on the Kufra, on the Yakai, they're great for objective fights, but they're great for providing space for this carry. ONIC, on the other hand, this Harith can scale up relatively quickly if Nets avoids getting taken down once or even twice before minute 6. If he goes into minute 7, minute 8 without a death, and he got the farm without a problem, Bren Esports will have problems.
Uh-oh. Little poke back and forth.
There, gets a knock up there. And Flapteezy commits the BF. There's a knock up from Ogwin, taking down Onyx, team captain. And there's a feather strike from Super Friends, pushing away Kalteezy. Already spent his heavy spin. Oh, wow. Great use of those ults despite the trade. ONIC PH scores a turtle.
That was a great call there. Super Friends committing that to send Kalteezy back. They didn't need to get the kill. They just needed to stop that Akai. And again, this bodes well for the team that has a Harith on their side. Ogwin, let's see if he can get anyone. No, he won't. Bren Esports, their next few rotations might be looking into either rushing the XP lane so that Flapteezy can get out as soon as possible, or rushing the gold lane so they can get a death onto Nets.
I'm not sure if we have the exact stats for this. Hold on real quick.
There's a pull on Ogwin. Hekedot says, I'm offended. And the final salvo from the Feather Strike takes down Ogwin. And because of that, I guess that's why they're called the party people.
Oh.
As early as minute 3, they're ganging up. Now 1v1 up top. It's Flapteezy versus there. Just keep them quiet. Just relatively safe.
Okay, going back to my thought here is, now that we've seen, I know it's a small sample size of the R-Lot, right? But how are you feeling, Redmar? We've seen him with a couple tank emblems now, and we've seen him with Festival of Blood usually. What's working better here?
Concussive blast.
Yeah, in terms of the stats, I don't have the exact number for it, but honestly, both seem like great options. We have been seeing like R-Lot lately, especially the winning games he has, being a great setup tool. Flicker with the final slash, and it's a fantastic setup for any team, and they answered really well. Bren Esports, Flapteezy did that, but also with the Festival of Blood.
Oh, Ogwin clapping back with a jump of his own. Finds Kekedot, sends him back with 1/4 of his health remaining.
Interesting, right? Because Yeah, I think as we see Arlott settle in, we might actually see teams opt for the pretty much tankier version because he can be quite squishy.
Wow.
They get the Purify out. That's good response from Nets, but now he's got to be even more careful. Look at the rest of the team of ONIC Philippines. They know they've got to be there to back him up. Turtle now spawning, and it's going to come down to that second Turtle dance. Both teams are looking to get in position here, even calling down the other members. Flap Teasy making his way. Turtle half health.
Ain't no trades happening. Kaltizi got a pull. There's a jump in by Ogwin, pushing away Kekedot. Sensui very far away from the big quarry.
Wow.
Kaltizi scores the turtle. Heavy spin here, taking down 3, giving it all up to Super Marco. Kekedot the first to fall. There's Dare following up. Double kill so far for Kyle Teasy. And they take down Dare as that last kill, giving it over to Ogwin.
Picture perfect heavy spin, but picture perfect rotation by both teams. The clincher in that fight was that Super Prince couldn't hold onto his position in that shrub, the lower half shrub of the middle portion of the map, because Flap Teasy was coming from the top lane, while the Arlott of ONIC Dead had to come from base. So it was positional advantage for Bren, which eventually led to a beautiful heavy spin there by Kyle Teasy. Bren were in position. They knew they couldn't give up the second turtle. It was a great commitment to go all in for that turtle.
Yeah, that is that's not the situation you want to be in if you're ONIC Philippines. And even, you know, the fact that you went into that fight without some of the green lights that you needed, you didn't have the ultimates available to really contest that. And then to get locked down, that's tough. So 2.3K gold lead here for Bren Esports. How's it looking in the item department, Renmar?
Okay, in terms of the items, Gold Laners is actually carrying the lead after that nice charge. Bren Esports with the right call here going up top. Not a big disparity in terms of the items, although the closest thing is the close to 1,000 gold lead in favor of Super Marco over the Harith.
Oh, wow. ONIC tried to respond by taking down the bottom lane. Tier 1, yes, but Bren Esports just ones him up, takes down 2 in the top lane, and now here comes the clapback. Can ONIC do this without any repercussions? Kekedot and Nets. Delta split.
No
they do
purify.
get the push. Here comes Kaltizi. Gets that headbutt in. Nets is in trouble. Still alive. Gets that final shield. In the back line, though, it's Kekedot who suffers a loss. 1 down. There's a pickoff. There's another bit of action here. Here in mid.
They're still gonna go.
Sui with the taunt. Super Marco still alive. He survives.
Wow.
And there's an Appraiser's Wrath, putting Few at a third of his health. A pull here by Kyle Teasy. ONIC have spent too much. It's going to be difficult to contest here. Flap Teasy pushing him back. Super Prince gets that passive stun onto Ogwin. Flap Teasy, bravest fighter onto Dare. Dare vengeance through. There's a shield. Zaman Force. Bren Esports happy with their prize. They disengage.
As a lineup with a carry going up against a lineup with a Harith, Bren Esports, this game couldn't have gone any better for them. They're getting the objectives now. That's 2 turtles in a row. They had a nice push up top, although ONIC did get to counter that down bottom. But what we've been seeing lately is that, again, we talked about the XP laners as being one of the X factors of this game. Flap Teasy has been a step ahead in over there throughout this game. His presence being able to get to a crucial position in team fights first, getting those stuns off, have been great for Bren Esports.
Man, not only that, but the fact that, you know, Super Marco hasn't had to do too much other than, you know, join the fights a little bit late, push the lanes that he wants to. And yeah, like you mentioned, Renmar, that's just with the response that Bren has from Flap Teasy, Few even, and we know if we look back to the keys to victory, right, you're not supposed to let Bren get that lead going, get that momentum going here. So for ONIC Philippines, this is now an even more dire of a situation because you've got to crawl back into this. Again, Nets hasn't died, but he's having a little bit of a hard time even contesting a lot of these team fights.
And it's that same dilemma wherein Bren is in control, they're 4K ahead, map's looking red, but you're not in a position to change the tempo. You're not in a position to be proactive because Bren is so good at punishing.
Yeah, they're just so tanky right now, Bren Esports, and the utility the Valentino brings. Actually, instead of a feathered airstrike, Few has the ultimate of the Arlott, so they have multiple options here for setup. And again, the principle of the drafts are really easy. ONIC, they have different tools for different situations. They have multiple options for dealing damage. They can either go skirmish or one person alone can make a play by themselves. Meanwhile, Bren Esports have been playing to their main strength, to their main idea, which is let's give Super Marco all the space and time that he needs. Hence why Super Marco, as nice you put it earlier, as you also put it earlier, Leo, he's been having a really smooth time here.
Yeah, smooth time indeed. Now, first Lord of the game going to be up here. Both teams want to do their best to, well, ONIC Philippines wants to do their best to contest this. It will be a difficult fight, though. They've got to watch out. Ogwin already charging up here.
They catch one. It's Kekadot. Luckily, Super Prince with his feathered airstrike, flapped easy, diving on in, pushing Super Prince out of position. Heavy spin. Speaking of which, they change the tides of battle. Clisdera's got a vengeance on one. Knock up on three. Ogwin takes out Kekadot. Nets and Kekadot make it 2 for 2 so far. Double kill for Dare and Super Marco, 2 for 3. Sensui and Dare, they know that this is not their fight, but Dare trades out for few. Oh, Dare gets shut down though. It's just Sensui left. 4 for 3.
They know.
The bodies have fallen. They see one. Sensui. Oh, Super Marco.
Force the retry out.
Sensui is way too deep. He is layers and layers behind enemy territory. And now Clapteasy might finish the job. Bravest fighter through finishes the job.
Wow, what an exchange by both teams. And I won't be surprised if there are eyes in the background saying, hey, Few might be the MVP of this game because his final slash, stealing the ultimate of the R-Lot, using it for Bren Esports, it was a beautiful entry by Sensui and that 3-man taunt, but immediately Bren got to counter because of the 4-man final slash that Few was able to deal, clumping up the members of ONIC, making Bren have the chance to take them down.
That's so funny that happened because in my mind, before all that unfolded, I was about to ask you, Renmar, why? Why do we see now? Because we actually saw this in the previous series today, where it was a Valentina, and we saw the Valentina opting to take that R-Lot ultimate, the final slash, rather than the feathered airstrike. And I guess that just pretty much explains why it works so well, especially in those situations. Rather than being just purely, the copied feathered airstrike for burst damage, you can find setups like that around these objectives.
The idol of the kids. 4th player to reach 1,900 assists in MPL Philippines history. A living legend at that. A Hall of Legend inductee, and we are graced by his presence. That I believe it was Burrito in the Tagalog broadcast who mentioned that he is aging like fine wine, and he's only 24.
Well, we're #blessed to be in his presence, and he has pushed Bren Esports to the limit. Folks, that's the right number. It's 7K ahead, all right? 11 minutes, 45 seconds in.
That's the thing, too. At this point, right, it's still technically, 12 minutes in, and that was only the first Lord. So you're thinking if ONIC Philippines actually tries to contest the next one in about a minute and a half here, it's going to look really bad, right? Unless they somehow pull a miracle off, because it could be Kekadut that does that for them.
And that's exactly what happened in that last Lord fight. There was huge trades, right? 3 for 4 was the final number, but eventually Bren was the one who got on over it. Now, again, I think we're going to go back to the question of why Few chooses to take the final slash. Is because you just can't pick up CC everywhere, right? Damage, maybe you can if it's DPS, but I guess that's why. CC, and if ONIC can find the perfect CC, I guess the perfect Vengeance final slash, the perfect I'm offended into the Zaman Force, then maybe that's how ONIC can come back.
Yeah,
a lot of perfection
here, though. It's so easy for them. The way they get to cover their bases. If Clapteasy somehow doesn't get a good heavy spin, they'll have the first skill with a double-handed sword and the Lapu-Lapu as a stun. If that misses, they'll have the final slash, which is honestly very difficult to miss. It's a big arcing sweep.
Huge.
So, my goodness, Bren Esports has all the right tools right now to take a commanding lead and keep this commanding lead. However, ONIC, they do have the possibility that they can counter-punish Bren Esports not being careful or not respecting power spikes here. The biggest question for ONIC is how well they can reach Super Marco and stop him from free hitting in these team fights.
Not only that, but just allowing Nets to stay alive. He did pick up the Divine Glaive just about a minute or so ago, so his damage should be there, right? We just took a look at the charts as well, so we got to start seeing ONIC Philippines climb up into the damage department. Now, Nets is going to be a huge component to that, but still, he's only got, the Zaman Force and 1 Purify, and there's a whole hell of a lot of CC from Bren, especially with you taking that R-Lot ultimate.
Ogwin gets a jump in, equaling a heavy spin immediately. Super Prince misses 1 salvo. Kekadot very low. Zaman Force already spent as well. Bren Esports have scrambled ONIC away from this Luminous Lord. The Sonic's not even gonna think of contesting. Bren Esports scores it.
Yeah, that was great for ONIC in the sense that they didn't get wiped out or lose 2 or 3. The moment they saw the team fight went south for them, even though Der got a nice final slash to stop, Nets wasn't in the exact right angle. Bren Esports were diving them. They backed off immediately. But that was an easy one for Bren Esports. They just needed to avoid a few things. And of course, they were helped by the fact that their lead is so massive already. Almost a full build on the Valentine. It already has a Divine Glaive here. Meanwhile, the side of ONIC, their Farsa, still just meeking out their third item. Only has a Lightning Trojan and the Clock of Destiny. Looking at the mid laners is a good sign of just how huge the disparity in gold is.
Well, right now, they've got to have a defense of a lifetime against this lead.
Oh, no.
Perfect headbutt into the heavy spins, and Sui is pinned down between a rock and 3 members of Bren Esports. Lord marches in, forces out an airstrike from Super Prince to help defend. They clear the wave. Bren Esports makes a beeline for the mid lane inhibitor. It falls as well. Next up on the docket, bottom lane inhibitor. Bren Esports as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Just like that. I don't know. Are they going to still press this one in? Ogwin going in.
With a jump canceled out. Here comes Nets. Firing back. Zaman Force spent in already. A concealed play to try and move out. Space it out. Ogwin still staying within the battlefield with a little bit of a... I don't know what it's called, but y'all saw it.
Little hesitation, little reluctance to go in there. Either way, little strut. I mean, I was expecting that to end there, even though, you know, they didn't have any minions, but it looked like Oakland had the same idea here. Now, this is the problem, right? You're actually seeing, even with just recently that Radiant Armor was picked up here, you're noticing the difficulty here, Redmar. All these Athena shields for Bren Esports.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 2 Radiant Armors as well. It'll be difficult for a lineup that really wants to center their damage on coming from a Farsa and a Harith. Although, that's the thing about magic damage. You can build so many items, but once those shields are done, they hurt.
There's 4 shields.
Oh, that's 4 Athena shields.
It's just few who doesn't have one.
He doesn't need one.
Oh, no.
Ogwin with a jump in. ONIC PH looking to punish. Ogwin walks away with his life. Now it's Kekedot who's in trouble. Misses his I'm offended. And now Nets. Oh, he's going to get misplaced.
That's game.
Put up into Super Marco's light wheels. And now Kekedot's going to fall. Super Marco gets 2K. Now it's just 3 left to defend. There's a minion wave set up for Bren Esports. Kyle Teasy just headbutting anybody who gets in his way. Another wave up top. A wave down bottom as well. You just clearing the waves. Flap Teasy helping out. Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports going to go ahead and make quick work of ONIC PH's base taken. Game 1.
Wow. Bren Esports. It's rare to see a lineup built like this get success this season, but everything went right for the Bees, who are still collecting W's. That's a W for game number 1.
Man, you know, when you introed them, I was thinking, you know, collecting W's, collecting honey, basically. That's what they're doing, right? And this was a game of, you got to say, it was dominant, right? It was dominant in the hands. I think at the end of it, they had, 13K maybe ahead. And it was just, they set the momentum. That was the key to victory that ONIC Philippines had to work against. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't do it in the snowball. If anything, Bren is one of the teams this season that specifically works with momentum super well. If they have it, they usually don't let it go. And this is something that they struggled with previous seasons.
And it's not impossible to see ONIC PH's winning image, right? Like, they drafted to be able to output damage via Super Friends and via Nets.
Yeah.
But Bren Esports just understood the fundamental answer to that. And again, once they have it by the reins, they rarely let go. They know exactly what it takes to not let go and stay on top and win.
Yeah, in these scenarios, teams would just be telling their players, specifically the coaches, right when the draft is about to end, guys, our lineup is simple. Just help out Super Marco. We can scale up really quickly here. We have a lot of CCs, or the coaches would say, andami natin CCs. You hear that a lot from them. And yeah, exactly as how you put it. Their principle, they knew it, and they didn't let go.
That's always, for me, whenever I see the Harith popped up in the gold lane or a magic-based gold lane option, I always think about that. If you don't get that lead that you need, or your other parts of your lineup are falling apart, it's really easy to counter that, right? But I know you have more to say about this, Renmar, especially how Game 1 was so dominant. Break down Game number 1 for us.
Okay, so again, the principle is for ONIC, they have lots of options for damage. Having the Farsa means that you can just roam around with your roamer, the Ruby, and maybe get a burst, pick off, send players back. So that's someone who can set a place on their own. Or the Fredrin with a game-changing Appraiser's Wrath can change the tides. So they have a lot of options. So lineups like these have been shining this season, and that's been one of the core principles for a lot of the successful teams so far. RSG do it, Echo does it, and Bren does it. But Bren, with how the draft went, even though it looked like ONIC might have drafted them into a corner, their last two picks on the Kufra and Akai gave all the space in the world for their marksman Super Marco. It also was just perfect that Few, again, still continuing its hot streak of games on the Valentina, really changed up which ultimates he kept getting. Although in the beginning it was a lot of feathered airstrikes, once they saw the utility of just how strong having the final slash on their side was for them, they didn't let go of getting of the R-Lot ultimate. Few just kept on getting it. And one of the best tools that ONIC has in their lineup with stopping Ogwen from being able to set up. How many times have we seen this game? I think 5 or 6 times where Ogwen would fly in, try to Tyrant's Rage, but then he'll just get interrupted by a R-Lot and he'll be forced to get away from because he's going to eat up more damage coming in from ONIC. The tool that was great for ONIC went to the side of Bren Esports, and it just seemed to be like the icing on the cake. They already ended their draft with 2 heroes that are great for crowd control. The Kufra and Akai, they got even one more already early on because they had the Valentina as one of their first few picks. And that's one of the things that we have to think about a lot this season. Again, the principle of having multiple magic damage options is one of the main things teams watch out for in their drafts. That is offset by drafting heroes that can deal true damage, and if it goes well for Valentina in the draft, the Valentina will get chances to have MVP performances, such as Few here, and having the right ability, using it at the right time. We saw that, I believe it was earlier, that was yesterday, where Few was able to get great performance on that Valentina using the Numenon Blast up against Blacklist International. This time around, it was the final slash that he kept getting from Der, which was the clincher here for Bren Esports. And again, just the fact that they knew exactly what they needed to do. There were a lot of, again, crucial moments here. Of course, Bren's second turtle all-in flap from the top all the way to the mid sent Super Friends back, giving Bren Esports the positional advantage. Super Marco being well protected and comfortable, as we discussed. The Few final slash counter fight in the first Lord was the reason why Bren Esports was able to take the cake. Hey, this one's it. And of course, the 13-minute before second Lord, that's when we saw that ONIC might have a chance to claw back at it with their Harith picking up the Divine Glaive. However, at that point, Bren Esports just had so many Athena shields, the Radiant Armors, and the fact that their second Lord push also got 3 inhibitors down meant that Bren Esports was just happy all throughout. Very comfortable. The discipline, the tenacity, and again, Bren Esports showing us why they are on a 6-series win streak. They aren't undefeated like Echo. Hence, they started their season with a loss to Echo. But after that, they've learned, they've grown, gentlemen, and they are just continuing that role of, it's not always dominance, but it's just very dependable MLBB, beautiful MLBB at that.
One thing that Bren Esports does have over our M4 World Champions is more sweeps. Like, I think that stat is right there. That's real.
Yeah. Yep.
So I expect that if they do sweep this, then what does that mean for the ecosystem of the MPL, right? Like, so who's real top dog here? Despite Echo not being defeated, it's like, but Bren's a cleaner team, though, right? When it comes to these games.
The Bees or the Orcas? Who will dominate the ecosystem, I guess. You know, but the thing is, even breaking down that game there and watching those highlights, it kind of makes me wonder, what is ONIC Philippines to do against something like that? Does it come down to, you know, maybe have a little more physical damage on your lineup so that you don't get when things don't work out and you get out basically itemized in the Magic defense department? Like, is that something?
All right, one thing is, I'd like to start by counting our blessings. That Arlot in the hands of Dare wasn't bad. Like, I've seen tougher situations for an Arlot lineup or a lineup that tries to play Arlot. And Arlot with a concussive blast is great because you're able to clear the wave a little faster. That means you're part of fight sooner, and you're able to dictate and dive in and get, let's say, the best possible position for an Arlot to be, like right in the middle of everybody, where you have your stacks, and then your final slash hits like 3 or 4 people, and you set up your actual artillery. So at least that's one thing that they got going.
Yeah, I feel like in that game though, it was just more of Bren Esports getting everything they wanted to get, and just at the end of the day playing a better game. I like this lineup that ONIC fielded in game number 1. Although the Harith is a brave choice up against a lineup that already showed a Kufra, Lapu-Lapu, and a Valentine, and a carry as well. It is a very brave choice. In my head, maybe they would have picked up something like a Nathan if they wanted a little bit more range and still have that magic damage available for them. But there are universes where this Harith would have been able to find that early to mid game control. It's just that Bren Esports, they did their homework. Everything they needed to do, they did. So ONIC couldn't do the things that they wanted to do.
Now in hindsight, it's so weird that I said that this was an okay Arlot game, seeing that there was a Kufra.
Yeah.
Like, how did Dare keep dashing, given that Bouncing Ball should stop Vengeance?
Yeah.
So I would say it comes down to the mechanical skill, right? There, he was able to pull things off. But one thing I would actually like to see one of these teams do, and I don't know if this could work, but what if Arlot goes in the jungle?
Ooh.
What if he went in the jungle and he went tanky Arlot?
Is that a Sensui thing to do?
Maybe. However, it seems like he does have a lot of dashes, but his second skill dependent, and the final slash is really strong. But based on from what I've heard in like from other from the rest of our pros, not just here but like across the world, they really look at Arlot as not only just an XP lane option, but there are those who are actually quite experimenting with him as a roam role.
Yeah.
So it's
I could
roam
see
and
that.
XP mainly. I don't know how to even start thinking about an Arlot jungle. Maybe I'll try it later. Maybe you can try it watching
I
it.
was going to say, Arlot jungle, jungle emblem, build them kind of like a Tanks-a-Lot. You never know, right? I mean, it could be something, or maybe we see him in the roam, because definitely just watching him in the different teams that have decided to play him, it's obviously something that can work there, but I think, I can't remember if this was you, Leo, that said this, but it almost is reminiscent a little bit of Fredrin, because Fredrin, when he first came out, teams didn't pick him up right off the bat. They kind of played around with him a little bit, and then he got to the point where he is now, where he's like 98% pick rate, I believe it is. So maybe we see this with Arlot. If not, again, he's not the be-all, win-all, basically, at this point. One of the biggest things, though, that ONIC Philippines can do is, I guess, lock down a gold lane option that Harith, yes, can work. But I usually feel like Harith is also a risky play in most teams that decide to go that route, right? But we saw, even with the bans, there were so many focused on that marksman option that you didn't have too much left. But if I can recall, even you had Mozkov. We've seen Mozkov pop up quite a bit. It could have worked really well. You have also that global presence available to you, because the Harith really struggled in that last game.
And maybe this is when we call back to the biggest question mark we had early on in the draft earlier. The Ruby getting picked up right away in the third,
the
third slot. The early Ruby pickup. Although it does follow the tendency of teams to sometimes want to show their roamers. And looking back at it, it was nice because Bren Esports had to think that maybe the Ruby would go XP lane, even though we haven't seen it for quite a while. The flexibility option was there, which eventually maybe opened up the Arlot. But that Ruby pickup maybe could have been something else. Something earlier. Pick up their marksmen so that they wouldn't have been at a ban war against Bren Esports for it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting, Lock in that marksman option that you have first phase. You don't risk things getting banned out there. The Ruby was locked in, and like I said, more often than not, it could be flex, but knowing that statistically it's usually going in the hands of Kekadut, it kind of works against you a little bit, right? So we'll see as we load up into game number 2's draft here. ONIC Philippines, we'll see if they're still going to be on the same sides. And I know you're excited, Renmar, but let's see as we jump in. It is still ONIC Philippines blue. We've got Bren Esports on the red.
So excited, I almost fell out of my seat here.
He actually did.
Yeah, he actually did.
I mean, not fall off, but almost.
Almost.
This is an interesting turn of events, right? It's, I believe, Bren home. So Bren chose to be red in game 1.
Yeah.
And now, game 2, ONIC chooses to go blue side, which I believe, with the way the meta has been coming along, blue side is slowly catching up in win rate.
Yeah, and maybe this goes back again to the point we just brought up. Maybe ONIC understood that, maybe let's just change up our priorities just a little bit. You might see the same order of drafting yet again, but except maybe either the Farsa not getting picked up so soon, maybe the Ruby not getting picked up so soon,
man.
right?
Yeah, just lock yourself into marksman. I think that single option alone would have changed at least to the point where the game wasn't so one-sided.
Would have opened up the Brody.
Yeah.
Would have opened up the Mel if Nets wanted to play that. So we'll see. They can pull a blacklist, right? We call it a blacklist, like wherein you don't really draft too differently, and you change and tweak like 1 or 2 things, and then play better.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Maybe, we'll see.
Same bands
Same
across
bands.
the board, so it could just be a Diggy pickup again for ONIC.
No.
And then
a Fredrin.
Fredrin, sorry, Fredrin.
There it is.
There's Fred.
98% pick rate.
And then over there, they go Lapu-Lapu Valentina.
Yeah.
And then now, for
You change it.
ONIC, you go Farsa X.
Yeah.
I think Farsa Melissa, right?
Yeah.
If I think that would be way better, at least to go into game 2 with. But we'll still see if Bren Esports, they're probably thinking themselves like, do we just go with what we did, previous game? It worked so well.
The tweak might be elsewhere.
Yeah.
Tweak might be in
They might
second
even
phase.
tweak their first 2 picks. They can pick up a Valentina plus something else. Because again, Kaja is still open.
Yep.
Bren Esports has shown Kaja games, but having the Valentina just again turns off ONIC Esports from taking certain things. So they pick up the Valentina. No, exact same so far. So this is where we might see the shift, the change up.
If it's Ruby locked in, man. If it's Ruby Farsa.
I'm gonna be shook. Not gonna lie. I will be surprised.
Farsa X.
Farsa X.
Yeah.
Is what
But
you're
what
calling
is that X, right? Are you going to invest in the XP lane immediately? Are you going to...
Maybe Yu Zhong. Maybe just take the Yu Zhong.
That's pretty cool.
Right?
But what I'm afraid of is if you go ahead and pick up the Melissa or the Brody or whatever that gold laner is, you've exposed your damage sources too soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There's
So
the
it's still
Farsa.
the Farsa.
This is the moment of truth.
It better be different. Change up. Don't pick up the Ruby again.
We're all looking at you.
What if they go
ONIC
in early
Philippines.
move?
Oh, my
what?
goodness, we're shook.
Huh?
Nani?
I almost fell off my chair.
Okay.
Easy.
So, what? Maybe their change up later on will be on the Harith. Instead of a Harith, it's going to be something else.
All right. So assuming everything goes the same way, right? What do they have left if it's still that coup for a 4th pick for Bren Esports? They don't pick the Harith. What do they have left here?
I was thinking Nathan earlier.
Or
or they don't need to hammer in so much of physical. Just go
Moskov.
from Moskov. Just go physical instead of magic.
Moscow versus Kufra is okay.
Yeah.
Just pray you don't get caught out by Flap.
Yeah, don't
Again,
get
so
caught.
much physical. I want to see them pick up more damage. Breakers just pick up the... ooh, what a change.
Okay, here's the change. It happens to be in the hands of Bren Esports. Right now, we'll see if it's still going to be very similar second phase bans, because still, ONIC Philippines left with what do we throw in the gold lane? I am assuming that Bren Esports targets those marksman options here, narrows it down. They've already got the Claude. So, why not? Again, why not put Nets in a position where he's got to struggle some more, because that's what they need.
They can ban Melissa Brody. Already, they've stayed ahead of the curve as is.
Yeah.
So,
ONIC can shift things up here. If Bren Esports shows their jungler in the 4th pick, and they actually themselves ban the Arlot, ONIC might actually consider making Karina as one of their last 2 picks, and then just put the Fredrin in the XP, put the Ruby in the Roam, and then have a different gold lane pick. Because the Karina would be, again, it's been a while since we've seen her. Although ONIC plays really well around the Karina.
Yep.
She can still deal a lot of that damage, great magic damage as well, alongside that Farsa. At the same time, you get someone who can avoid damage from the Claude.
Well, interesting enough too, it is going to be different, right? This is where the difference is. Second phase bans. So we will see both teams kind of change this up. I'm wondering, too, if ONIC Philippines wants to possibly ban, again, a roamer for the last option here. Previously, we saw them ban out, was it the Lolita, if I believe, and do they decide to take out the Kufra this time, or even use one of those bans towards the roam, because Bren Esports goes that route. They do take one more marksman choice out, and there goes the Brody.
Yeah, so now ONIC will be thinking that, yeah, they'll have the Melissa for them. So it's like Bren Esports wanting to show, it's like, we're not scared of the Melissa. Because honestly, when you look at the lineup of ONIC, you think Melissa. Bren Esports not banning it, is them saying we're not scared of it.
They're willing to play into it.
Yeah,
they
willing.
figured out that it's not, again, as mentioned earlier, the end-all be-all.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of trust they're putting into Super Marco. And into Flapped Easy.
Yeah.
Well, I think based off, recent performances and the fact that how these weeks have been going for them, I think that's safe to say they should be able to do that, right? They should be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
Now, thing is even with across the board, what do you lock in here for Bren Esports?
The thing is, there's so many open, either the Lolita or the Cho. So they pick up the Martis as their jungler. If this goes Melissa on the side of ONIC, Bren Esports can easily pick up the Lolita for themselves.
Mm-hmm. That's a sad win rate.
Yeah.
We're reminded of Martis' struggles, his trials and tribulations in Season 11. 7% win rate.
Yeah, we talked about that in the first series when it was picked up. We were kind of aghast when we saw that 0% win rate. We're like, wait, what? What did we see? And then he got that win, right? So now he's on the board. But, funnily enough, teams were just picking him because regardless of that win rate, the fact that he is kind of finicky and he can get out of CC a lot, it works great. So looks like the answer from ONIC Philippines so far, there's the Beatrix.
Why do we keep forgetting about Beatrix?
Yeah.
It's weird because after M4, it's just like, we forgot Beatrix.
Yeah. And at the same time, it just always pairs well with a Farsight and a Fredrin.
Terizla.
Oh, Terizla. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, they're the only other team this season to actually pick up the Terizla. ONIC has done it twice. So it's the Terizla and the XP lane. That's going to be their swerve in terms of minion wave clear. So both teams are just going to be waiting for their marksman. If I'm Bren here, the Lolita ONIC just looks like a really good pickup.
Yep, Ogwin has a fantastic Lolita. Gonna do great against the Beatrix. Gonna be all right at spotting where Kekedot might want to place himself.
Or he might just pick up the Kufra again.
Yeah.
Oh!
Neither. Goes towards the Atlas here.
100% win rate. Very low presence overall in drafts, but hey, when it's picked, it's lethal.
Yeah. I mean, this case alone, you have so much setup potential, which I think is going to put a lot of pressure here for ONIC Philippines. Now, if they can work around this, avoiding the Fatal Links, or let's say they even get Fatal Link. Let's say multiple members do. Maybe that's where at least the Terizla comes in, right? You get that penalty zone, you force them to fight in it, and you kind of just crash down on them. That could be one of the best case scenarios, too. And you have the Beatrix, so you have a lot of options there in terms of, what gun you're going to be choosing to follow up on that combination. So I do say that this one looks a lot better. Even before we jump into the game, this one does look a lot better here in the hands of ONIC Philippines. The question is, going back to the keys to victory, can they follow number 2, right? Not let Bren Esports build a lead, build momentum.
Yeah, and we have seen in the games that have Atlas available for them. Atlas is great at setting momentums, hence why the adjustment here for ONIC. They're not going to field multiple Purifies. It's still just one Purify onto Super Friends. Understandable, Super Friends is still the centerpiece of their lineup. However, main sources of damage are still going to be the marksman. Eyes on the marksman.
Few put out about half his health. Kekedot looking for one more bit of CC. Super Friends almost triggers the passive there. And Few is just pushing it. Look, picks up a bit of health.
That's experience right there. That's veterancy. Not to use that flicker, right? Yeah. So we hold on to that. A lot of early action already, though. And, that's the thing, right? It's ONIC Philippines actually trying to set that pace, trying their best here to get momentum in their favor. Even the pressure here on Super Marco, right? Super Marco taking a half health. Net's doing his best in this lane. And if he can even get a solo kill as the game progresses, that's going to be huge. That's why they parked Ogwin up here, at least for now, play a little babysitting duties. But look at Kekadu too.
Yeah.
Really putting pressure in the jungle.
That's impressive. ONIC have won all lanes, even the jungle, alone. And just by that, they're what, 400, 500 ahead without any kills.
Yep, very aggressive. They're the ones setting the tempo. They're checking in jungles. They're not allowing Ogwen to position himself comfortably. They're poking down few. At the same time, we're reminded again as to why in the last time ONIC picked up a Terizla, or the first time we saw it, was actually up against a Lapu-Lapu. And this is a comfort matchup here for Dare. He knows the limits of the Terizla up against a Lapu-Lapu, but he also knows that they have pretty similar kits. Lapu-Lapu needs his ultimate for those 3 slashes. Terizla has it as his what? His second skill.
Not only that, but just the way his passive works, where he gets so tanky.
Speaking of passive, Frigid Breath, putting Kekidot in dire straits here. He can't even engage in this turtle fight. Shinsui with the pull. Penalty zone into a flicker on the 2, forces out 1 from Ogwen. He gets pulled in by Kekidot. There's a level gap here, an ult on this roamer. Now look at this, Kyle TZ claps back, knocking up there. Flap TZ draws first blood. Here's the feather dare strike. Down goes Kyle TZ, Flap TZ obliges. Taking down 1 is the idol ng mga kids. Few gets 1 in Shinsui. And just like that, no one takes a turtle because both junglers fell.
Yeah, favorable trade though for Bren Esports. Quick look into Ogwen as they rush onto the gold lane. Yes, Master Ogwen ranked first in average KDA this season with 7.27.
That is crazy, right?
That's Master Ogwen.
That's Master Ogwen for you, if anything. And you know, if you want to know how to play a roam, look to Ogwen, because now it's ONIC Philippines actually going to go ahead and secure this turtle. So they grab that one. Again, they are the ones setting the pace for this game so far. But even when it comes down to those little skirmishes, those team fights, you can see where Bren has a little bit of that calling advantage, right? We saw even earlier Kekadu chasing after to get that kill, and then that kind of left the rest of the team exposed. So Bren, if they look for those skirmishes where it might favor them some more, especially now that Ogwen has this ultimate available to him, it's something that ONIC Philippines has to watch out for.
Yeah, they also have to watch out here for the trade of abilities. It was wild seeing, of course, ONIC Dare getting that 2-man penalty zone onto Few and to Ogwen, but then Bren Esports also with their own penalty zone, and then the ultimate coming from Flap TZ, the stun. So there's so many abilities getting traded out here in terms of AoE and crowd control. Someone expended a flicker? Oh yeah, Few was actually able to expend his flicker.
Yep, and here's the real feathered airstrike. Very low, Shinsui, Kyle TZ gets the kill, decimating the jungler from the opposing team. And now Dare, very low, gets taken down by Few. That's 2 for none so far. Bren Esports punishes ONIC's early blunder there. ONIC was not in a place to fight.
You see what I mean? That's exactly what ONIC Philippines has to watch out for. They built themselves a nice little comfortable lead, but when it comes down to these skirmishes, these team fightings, you're seeing that advantage that Bren has against ONIC Philippines, even when it comes down to some of the shot calling decisions. Now, quickly, I mean, it's garnered, what, a 1K gold lead here. How's the items looking this early in the game, Renmar?
Yeah, still very close. It's a Dreadnought armor quickly built here, though, by Kyle TZ. Knowing that a lot of the damage being dealt by ONIC is physical. No Clock of Destiny just yet for Super Friends.
Perfect match to make that feathered airstrike moot in Academic. Now Super Friends has to wait again.
Yeah, Bren Esports. So far, the Terrified that Few can dish out as the Valentina has actually been one of the banes of ONIC's existence in this game. Clock of Destiny just built there by Super Friends, although it's going to take time until we start feeling the effects of that item, maybe around minute 7, minute 8.
This is the thing that scares me, right? Because in the hands of Few, he's got 2 early kills. He's running Mystery Shop. He's going to be buying the items that he needs even faster, right? Now, we've seen him previous game where he didn't have those kills, but he was still carrying a lot.
Oh, Flap TZ here.
Wow.
Death knocking on his door. Close to calling it, but bravest fighter away. All this time, fellas, while we were talking, Dare pushed bottom lane. Like, that's tier 1 down.
Yep, that was the trade there. Favorable for ONIC. A little bit more breathing room for them, especially since that turtle's going to be spawning in the close to where Dare got to clear that tower. Bren Esports might look to counter that with an attempt in the mid lane tower, or maybe even just the bottom as well. They might also think about giving up the turtle. However, Considering their lineup, considering the small lead that they have, I would find it strange if they decide to give up the second turtle for a tower push. Now though, ONIC pushing up top with 4. Flapteasy and Few can only stand and watch. Bren Esports mirroring that down the bottom lane.
Few with a penalty zone of his own. Taking down Kekidot. The roller from ONIC PH could not respond.
That's tough. That's tough to be in. I thought they knew they were there.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what you're thinking too here, Renmar.
Yeah, my question is, I thought ONIC would stay in that position. Because if you saw the mirror down bottom, ONIC knows that the other members of Bren Esports were there.
Oh, Sensui versus the world. And by the world, I mean 3 members of Bren Esports. He didn't back off. Fatal Links was well worth it because now Bren can make more conversions. Mid lane tier 1 goes.
What looked great for ONIC just a moment ago in a span of less than a minute. It's just all Bren once again. And again, that one miscommunication. This is one of the things about the Philippine meta. You mess up once, even if it's just small, it will be a massive consequence.
I'm offended. Taking down Ogwin. Serves it up to Super Prince. And now Flapteasy falls as well. It's Nets who gets the final hit in. And now the shoes on the other foot. Like, how did that happen to Bren?
Well, just as we were saying, right, they grabbed 2 kills themselves. If they can grab this turtle, secure it, they're going to be good here coming back into this game.
Oh, Kyle Teasy coming in.
Oh,
Few
wow,
with another penalty zone. Super Marco in the back lines with the blazing duet. But it's going to be Kyle Teasy stealing it away despite the man down that they have. Bren Esports still 2K ahead.
The back and forth between these two. ONIC with a miscom up top. Bren Esports invading. ONIC was able to get 2 kills, open up the turtle, but then Kaltisi walks away with it. The penalty zone from Few also gave the moment of control that allowed Bren Esports to deal some damage onto them, and it was just Kaltisi getting the retribution off. Sensui wasn't even able to.
That, I mean, a lot of back and forth between both teams. Now, granted, Nets is obviously having a better game this time. He should be able to get to the point where when he gets those 2-3 items, I believe he's got the BOD here, he should be able to pop off on this Beatrix. Again, that's going to be crucial. There's the Malefic Roar, right? As we were just saying, that's going to be crucial, especially if Dirk can land those penalty zones. But what we're seeing is Few taking those penalty zones himself. And then a lot of the times, he's just waiting patiently, goes in, jumps in, whether he has the flicker or not. And that's the counter punch that ONIC Philippines actually has to watch out and look out for, because if they're deciding to initiate, whether it's with Kekadut or anything else available to him, it's really tough to deal with here because Nets needs maybe a little bit more time. Let's say another couple minutes, 3 minutes, to really be able to shine here on this Beatrix.
Yeah, Few's been fantastic in this game. Actually, if the game continues like this, Few might get back-to-back MVPs in his belt. His timing with a Shadow Strike, being able to get those Terrifies and the damage, what abilities he's taking away. ONIC respecting that Bren Esports will just be able to run all over them. They decide to back off a bit, give up that turret. Bren so in control right now.
At least ONIC is responding with the right tempo.
Yeah.
They know that they can't just like, oh, you missed the attempted Fatal Links, we'll clap back. I think that was a mistake that they learned from earlier, about the minute or 2 minute mark. So at least now, ONIC can build back up. They're still waiting for Nets.
Whew, look at that, right? Few, just a couple abilities. The shots aren't there. The damage just isn't there just yet. But with Few specifically, we usually see Valentina's on the top of the damage list. Now with Few, the lead he's had, you can already see how quick he can poke down even heroes like what Dur has, this Terizla. So this is going to be really difficult for ONIC Philippines to fully commit to this Lord Dance. But they might be able to still pull it off here. They got to watch out for Ogwin.
Perfect match, scouting it. And there's a penalty zone, hitting 2. The answer, Feathered Airstrike, blazing duet. Kyle Teasy takes down there. That's 1 man down. Flap Teasy finds Nets in the back line. Super Marco takes down Kekidot. And now it was just Sensui. The one casualty is Ogwin, but now even Super Prince can't answer back. Super Marco takes the Lord. 4 for 1 with the Lord on the way out. Bren Esports stonks.
No clear draft advantage for either team. What you're witnessing just now, without a shadow of a doubt, is Bren Esports just playing better than ONIC Philippines. All across the board, position 1 to 5. All the players firing off on all cylinders. Bren Esports look amazing right now.
This is difficult because there's not one thing you can really point out for ONIC Philippines in terms of crawling back into this game because even when you think they have those setups, Dur had an amazing penalty zone, but they don't have the follow-up. And when it comes down to actually the team fights, the micro decisions within it, the way the push and pull works, Bren Esports is just doing it better, right? It's very difficult to play against that. So now you have, again, an 8.5K gold deficit to work against if you're ONIC Philippines. So you've got to defend against this Lord. It is only the first one in the game, but it looks like Bren, like I said, they don't want to just let this slip out of their hands. They're not going to let it happen.
Oh, Ogwin comes in, conceal, forces, I'd say defensive movements from Sensui. And now the Lord Fatal links canceled out, still gets one. Their answers back. Very low. Few and Ogwin have fallen. That's a double kill for Super Friends. ONIC punishes Bren's fervor. They stayed in the base for far too long.
Oh, the counterplay. Here comes ONIC, and it's their time to get some resources in the map. It's a massive lead they still have to claw back from. But it's unfortunate they do not have the minion waves in the mid lane to push with them just yet. Bren Esports just got a glimpse of what it looks like if this game was far closer for ONIC. They still need to watch out for Dare, but most importantly, they need to watch out for Super Princess Farsa.
Yeah, I take back what I said, right? There is something that they can do. And that was based on even the mistake that Bren Esports made there. So ONIC Philippines showing a little bit of life here. You want to make sure that they don't completely get overzealous like that.
He tried, and now Kegeda's going to get punished hard. That's going to be one kill. Super Marco gets it. And now Ogwin cancels out. Fatal Links delayed, but not stopped. 2 for none so far. The punish from Bren Esports.
As I said, don't get overzealous. And as soon as I said it,
I had to call it.
Kekadu got overzealous.
He missed by what? I'd say a meter in Land of Dawn measures.
It wasn't a flicker setup, that was a flicker boo. He was the one who got shocked.
He got booed.
He got booed himself.
He outplayed himself.
He outplayed himself. You are your own worst enemy.
Although I can't tell. It might have been a dash out from whoever he was trying to catch from Bren.
But either, regardless of what it was, that's not what you wanted to happen, right?
Yeah.
You had a little bit of life, now it's kind of dimmed again, right? So now...
It's sad because you know why ONIC wanted to do that. It would have been a great setup. It's just that, was it a miscalculation? Maybe it was a sidestep in that scenario for Bren. But again, we are in the situation. Bren in the lead. Free Lord for them. Super Marco actually has both boss.
Exactly. Even then,
no, just one.
You're outgunned. Even if you got the miracle set, even if Kekeda pulled in like 2 or 3, right? You're still outgunned.
Yeah,
what are the chances that you could take down 2 or 3 on the way out as well?
Yeah, maybe that's the oversell. It's not the fact that he missed it, but even though it was a nice-looking setup, Bren Esports still has a massive lead.
Yeah, it's like finding someone to sell you a Bugatti, but not having the money to buy said Bugatti.
Yeah.
I got an IOU. Does that work? That doesn't work here.
I don't think that works.
Not even in the Land of Dawn.
Not even in the Land of Dawn. Doesn't work. But right now, it's ONIC Philippines on the defense once again, holding on to one inhibitor turret. Making quick work of this Lord, though. But Ogwin.
Concealed play from Ogwin from downtown.
Where'd he come
Fatal Links on the 2. Super Marco clean in house. Down goes Kekeda. Can they survive? The answer is no. That's 2 down. Will there be a punish from NXPE?
Wow.
Few still alive. The burn was not enough. He dashes on through with his life intact. Now Super Marco backs out. Disciplined play. The call from Bren Esports.
I don't know anything about cars. Is there a Bugatti stealth model? It feels like that's what Ogwin was just now. It's like quietly.
The guy was Ogwin drifting basically at that point because
set up to the back.
This is why we were saying leading into this matchup, Chaknu-like initiator, right? He just appears like this.
Oh, like this.
How
Here
about
he is
we
again.
do it again? Held his top. He gets 2. Super Marco answer to the blazing duet. Ogwin gets taken down though, but Few takes out Nets along the way. Now Kekeda, another penalty zone coming in from Few. And now it's just Super Friends. Wings by wings out. Bren Esports continues the streak. Another sweep.
Master Ogwin says it's Ogwer. 2 beautiful setups back to back. And of course, the great follow-up by Bren Esports. This was the battle of the roamers, undoubtedly. Ogwin won that. It was a great effort by ONIC, but Bren Esports complete the first half of the season with 6 sweeps in a row.
Can you say that one more time? What did he said it's what?
It is Ogre.
All right, congratulations, Bren Esports. But should I tell him?
No.
1 out of 5.
Thank you.
But we'll allow it.
You know,
they won.
I don't know what it is, but it's everybody that sits in that seat that has some line. That's their moment. It was Domination from Wolf, and now it's Ogre from Renmar. Well, again.
The analyst, bro. The analyst of MPL.
Oh, man.
Only in the Philippines.
Smartest guys on the desk here. Now, there you go. Bren Esports, just massively impressive performance across the board. I think it was about the same time frame for both games, right around 15, 16-minute
There's
mark.
no way you wrote that down.
He didn't write it down.
I'm checking just to make sure. But yeah, no, it was around 15, 16, yeah. Because I remember, I have the note here from game 1, 30 minutes, Divine Glaive or so. But
I meant Ogre. Like, there's no way you had to,
no, I
set
didn't.
that up.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I was going to say, did he write it down like winning moment? He's like, Ogre.
No, I did not.
But it's true, right? The guy, even when we were talking about before the game ended there, we're like, this guy is the reason why they say he's basically like a Chaknu-like initiator. You saw it there. But he can also play that style where it's like the Oh My Venus support style. And we see this kind of dynamic of Ogwin and how he can really carry games. And this is why we were talking about the roam role specifically leading into this matchup.
And that Oh My Venus aspect of Ogwin's discipline, his style, comes out when it's not their tempo, when it's not them who's ahead. And I think there were moments in Game 2 wherein it's ONIC trying to push the envelope, trying to speed up the game. It really also came down to Ogwin, and I guess a little bit of few, to say, all right, let's hold it back. They have both some level of veterancy. I don't know where Ogwin got it. It's just his sophomore season.
Yeah.
But you can see that between the both of them, they had it to say, all right, we're not winning, not quite yet. We'll wait, we'll find it. And then they get it.
Yeah. You can see there on your screen, it looks like Mara sweeping Naisu's shoulders.
Does it?
Yeah, I think we're going to...
No, she's got
a broom. She actually has a broom with her right now. That's great.
Well, we're going to hear from Mara Aquino with Bren Esports on stage and why exactly she has that broom.
This team likes to sweep their opponent. Pang-anim na sweep na ng Bren Esports. Congratulations! Bakit mahilig kayong mag-sweep?
Ano di ko alam eh. Mga masisipag mag-goalie sa bootcamp eh.
Oo nga, okay, bibigay ko to. Congratulate, Ogwen. Bagay sa'yo yan. Ito, Pew, sobrang galing mo mag-Valentina. I think the reason being, sabi nga nila, para kang jack of all trades. In Season 1, lahat na ata ng heroes na gamit mo. Is that why you're so good at Valentina? Minsan nga better than the opponent?
Siguro ganun nga po. Kasi, kada nag-RG din ako nag-iba-ibang role kami. So, lahat ng hero natatry ko rin eh.
Pero pansin ko since Season 7, since I came to the league, ibang klase ka ngayong Season 11. What happened to you? Bagong goal? Kasi revamp ka eh.
Mas gigil po kasi ako talaga ngayong season eh, compared dun sa sa mga nakaraang season. Lalo na nung Season 8 tsaka Season 9 kasi parang sobrang nanginaan ako sa sarili ko eh. Tapos parang gusto ko bumawi talaga. Kaya nung simula Season 10 hanggang ngayon, pinagbubutihan ko talaga na makabalik ng international na stage.
Oh, the international stage is the goal. Oh, by the way, speaking of international stage, meron kayong former teammate, nag-international din. Ang sabi niya, excited daw siya makaharap muli kayo dahil win streak kayo sa isang interview na naganap dito on this very stage. Now, the only loss na na-experience nyo was with Echo, okay? At sila ang next na haharapin nyo, pang second round na tayo. Actually, ito nga kasi may bromance kayong ganap before eh. Oh, ano sa tingin mo mangyayari this time? What is gonna be new for the second round?
Kagaya ng sabi ni Carl na gusto nila makita yung lakas namin, bibigyan namin sila ng magandang laban sa next round.
Okay. May mensahe ka ba para kay Carteezy?
Wala, Alam ko namimiss niya na ako eh. Alam ko namimiss niya na ako eh. Hindi na siya makapaghintay, hindi na makatulog kasi namimiss niya na talaga ako. Kaya okay lang yan, Carl. Magkikita ulit tayo. Kalma ka lang.
Ayan,
Next
magkikita
round.
sila. Next round. Coach Dakia, you have to be here because the only loss that they've had, wala ka dito, nag-Singapore ka ata eh.
Sa Sydney.
Okay, so kailangan nandito ka when you weren't here na 2-0 kayo. So ngayon, anong sasabihin mo ngayon sa koponan mo facing Echo this time around because they're doing really well pero kayo pinakamaraming sweep. Ogwin,
Magugas kayo ng mga plato lagi, Tamad kasi sila. Kalma lang. I mean, just bring our A game every game. Echo is just one of the 7 opponents that we have. So, as much as possible, gamitin namin yung A game namin, yung buong arsenal namin. I think every game naman, yun yung game plan namin. So, I'll be here though, dun sa labas.
you better be here and we're looking forward to it because you guys are doing so well. Go ahead, Ogwin. You may now sweep the floor all the way to the front. Congratulations, Bren Esports. Ibang klase ang lakas ngayon ng Bren. Pang-anim na sweep ever since they lost their opening game. They did not want to lose anymore and now Ogwin has cleaned the floor all the way to the front. Himayin natin ang ating laban at balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
Always love to hear from Marikino and the teams there, and especially Coach Ducky and the boys from Bren Esports. They've got to be feeling good about that 6 straight sweeps, I believe it was, right? Yeah. And that's why they got what we call the Walis. It's a broom, I'm sure you guys could tell. But yeah, you got to be excited if you are especially a long-time Bren Esports fan, because we all know if you are one, you know the journey they've been on, you know the struggles they've had, and kind of the way that even their community has had to deal with that. And now it's great to hear even the crowd here cheering for them. So I know, Renmar, you got more to say about this. Go ahead and break down this sweep from Bren Esports.
So, while we were having that interview with Bren Esports, Leo mentioned something about what we call the Ducky Chamba Serie. Because Coach Ducky's always been saying after each victory, oh wow, we got really lucky, or he says Chamba. It's 6 sweeps in a row, still Chamba? I don't think so at this point. This is just Bren showing us just how good they are this season. And Mara even mentioned it. After their initial loss at the start of the season to Echo, getting swept by Echo, seems like it lit a fire under Bren Esports to bring out Walistizi for this season. 6 sweeps in a row, and this game was just, again, another prime example of Bren, how good they are. This was a game that didn't have a clear advantage in terms of the draft. ONIC could have brought it to Bren. Bren could have brought it to ONIC equally. But Bren Esports just played better. No other way to put it. That's how good this team is. I want to, again, put focus on a few, though, on the Valentina. He might not be the MVP of this game, but now we've seen 2 games in a row where maybe this was the plan of Bren Esports inadvertently. Because in game number 1, what was the last pick again of ONIC? All right, one of those was the Arlot. Now it was the Terizla. 2 XP laners that have great AoE setup ultimates that few specifically used and kept stealing for the betterment of Bren Esports. So it doesn't seem like coincidence anymore. It seems like it was part of the plan. After how the drafts went, with how good the Valentina is, of course, her biggest thing, the fact that she can steal ultimates and that's how she changes games. It seems like this was over from the beginning of the draft. It seems like the Valentina was the pick for Bren Esports. It was the final slash in game number 1 of the Arlot, and now game number 2, it was the penalty zone, where ONIC would enter, even though Der was getting setups, Kekadut was getting it. How many setups did Bren have to counter that? They have of course, the MVP Atlas of Ogwin with the Fatal Links. Der would set up. Anyone from ONIC would enter, they would eat up the Fatal Links. And then you also have the Terrify from the Valentina, not really a setup duo, but great crowd control. You have the Lapu Lapu on Flap TZ with the Storm Sword. Of course, we know that as a stun. Martis also has, of course, crowd control abilities to set up. So again, it was another great draft here by Bren Esports that layered so much crowd control for their team. And it wasn't necessarily just to set up the Cloud, although, again, Super Marco had a great time here. It was just Bren Esports having a great lineup that, if played perfectly together, works well together. It hurts. And we mentioned earlier there was a graphic that called ONIC the party people because of their high KDA participation or kill participation rate for this season. With how well they group up together and find kills together, get wins together that way. So Bren Esports drafted 2 games in a row with lineups that have so much crowd control that will just be difficult to deal with. And of course, Few just played out of his mind with the Valentina. Bren Esports knows exactly what they need to do to follow up. But of course, Ogwen here, well-deserved MVP for him in this game. Those fatal links were, well, absolutely fatal, and Atlas continues his undefeated streak this season. That is 100% win rate Atlas. Not frequently picked as before, but deadly nonetheless. And Ogwen just continuing it. That is now 4 wins for the Atlas. Has a pick and ban rate of only 11 this season. So now, that's one thing the teams have to consider. Do they have the Atlas or not? However, ONIC, we did see the glimpse of hope that they had, which was just taken away right away. It was a sidestep by Flap TZ. Wasn't a flicker. Didn't look like it was a sidestep by Flap, avoiding the setup from Kekadut. But again, in that scenario, it was too risky to pull that off because Bren Esports, even though they still had members coming back from Respawn, still had a massive lead that is a setup onto one, a Lapu-Lapu, an XP laner. Enough for the potential risk of the members of Bren Esports coming up and punishing you. Well, we never got the answer to that question, but that setup was the downfall of ONIC after they found the beautiful defense that they pulled off to stop Bren Esports from ending the game. But Bren Esports, again, layer upon layer, the teamwork that they showed this team. I am excited already for week 5 because next week we'll see Brent versus Echo, the 2 teams at the top of the table, gentlemen.
I think that's going to be a show match that a lot of people are expecting to unfold in a full game 3 or a full 3-game series.
Yep.
Because right now, the way that Echo and Bren Esports are looking, that is the 2 juggernauts of the season right now. And I feel like a lot of these teams that are playing against them will take a lot of these, when they have their losses, they'll take a lot of those moments to learn, to adjust. Again, we're only just wrapping up the first half of the regular season, right? They still got plenty of time here, but time is of the essence for some of these teams that are finding themselves there at the bottom of the standings, especially as we wrap this up and everything else. Any last thoughts here, Leo?
I'm just happy to be here while the new Philippine meta unfolds. Again, we're ways off from the World Championships, right? Yes, back then there were some heroes or some picks that were still here now, but some have also changed. Like, I'd say the fact that we still forget that Beatrix is a hot pick makes it all the more interesting. So yeah, I'm happy and excited to see how the other half of Season 11 is going to look like.
Yeah, the first 3 weeks were very predictable to a point, but then eventually, in this week, we've seen a lot of new picks, a lot of flexibility, players, not only picks, but players also making a resurgence in performance. This has been a great first half, but it's not done. We still have tomorrow.
Still have tomorrow, right? We're not just done just yet. We still have amazing series to watch unfold tomorrow and how we do get to that halfway point of the regular season. And not only that, but like Leo said, it's great to see some of these teams bring these different team compositions, these different play styles, and how, too, we have been highlighting the other roles, right? It's not always the gold laners, not always the jungles. Today, again, it came down to that clash of even the roamers and just how strong even Ogwen is for this team. On behalf of myself, Leo, Renmar, we'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Enjoy your evening.
Sabi sa inyo pag ang pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players ang nagharap-harap, hindi pwedeng walang pasabog. Simulan niya ng RSG Slate Philippines, and we saw how they escaped such a close match, all thanks to Nat's very consistent XP lane performance. Pero kung clutch man ang pag-uusapan, hindi magpapaiwan ang ating the golden standard. Yang Hail Mary Maniac ni Kelra, yan ang nag-secure ng 2-0 para sa Smart Omega finally. And, well, Bren Esports, ayaw talaga magpatalo. 2-0, 6 in a row. And we can't wait with what else they want to show. Dito po nagtatapos ang ating pangalawang araw ng ating 4th week. And once again, we'd like to thank the very talented MPL fan and designer Jan Joseph Laida for my outfit. Bukas ang ating final day sa halfway point ng ating liga. Kaya dapat huwag kayong mawawala. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na lagi nagpapaalala. Sa harap man ng pagsubok at tagumpay, huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Happy birthday, Butters! And keep it good vibes. The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.